Sorry, I'm late because the train was a little bit late. I have to come. I cannot come. I have to come today only. Yesterday, I have a heavy schedule. So after completion of a very important case on behalf of state of West Bengal, I just started my journey in the night and in the morning, and then came through car and all this. So without any further discussion on that point, let's come to the most important and very important topic of today. That is the first topic of today's class, that is how to deal with electronic evidence. That is the most important issues because see, since 2013, West Bengal is the only and the first state who have thought the need of a dedicated public prosecutor for dealing in electronic evidence and cyber law. More or less, today the picture is this: okay, I am more engaged on cases like murder, rape, Dacoity, most of the cases, at least 70-80% evidence are built up on digital evidence or more say amended to electronic evidence. The very important thing what I understood, because I am a certified ethical hacker, I've given 11 certifications from internationally. I'm trying to put my hand bit on coding every day. I love Python and all this. So what I understood, at least to make a bridge between the technology and the judiciary and you all law enforcement agencies who are doing investigation, the most important paramount point, keeping in mind that every electronic evidence is basically a secondary in nature. Means we cannot expect to have a primary electronic evidence wherever we're going to find it out. So I have been to CID Sikkim twice for interactions, I think in 2017, 18 and thereafter. And last year I have been to Judicial Academy to interact with the judicial officer, and this year I am here today. Now, electronic evidence, dealing with electronic evidence, what I have learned is that, see, for example, we are making, we are having a code on any language, whatever we want. We want an output that the computer will say that I love you. Computer doesn't understand what is I love you. Computer only understands 0 and 1. So we'll run a program, and on the basis of we'll get an output. So machine will going to take the higher level language into 0 and 1. There are compiler, there are interpreters. Say for example, Python is an interpreted language. Java has got a compiler. JVM and all these are there, but basically the technology is simple, and that is whenever something is run on the virtual world, I'm telling it virtual world, when something is run on the virtual world, it is definitely a processed data, and that's why the concept of originality is a bogus concept in this field. So how to deal with these paradox or this dilemma, and that is why we need to travel since 2005 to 2020. And thereafter, a lot of other interpretations coming in. So I'll first definitely discuss about very two important points. See, our electronic evidence, our digital evidence, have many qualities. Say, for example, it has to be relevant, it has to be admissible, it has to be complete. So completeness is one of the things. Believability, authenticity, these are all criterias. When we, on behalf of prosecution, place the evidence, the defense is also placing their cross-examination. They can also put their DWs or defense witness. So we are trying to build up our case, lead our case, and the defense tries to break the case. The heavy burden obviously on prosecution, because as per 101 to 103 of Indian Evidence Act, the prosecutor is bound to prove a case beyond reasonable doubt. Though this beyond reasonable doubt is not a reasonable doubt of an expert, but a common man. That simplification has already been given by the Apex Court in many of the judgments. So now coming to the common man's perspective of beyond reasonable doubt concept. Here, see, we understood that electronic evidence are all the time are secondary in nature. We had a provision, that is section 65 under the Indian Evidence Act, which helps us when we can collect the electronic evidence, normal non-electronic evidence in secondary format. So when you are making a seizure list, you are also making some carbon in the same mechanical process. If the scissor list is lost, you can put exhibit, or your prosecutor can exhibit that carbon copy of the same scissor list. So we are having the same thing in the same mechanical process. The same thing we are having in the same in our mind, and that's when the IT Act came in being in the 2000 amended 2008, and when especially in 2000 Act came into being in 2001 September. This IT Act has made wholesome changes in criminal major act, especially in Indian Evidence Act especially. It's a beauty. Why I'm telling beauty? Because the paradox, the tough job our legislature had when the law was drafted is that our system, our mental status, our democratic pattern, our technology, our infrastructure is not suitable for the Patriot Act or Computer Misuse Act. What are the relevant acts on the cyber law or digital evidence prevalent at developed countries like USA and UK, but we don't have any other options. We have started, the Evidence Act in USA is called the Federal Rule of Evidence. When I first started writing my book, if you find it, you'll get this book, Electronic Evidence. I have written, the Asia Law House has published it in 2018. I dedicated the first chapter not on Indian Evidence Act, but on USA Evidence Law, that is Federal Rule of Evidence, because the only reason is that our amended 65A and B almost copy-paste from the article 1003 and 702 and other part. So if you understand that part, that technology part a little bit, I think you all know, but still I am just repeating the same thing. We need to know that, see, the most two important parameter of our digital evidence as stated in Basir judgment by Honorable Supreme Court is that a judge first has to see whether our evidence is admissible and relevant. If these two criteria are first filled up, then only the other criteria of completeness, believability and things will come. This completeness, believability and especially completeness is a long drawn concept. In Malkhan judgment, Honorable Supreme Court has given a fantastic interpretation of electronic evidence. That whole in Colonel Ram Singh's versus Ram Singh judgment, thereafter the Malkhan judgment, there are a lot of judgments coming up since 1979, 1980, 82. These are all judgments. Actually, they're dealing with audio recorded voice. Whether that time our judiciary started to feel that the science has to be welcome in the courtroom. So as the science has to be welcome in the courtroom, new technologies will definitely come. So tomorrow I will discuss about the forensic and that part, how this thing can come to court. But today what I am dealing in, see, that's why the concept of admissibility comes. But prior to coming the concept of relevancy and admissibility, one important concept is believability or completeness. So what is this completeness concept? I have a video, that may be the suspect video. I want to exhibit that video in the court of law. The important thing, apart from definitely the most two important thing is the relevancy and believability, admissibility. But apart from that, completeness is one of the important things, because we want to see whether this video is continuous in nature, whether any cut and paste and other changes or alteration already not made within the stream of the video or stream of the audio. That is one of the point. That's why we assure this point, we get confirmed about this point when we first make our queries. One of the queries sent to the Central Forensic Science Laboratory, whether any tampering or tilting or anything happened with the video in the pen drive or any device you are putting it. Now, the point of relevancy, I know you all aware of. I'll just give you a simple example. One sub-inspector rank officer of Calcutta Police one day called me in the morning telling that, sir, I have done a mistake. He actually, previous to that 2 months earlier, he attended one of my class at CDT under MHA. So, what he did? There was a complaint filed by the father of a lady, newly married lady, within 7 years of her marriage. You can understand the presumption will come. And she committed suicide. The investigating agency reached at her matrimonial house. The body was lying on the floor. The inquest maker started making inquest. One of the hand of that lady, on the clutch of the lady, there was a mobile phone, a smartphone. the person who was preparing the Surate Hal or inquest didn't think that mobile phone can be of great importance. It can be a reservoir of vital or crucial evidences. What he did, he took out the mobile phone and gave it to the father of that lady. That blunder the inquest maker made. Now, after the case has been started, the accused person got bail. After 2-3 months later on, the father of the victim girl came rushing to the police station and interacted with the investigating officer, telling that, see what blunder you have done. The officer asked what I have done. Then in reply the father told that in that mobile phone when surfing, we just saw that prior commission of suicide, the lady tried to communicate with her father, stating that what is the reason, what is the scenario which compel her to commit suicide. So this is a very important evidence. We can call a suicidal note. We can take this evidence under section 32 of Indian Evidence Act, because this may be a hearsay evidence, but there are 4 exceptions where for hearsay evidence can be applied, and one of them is definitely the dying declaration. The declaration made by a person who is died on the date of the evidence is recorded. So what should have been done on that case? The mobile has to be seized. Thereafter the mobile can be sent to could have been sent to the forensic science laboratory with a simple query of extraction of the data or the messages or text, right? And then with the help of that evidence can come as a vital evidence. So what is the problem now we are facing? The problem, you should have that your mindset are ready for this in the days to come. The issue here is that India is world's second largest internet user, almost second largest internet user. But our machineries, our law enforcement agencies, it has stakeholding of the system of judiciary and everyone. They are not at all that much ready, which is required. And we need to work with a very rudimentary infrastructure. And if I get time for today and tomorrow, I'll share with you those cases, because till in 2013 I have taken this responsibility of being a special public prosecutor for the entire West Bengal on electronic evidence and cyber related cases. And till then, it's a heavyweight case, 21 cases has been completed where I have been the special PP, and all those cases has resulted into conviction. I got 100% conviction, and the credit doesn't goes to me, the credit goes to absolutely the digital evidence or the power of an electronic evidence. I do believe, and I'm a very strong supporter of the judgment passed by Honorable Supreme Court of India in Gajraj case. The Honorable Supreme Court of India in Gajraj case stated that electronic, a person, an individual can be owned over, he can be purchased, he can tell a lie coming to the court, but electronic evidence being an exclusive property, we can rely more on it. So whenever we have an opportunity that we are having electronic evidences in any case, maybe 20%, 30% of the entire evidence. Definitely I am not telling about that a case is based upon entirely on digital evidence, but some portion. And nowadays, and the things will come, the major portion of the evidence will be digital evidence. Now, how to deal with the evidences? The Bashir judgment of the Supreme Court says, 2 most important criteria, the relevancy and the admissibility. I have taken you the example of relevancy. See, if the mobile phone would have been searched in that example of the lady committed suicide, the suicidal note would have come to the court. So that's a relevant evidence. So the concept of relevancy is very much known to you. This is the case, this is the allegation, this is the gist of the complaint. And if it is true, then you will try to justify by way of evidence as another. Definitely, FIR is not an encyclopedia, it's just FIR is the purpose of an FIR is to setting the criminal case into motion. That's it. So you can go on that, and day to day you can build up your prosecution case or the chain of prosecution case. Now in doing so, please keep in your mind the relevancy, because irrelevant things will not come. Second important thing is admissibility. How the concept of admissibility been built in India. That's a very interesting and fantastic story. And I can say this is not this is a revolution and this is an evolution. Why? Because if you go by, see, after the IT Act came into being in 2000, the most important amendment came into being in the bifurcation of section 65. Bifurcating 65, we get 65A and 65B. 65A says that the content, please put full attention to my word, this is a very important one. Because law is not the law you go and purchase and start reading a law book. Law is the interpretation of law. How the things are interpreted by various judiciaries. I am not telling about Indian judiciaries because in my subject, even we are relying on the world judiciaries. To most important judgment, Shreya Singhal and Basir, they have wholeheartedly discussed that India is not so mature, so we have to rely on the foreign judgment. In my lot of cases, when I put my written argument, I rely more on foreign judgment than Indian judgment because in many cases, the Indian judgment, there is no absolutely any Indian judgment to give me enlightened or make me enlightened, sorry. So the point here, how can evidence can be made as an admissible? That's why the concept of section 65A and 65B came into being. 65A says that the content of an electronic record may be proved as provided in 65B. So 65A is fingering towards, pointing towards 65B, telling that, okay, we know this golden rule. We have to come with the best evidence, and if we want to prove for documentary evidence, if we want to prove any content of a document, we have to prove the entire document. So if you want to prove the entire document, now comes the crux of the issue. The 65A says the content of an electronic record may be proved. Now the dispute starts from the word phrase may be. In parliament case, in 2005, Honorable Supreme Court interpreted this in this way. Because in that case, the prosecution of the investigating agency had come with the electronic evidence without 65B. The defense raised this point. The Honorable Supreme Court settled this issue in such a way that maybe means maybe, without 65B investigation or the trial or the evidence is not fatal. Got my point? That is the first step towards admissibility of electronic evidence. Second point, we have to wait 9 years to get the Basir judgment. In 2014 September, we got 3-bench judge. The parliament at a case was 2-judge bench judgment, and this Basir judgment was 3-judge bench judgment. In Basir judgment, the Honorable Supreme Court has given an almost contrary interpretation, telling that whatever we have observed on that judgment is not true. And without 65B, electronic evidence is inadmissible. And 65B is a mandatory precondition. So from the inception of this judgment, the confusion started arising. Why? Because there are a lot of cases already completed, but the investigating agency did not collect 65B statement. What will be the fate of those cases? Then comes the Karnataka Lokayuk judgment, the H.R. Hiramat versus Karnataka Lokayuk judgment. I request you all to come to my YouTube channel. In my YouTube channel, I have a 1 hour 41 minutes video on electronic evidence. If you have time, please, in a piecemeal, if you don't have that time, you can have part by part. Please, whenever you get time, go through my 2 videos at least. One is on electronic evidence, that is 1 hour 41 minutes. It's the most seen or viewed video in my channel, though it's a 1 hour 41 minutes. And the second is the process of cybercrime investigation. How a cybercrime crime can be investigated. I have given it also by 18 minutes video in English, Bengali and Hindi in 3 languages in my channel. You could please come and see, view that. I think it will give you some of the conception, whatever I have learned from, because see, I have not learned anything from any book, what I am applying every day my code. I applied it technologically and try to interpret this way. I get some little bit of success in this field and I am doing those things. I'll come to one of that concept called the traceability path. I'll just come to it. Now, we are in the concept of admissibility. That the Basir said that 65B is a mandatory precondition. But there are a lot of cases where there was no 65B statement taken by you or your investigating agencies. But what is the fate of those cases? What happened? In this case, it's an election petition case, wherein the entire allegation by the local police depends on electronic evidence. The charge sheet was filed without 65B statement.
Sir, what is the ID of your YouTube channel?
In my name, ID at the rate of Cyber Chatterjee. Cyber Chatterjee. So now presently the YouTube has an ID system at the rate of, so you can find it out at the rate of Cyber Chatterjee. And I have also a blog, cyberchatterjee.blogspot.com, and I have a page in Facebook that is in the name of Cyber Chatterjee. Whenever I get time, I upload some these reel and others, because people don't have that much of time. And whatever, every day what I love, I learn from every day what I upload those things. So you can feel free to come to this. And I also, just telling you, I have some mobile application, mobile app, definitely all of those are Android. I couldn't get the time to put my hand into Xcode. My one of the most favorite language is Swift, but I don't get time to have that. But if you go to the Android Play Store, Google Play Store, you will get a lot of apps. Just search by app by Bivas Chatterjee. I have an app on cyber law in English, cyber law in Bengali, cyber law in Hindi. My cyber law Hindi is very popular app. I think the government of India has also recommended this app. In my Bengali app, it has been available in the West Bengal government IT department website. I have dedicated all this app to the people. And I have a very important app. You can, if you have the higher level computer, because I have made this app on grid technology, and that is called electronic evidence. So I have an app named Electronic Evidence, where I have discussed 4 of my important prosecution case. One is on gang rape, another is on murder, and 2 on purely electronic cyber cases. So you can go and read those case studies. Some of the judgment I mentioned on that app. So you can install this app, because these all app. I have my very popular app on civil procedure code and on POXO as well. You will get an app on POXO, is also popular. All this app I have drafted, I have coded and uploaded. Nobody's others people's interference was required. It was drafted purely in Java. I don't like Java, but I have to adapt myself to the Java, because I don't have any other option, because in Play Store I have 2 language available, either Java or Kotlin. So Kotlin has got very little library, so I have got in Java. So feel free to have those resources if you want to have. Now, what I was telling you, admissibility. So in Basir judgment, we got that 65B is a mandatory preconditions. Then comes the problem start. What will be the fate of those cases where there is no 65B statement has already been taken? In that case, in this case, what happened? The investigating agency filed charge sheet in the entire case basically depends on some crucial electronic evidence, and investigating agency did not collect the statement under section 65B from the person from whose custody and dominion the device was at the time of evidence was given. Please try to have a very clear concept. That is very important. If your conception is clear, whatever way the technology is molding, changing, because the technology is not the our cup of tea. It is the corporate's cup of tea. They want maximization of profit. That's why they are coming, changing technology every bit of seconds. But the basic concept is very much similar. Machine doesn't understand except 0 and 1. So anything and everything can be taken as a secondary in nature. So we have to give our work on electronic evidence and present the court of law in such a way that the court can give in the same status of a primary evidence. How can that be done? That I am discussing now. So in Basir judgment, we got mandatory precondition. Thereafter the problems start. There are a lot of cases where 65 is not being followed. What is the fate of the cases? In Karnataka Lok H.R. Hiramat versus Karnataka Legat case, charge sheet has been filed. H.R. Hiramat challenged that before the Honorable Karnataka High Court under 482 to squash the charge sheet. And ultimately when the Honorable High Court saw that the most crucial evidence is electronic evidence, and there was no statement under section 65B, the Karnataka High Court squashed the charge sheet. and the accused was acquitted. Challenging that order of the Karnataka High Court, the competent authority came to Honorable Supreme Court of India. The Honorable Supreme Court of India in Karnataka H.R. Hiramat versus Karnataka Lokak judgment given a landmark decision, and that is that non-compliance of a 65B is a curable defect. It can be cured at any point of time. That means your investigating officer did not collect statement under section 65B from the nodal of Bharti Airtel Limited. Right? I'll give an example. And when these IP log, these CDR, SDR or electronic CAF are being put to the court or exhibited to the court, on the very day, the nodal can come with a statement under section 65B. You got my point? It can be cured at any point of time. That's the conception of H.R. Hiramat. Now another very conceptual dichotomy was created, and that was that Basir said is a mandatory precondition. In 2018, my Lord E.V. Lalit Bench said no. In Safi Muhammad, so in Basir is a mandatory precondition in 2015, 14, and in 2018 in Safi Muhammad judgment, the Honorable Supreme Court said no. If the evidence is otherwise important, then because of the non-compliance of 65B, we cannot simply throw away electronic evidence. And going one step further, in Safi Muhammad, the Honorable Supreme Court says, if I don't have the device, I don't have the compulsion to give statement under section 65B. You got my point? So things are differently interpreted. That's why I told you that law is nothing but the interpretation of law. So maybe, now what I'm telling, this roadmap is the interpretation of the phrase maybe. In parliamentary case, it's a curable, it's not, without it, it's not fatal. In Basir, it's a mandatory precondition. In Safi Muhammad, it is not mandatory. So now these are two contrary interpretations. What the hell are we going to do with it? Then both of the judgment were placed for the larger bench. And in 2020, you got a landmark judgment. And you need to understand, it's a more than 260 pages judgment. If you don't get time, doesn't matter. I have to make a gist of this judgment in my blog. And I'll discuss 2 points now only. Just keep these 2 points in your brain. And I think this is enough for you. What is it? I told you that there was a contrary interpretation between Basir and Safi. So what is the resolution? What is settlement? See, I am just giving you the concept. This is my mobile phone, right? I have a habit of taking videos. Just listen to me. I have a habit of taking videos wherever I go. I was crossing the road. I pick up my mobile phone and started making recording or passing through a beautiful place. All of a sudden, I saw that there was a scuffle and somebody stabbed another. And the entire incidents are first time captured in my mobile phone. Please have attention to my word. The entire incident of murder or stabbing was first time captured in my mobile phone. The Honorable Supreme Court says this is a primary evidence. I can challenge this concept technologically because nothing is original. But for the convenience sake, we are taking this as original evidence or primary evidence. You got my point? If say for example, please listen to me. If say for example, you got the information, you are the investigating officer of that murder, right? Stabbed to death. So you got the information that Mr. Chatterjee was passing from that area and he captured the entire incident into his mobile phone. You came my house, knocked my door, I opened the door, you told me, yes, your mobile had that very important evidence, we need that evidence. I can hand over the mobile to you, right? Which contains the entire footage of the video of the incident, which was first time capture. So if I provide this mobile phone and you make a seizure of this mobile phone, then I don't need to give any statement under section 65B. You got my point? Now it's a very interesting word coined in this case. Nowhere in any law book or statute you will get this word. But the Honorable Supreme Court has coined this word. And that is, if for practical inconvenience, I cannot come with that device which first time captured the data, then I have to give a statement under section 65B. You got my point? Now come to second example. You came to my house and asked me, please provide me the mobile phone. I told the officer that I don't have that mobile phone intact. Somehow it is damaged. I don't have that video. Right? But prior to the damaging of this mobile phone, getting the mobile damaged, I have shared this video to one of my friends through WhatsApp. Now we got the name and address of my friend, went straight away to that friend's house, and you tried to you take that videos. So that's a secondary evidence. That time 65B statement is a mandatory. So you got my point? So whenever a lady visits your PS with a screenshot, then you cannot call the server from by Jukenba will come from Facebook authority. There's a practical inconvenience. So what do you have to do? Simple. You have to have a statement under section 65B along with the electronic evidence. Now come to the crux of the issues of today's discussion. Section 65B, subsection 1. What we are going to find from 65B? 65B provides me the format of the statement which a person should give when he is giving a statement, electronic record from his device. The device was under his dominion and control or possession on that time. Clear? Please try to build up concept because I am a practical guy. No theory.
Sir, if you have filmed an incident in your mobile, sir, then if you transfer that file into a pen drive,
yes,
you paste that pen drive as an exhibit, sir. So do you need a 65B?
Definitely. Because that is I am telling. When you are taking it, say for example today, the most important electronic evidence which you are dealing is that of CCTV footage. Isn't it? The entire country is now engulfed with the CCTV cameras. So any murder, any dakati, anything happen, it can, there probability there is a CCTV footage. If that the specific coverage will not be CCTV footage, but the entry of the accused, exit of the accused can easily be found from the CCTV footage. So that's an electronic evidence. I'll come to you. I have not completed my things. Please allow me to come. A lot of things are there. Practical oriented things you require to know. Now come to the next point. So Basir says that we need not require. So I give you a settlement that is by a Arjun Pandit Rao judgment. The Arjun, I'm telling it short, Arjun Pandit Khatkar judgment, I am telling it Arjun Pandit Rao judgment. The Arjun Pandit Rao judgment has given two very important points. One is, if I have the device where the electronic evidence was first time captured, then if I hand over that device, I don't need to give statement under section 65B. If for practical inconvenience, I cannot provide statement that device, then I have to give a statement under section 65B along with that electronic evidence. That's a very simple concept. Is it clear to you all? Now another concept. That is, don't try to make a complication of the concept of admissibility and relevancy, relevancy with that of believability or authenticity. That's a completely different concept. What you are doing, the blunder, what I have seen in my experience, You are taking the CCTV footage, buy a pen drive, and try to put and exhibit that footage by way of that pen drive in the court. You got my point? So what kind of blunder you are making? Come to the law back. Coming back to the law. 65B subsection 1 says that you can come electronic evidence. You don't need to have the original device. You can come with a copy of that evidence in a printout, in a document, paper, anything, or by way of a media. Means you can take a screenshot printout, you can take the entire data in a pen drive, you can take the entire data in an external hard disk, whatever way you choose. There's no bar. The law says so. So I have no compulsion. Today I have made this PowerPoint presentation, right, in the morning, suppose. I have come it with a pen drive. Just make your conception very clear. Now what I have done, I have reproduced this file, isn't it? It's a reproduction. So in the morning that was the production. So the time I completed my production, I have requested my hard disk to give me a space, please. And the hard disk given me a space. It has that space. And I have just make a copy of the same. The time I am requesting and putting a copy of the same in my hard disk, I am converting the primary evidence into secondary evidence. That's the technological destiny. We cannot cope up or cannot overcome this challenge. It's a technology like this. So what we have to do? We have to cope up or to understand or learn how to manage with this situation. Because the primary things when it's processed, it is in the RAM. But the RAM is a very limited thing, it cannot store. It's a volatile thing. So after completion of our job, we have to put the entire evidence into a permanent storage. Where that may be hard disks, that may be anything else. Right? So this is the concept. Now we come to second important concept in terms of investigation. I was telling about that don't make a complications between the admissibility and the authenticity. These two are very separate things. What you are taking? You are taking the CCTV footage from a pen drive. I am telling you, it may not that today the defense counsel are so ready to challenge you, but there will be days when they will challenge you. Because they are also learning day by day. So, concept is like this. You have a bathtub or you have a reservoir. Some water are there. You need to take a sample of water. By a glass or anything. Your glass is not pure or forensically sterile. There may be forensic contamination, means some malware, virus, trojan may be already there in the glass. So when you are putting the glass into the reservoir and taking a glass of water, what you are doing? You are contaminating the entire reservoir. And the water you are taking is also contaminated. You got my point? This concept to be kept in your mind. So when you are taking in a lackluster attitude, taking a pen drive and then with the pen drive you are taking the CCTV footage, what you are doing, you are not only having a contaminated data, but you are also contaminating the entire DVR. So what you should do? You at least to make the DVR read-only. That means you need to have some forensic softwares or hardware or embedded hardware. At least to have a write blocker. Write blocker, which will block any kind of writing into it. Means there is no kind of tampering. So from that perspective, whenever you are, say for example, but one thing you can do, if your entire case depends on a CCTV footage, my advise you to please seize the DVR, send it to the forensic lab. The forensic expert will first make an image of the same and then take entire image copy into newly taken hard disk. And in that newly taken hard disk, they will put their forensic instrument and software and they are going to find the data because they are not touching the original device. Right? So, authenticity concept is like that concept. Now come another important concept. That's a traceability path. Very simple example. Say a lady visit your PS with an allegation that on her name a fake Facebook account has been created. And on yesterday at about 8:30, a lascivious pictures was uploaded on her. The lady files a complaint along with the URL of the Facebook page. Right? If you open your Facebook page on web, today only after returning from taking my class, you see there is a header. We call it Uniform Resource Locator. Why we call this Uniform Resource Locator? Because we are in that age of big data. We cannot expect to take the entire data in the server of the Google. No daring investigating officer investigating a case think, okay, I'll take the entire data of the Google from the server and then exhibit those data. You cannot expect to have, because then you have to cut all the trees in the world to get that amount of paper, and that may not be sufficient also. Right? So huge big data we are dealing every day. Huge. Because if there is a third world war, there will be data war. We know this. Data is air, data is oil, everything. So in investigation as well, data is important. How? The first data the investigating officer, see, you are investigating this case. Just I am going to make you how you can make a case which can be admissible in the court of law. The first thing, allegation is clear to you. A lady visits the PS with an allegation that a fake Facebook account was created on her name, and on yesterday at about 8:30, a lascivious picture was uploaded. You can start your case under section 67 ITA. Maybe if there is any picture on the private part of the lady, then 66E. I'll come to those IT Act tomorrow. Relevant IT provisions. Now, when this investigation will be started, please write down in your paper, the first step is the collection of URL. You will not going to get this thing in any book in the world. So please write it out. So first thing is collection of URL. How are you going to collect the URL? The lady visits your PS. You can make a scissor list of the screenshot. Right or wrong? So if the screenshot is exhibited and proved before the court of law, then a document is proved. And if a document is proved, then the content of document is also proved, because that document contains the URL. You got my point? Is it clear to you all? Huh?
So if we get this screenshot attached with the FIR, then
that is fantastic.
then no need of seizure and all, because it's already enclosed.
No. You have to make a scissor list. Because what is happening, the annexer the lady is giving, this layman lady cannot may forget to give 65B statement, may forget to give authenticated copy of that screenshot or anything. So it is better. The lady can always give a annexer, but that annexer will not go as an evidence, because that is not admissible in the court of law. So that's why it's better to take a seizure.
With seizure, 65B.
Yes, mandatory. So I'll come in it. So what is the name, sir?
Vishal Rai, sir.
Mr. Vishal Rai is telling about the seizure. I already told about this fact. The first step, I think you wrote down it, collection of URL. How the URL will be collected? By making a seizure of the screenshot. So you know how to draft a seizure list, right? There may be some printed format of seizure list. There is a column called description of seize article, isn't it? Go there and write it out what I am telling. Authenticated screenshot or downloaded printout of the Facebook page. Name and style. Maybe that page is in anybody's name. You got nothing missed out?
Can you repeat it?
So in the column of description of the seize article, you will write it out, authenticated copy of screenshot or downloaded printout. Authenticated printout of screenshot or downloaded copy of the Facebook page of Mrs. X or Miss X, whatever name it might be, carrying the URL, the third line is very important, carrying the URL, wherein you are going to mention the URL actually. Just complete what I am telling you, will understand what I am giving it to you. It's a complete evidence. Why? The authenticated printout of screenshot or downloaded copies of Facebook page of Mrs. X carrying the URL. Now mention the URL there. www.facebook.com/ if it is my Facebook account, Bivas.Chatterjee.5. You got my point? I have just mentioned the entire URL of my own Facebook account. Clear? Along with a statement, this is right in the last part. After 2014, we'll have an additional statement. Along with a statement under section 65B, duly issued by Mrs. X. You got my point complete? So this part, if this scissor list has been exhibited along with the authenticated copy, this is a evidence which is relevant and admissible. Both the conditions is complied with here. You read it out, you see. The first part, up to carrying URL, is a relevancy. Because it is relevant for the entire case. And the second part, a statement under section 65 is the admissibility. So this is a complete evidence, isn't it? You got my point? This much is okay? Come to step number 2.
One thing, sir, you were talking about a lady who committed suicide. She had a...
No, that has gone. I am coming to the second example.
Okay.
It is the second example.
No, one thing happened in a case. She had a mobile phone. No?
That was, I was actually telling about the concept of relevancy. If the investigating agency would have seized that mobile phone, send it to the forensic, then you can come with a suicidal note.
No, sir, I had sent a mobile phone.
Okay.
Chandigarh.
Okay.
And later on, what happened is, I didn't get any report. They just said passport, mobile, the mobile would not be open.
Okay.
As but we get such this thing.
Right. Right. So see, the problem with if the investigating agency could not correct the password of a mobile phone or padlock or scheme, the biggest problem will be that the forensic expert may not open the device. If they want to make there's a concept called hot boot and cold boot. If they're going to make a hot boot or try to break through into it, then there is every chance that the entire data will be deceived. That's the big problem.
Because during forwarding the agreement, we basically keep our contact number. They should have called us. They also they should have.
I can give that. You can also send a gist of a case, the season list. The officer should send everything to the forensic expert. I'll discuss it tomorrow in detail. So what I'm telling, the first step of is the collection of URL. Now come to the second step, madam. This is very important. So we got, what we got? The URL of the Facebook. In our case, what we are investigating? A lady visits with an allegation that a fake Facebook account has been created, and yesterday at about 8:30 a Las pictures was uploaded. This is your case in hand. You are investigating the case. See, the way I am telling you, if you investigate, your evidence will go as a very important evidence, and nobody can challenge this evidence. The first step is a collection of URL. We have already mentioned it by way of a scissor list. Come to the second step. If you study the URL, you will see that the URL starts this way. http www.facebook.com/something is written. Mrs. X, whatever. So try to segregate, there is a three part in the URL. The first part, HTTP, is called the protocol part. Just write it down, our URL in your system. Just write it down. The first part is HTTP, is called the protocol part. You got my point? The middle part, Facebook, www.facebook.com, is called the domain part. Is it clear? And the last part, facebook.com/ after the slash, the thing is coming up, is called the path. So go back to your home today on web, try to open your own Facebook account. You will see this thing will come. 3 part will come. http www.facebook.com mycase/bivas.chatterjee.5. Bivas.chatterjee.5 is the path, http is the protocol, and www.facebook.com is the domain, name of the domain. So where from this URL originated? From Facebook. What is the domain name of Facebook? Facebook.com. Now step number 2 for an investigating officer. An investigating officer now, after inspection of the URL, will send a request to the Facebook authority, because the domain here is for Facebook. Facebook Incorporation, asking for 2 important queries. Query number 1. Please provide the creation details of the Facebook account carrying this URL. So whenever you are creating a Facebook, you are also giving either registering your Facebook by way of a mobile number or an email ID, isn't it? You have to do it. Whatever website you get registered, you have to give your email ID. So when you are in the Facebook, making your own first time your Facebook account, you have to give your either mobile number or your email ID. So what is the creation details? That email ID of that mobile number whereby this Facebook account is created. And I need that because I need the offenders made this Facebook account, fake Facebook account. So I need the creation details, isn't it? From which mobile he has created it, from which mail ID he has created it, right? So step number 2, we'll write 2 questions to Facebook account. 1, please provide the creation details, and second question is very important. Please provide the login details with respect to yesterday between 8:25 to 8:35. So when this post was made, 8:30, the person who made the post had to go into the internet and then to the Facebook, then only can he post. So the person who made this post, as per the metadata of Facebook, if you go and touch your cursor on that post, you will see the date and time. That's the metadata, nobody can change it. So that metadata says that this post has been made yesterday at about 8:30. So the person who made this post at 8:30 take entry into the Facebook account either on the 8:30 or prior to that, or may remain for half an hour or whole day, whatever. But I need that IP of that very time. That's the second question. Now, why I am asking this question? Please, there are persons I might know that who are not coming from IT background and other. This is my mobile phone, right? So you have an internet connection here? You have? Hardware with, do you have internet connection?
Yes, sir.
Please open the browser. Sit in your desk, I am telling just to show them demo. So this is my mobile phone. I click on the mobile data. The time I click on the mobile data, my mobile phone is connected with the internet, isn't it? It's very simple concept. We don't need any technological background and other. The time my mobile is connected with the internet, please keep this in your mind, this is straight jacket formula. The time my mobile phone is connected with the internet, my internet service provider has allocated me with an IP address. That's the only clue in investigating in cyber world. Because every time you are in the internet, you are carrying 2 important identity. One is your IP address and second is your MAC ID. MAC ID of your device. Clear? So the internet service provider who have already taken the IPv6 technology, they can give you binding IP with the MAC. So there are thousands of laptop or mobile. Today's smartphone has a MAC ID also. So hundreds of thousands of laptop has been stolen, which has not been recovered. If the service provider providing a IP bind with the MAC, then in a few days you can recover all those laptops. Right? So the time you click, also type in your mobile phone, what is my IP? You see that your own IP. Because I told you, whenever you internet, you have given an IP, see, go to the browser and type, what is my IP?
Then it will take. So see, the brother has written this. What is my IP? And this is the IPv4 6 maybe not detected, but don't scroll. Yes. See, this is this Judicial Academy's public IP, isn't it?
Sir,
Please.
most of the time we see that most of these fake account creators use VPN.
That's it. The special case I'll come in the later part. You please keep up. Let me complete the simple thing. There's a dog, there's a VPN, there's a lot of concepts. Is it clear? You know, brother, I'm telling you, if you watch the televisions, read the paper and all this, there are new type of people coming up. These are absolutely fraud and bogus people. What they are asserting themselves, that they are the ethical hacker. No individual can say that they are the ethical hacker. You know who is the ethical hacker? Police. But the police doesn't know how to hack.
Sir, actually what happened?
It is your complete legal domain to enter into any cognizable case in any domain, be it virtual, be it real. Collect the evidence and put it into the court. This is your lawful right. So, who is the ethical hacker? Police. Please tell.
Sir, last year, case number 51 in NAMCPS, it's
Uh-huh.
with some minor victim.
Huh.
So the same things happened. Someone created his face,
Uh-huh.
fake face. So what we found, someone from Iki Nazari from Assam. So we just found that account, that user was.
Okay, maybe anybody.
So we
Then-
just reached that place to arrest that. But she herself is a victim.
Okay.
Found.
So, brother, do one thing. Let me complete this investigation. I think then another question will raise up and your queries will be. Now, this is the IP of this academy. So, it is now clear to you that whenever you are internet, you have an IP. Is it clear? So, this is just like a digital footprint. Wherever you are going, your footprint is being stamped there. You cannot escape from being found out. Unless and only definitely you are using the VPN and Tor. That's a different concept. But every time you are in the internet and you are entering into any website, the log of that website captures that IP with respect to date and time. And that from there on, the most important concept called the low-card exchange principles application in the digital evidence investigation. With the low-card, the Edmund low-card is called the Sherlock Holmes of France. Was in a small room started his experimenting in forensic. He was not aware of cyber and anything that time. But he propounded a concept called that every time a person entering into a space, he or she is leaving something, some traces into it. That's called traceability. So that trace you need to capture the accused. Say I can have a hair split hair. The DNA of the hair will match me to Kolkata. You got my point? The same theory is equally applicable in case of cybercrime investigation, where because if you think in the contrary, when you are in a account, tomorrow, if I get time, I will come with my latest case which has been resulted into conviction, 3.41 bank fraud case, where I have applied this technology and first time in India. I'm telling it's it's a teamwork, but I have to later on extend entire thing into more way. I have tried to put the natting technology or solve the natting technology first time in any Indian judiciary and get the actual offender punished. They have been punished for 7 years and 10 lakh rupees fine. They have not got in appeal they have not got the bail and the appeal is pending. So it's a fantastic case. If I get time tomorrow, I will going to discuss. So she comes to the hand. So this is IP address, right? Now brother, copy this IP. Just to show you another very important thing. This will be required for your investigation. This IP, I don't know who has allocated this IP. Please copy this IP, brother, and then open another browser page and write IP lookup. No, don't write this IP. Write this IP lookup. So what I want to know? I want to know who the internet service provider provided this IP. right? Huh? Very simple process. I go to the browser and type IP lookup. The time I type IP lookup, lot of website open. You just scroll it up. So this is a IP location finder. That is IP location.in. IP location.in. Please open this. IP address app. This. You can open any website, but I am just opening this. So see, there is a box. You see, there is a box. I'll put that IP into this box. Please put this IP, brother. Put this here. It will come as a default, but still I am showing you. Come to and paste. Just right. Yes, see. What? Stop. So what I have done? I have collected the IP. Now I want to know who the ISP provided this IP. Because I told you, every time you are in the internet, your internet service provider, who is your internet service provider? The ISP you are using. It may be Vodafone, Airtel, or any company, they are the ISP. So you need to know the offender's ISP. How can you? You have an IP lookup, there is a box, you put the IP and go click there. See, just click and scroll up. Scroll up. There is a lot of advertisement here. See, what is the company name? Huh? Put the cursor there. Take the cursor there. Where is that? See, this is the ISP. You got point? NK. So, this experiment you have to do in your cybercrime investigation. Please stop and go to my PowerPoint. So, now come to the thing. Our first step was collection of URL. हो गया यार? Next point. हमने URL को inspect किया. The domain name was Facebook. We write to the Facebook asking two questions. Please provide me the creation details and provide me the IP log with respect to that time when those lascivious post was made. Huh? The Facebook provided me with the IP. See, this is that IP. Just imagine this is the IP. Step number 3. Finding out the ISP. How are you going to find it out? Finding out the ISP. How are you going to find out? You have the, you can have this light off. Then they can see. Otherwise this is not lazy. Of all those lights. Is it clear? So anyway, I'll come to this PPT later on. What I am telling you, step number 3. You got the IP from the Facebook. What are you going to do with this IP? You will put this IP in the IP lookup, what I have shown you. And after putting this IP into IP lookup, you will get the name of the ISP. Internet Service Provider. Is it clear to you all? Step number 4. So step number 3 is the identification of the ISP by using the IP lookup. I have already told you. Now go to the last step. Now what is the last step remaining? क्या बाकी है अभी बोलिए एक स्टेप बाकी है क्या है वो सर्विस प्रोवाइडर को पूछना तुम किसको ये आईपी दिए थे उस टाइम पे उस दिन में सिंपल केस isn't it है कि नहीं so we will not ask this like a childish way or kidding way there is a system to ask what are we going to do we are going to send a letter to ISP under 90 or CRPC read with section 69 and 69B of Information Technology Act. You all are in very much love with section 91 CRPC. But when you are asking for electronic evidence, intercepted electronic evidence, you have a specific special statute that is 69 and 69B. So please mention this. These foreigners will understand, okay, we also know the law. Okay? So, in step number 4, we write to ISP, say Vodafone, Airtel, whoever may be, requesting, giving a table. You have to give a table. The table content, IP address, date and time. Because IP address I got from the Facebook. Date and time is written in the complaint, yesterday at about 8:30. So after giving this table, you just please provide me with the IP log or /IPDR/
IP allocation details. तीनों एक ही चीज है, हम तीनों नाम में इसको बुलाते हैं. You can call it IPDR just like CDR, IPDR, or IP allocation details, or IP log. Synonymous, three meanings same.
Sir,
हाँ.
we usually write this to the Facebook.
हाँ, you know, this is not Facebook. Facebook हो गया step number 2 में. This is, we already got the ISP. We are now writing Vodafone, Airtel of these companies. Now, upcoming. Please make your concept clear. Step number 1. We collected the URL by way of a scissor list. हो गया ना? We got the URL. The domain name of the URL was Facebook. Right? हमने Facebook को चिट्ठी लिखा. Facebook को क्या लिखा? क्या पूछा? भाई तुम क्रिएशन डिटेल्स दे दो इस अकाउंट का, कब कौन सा मोबाइल से और कौन सा ईमेल से क्रिएट हुआ है, वो दे देगा. Second, we ask.
They always ask, please follow the LR procedure.
Oh, that will come. That's this separate complex issue. Please write it in your book. Things. I'll come in the last part. We have answer to this. So, and obviously the answer is today only. IT rule 2021. I'll come to this today. So, please try to understand what I'm telling. The simple thing, if you understand first, then complex thing will become simple. So, first thing was collection of URL by scissor list. Second, you got the URL. In the domain name Facebook, we ask for creation details and login details. IP log. What is the IP login? Login मतलब क्या है? Whenever you are entering into Facebook, you are logging in. So whenever you are logging into Facebook, you are carrying an IP, because whenever you are in the internet, you are always an IP. So the server of the Facebook will capture your IP at that date, that time. You are entering into Facebook. There is a recorder. They will always catch your details. They cannot catch your color of your shirt. They will catch you by your IP only. Because that is your identity in the virtual world. They don't have any other identity. So the Facebook will have that IP. We ask the Facebook, please provide me with the IP details, IP log. They will provide from which IP at about 8:30 yesterday the person entered into the Facebook and post that this picture. You got my point? हो गया? स्टेप नंबर 3, फेसबुक ने आईपी दे दिया. हम क्या करेंगे उस आईपी से? आईपी को आईपी लुकअप में बैठाएंगे और पुटिंग दैट आईपी इनटू आईपी लुकअप विल गेट द आईएसपी, नेम ऑफ द इंटरनेट सर्विस प्रोवाइडर. नाउ अब कमिंग इनटू द आईएसपी, लास्ट स्टेप, हम आईएसपी को पूछना है भाई तुम इस आईपी किसको दिए थे ऑन यस्टरडे एट अबाउट 8:30. दैट्स इट. इसको पूछने का रास्ता ये है कि हम लोग एक टेबल बनाएंगे, वो आईएसपी को एक टेबल प्रोवाइड करेंगे. टेबल में 3 चीज रहेगा, डेट, टाइम एंड आईपी. बिकॉज डेट एंड टाइम कंप्लेंट में लिखा हुआ है, आईपी फेसबुक हमको दे दिया. ये तीनों देके हम वो आईएसपी से पूछेंगे भाई तुम हमको आईपीडीआर दो वो टेबल के रेस्पेक्ट में, और आईपीडीआर दो, आईपी एलोकेशन डिटेल्स दो और आईपी लॉग दो. तीनों में एक दो, तीनों एक ही चीज है. तो ये जो हम रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे उसके बाद वो हमको आईपीडीआर देगा. उसमें क्या रहेगा? Now the investigation is completed. How? IPDR में आपका जिस मोबाइल कनेक्शन नंबर पे वो IP एड्रेस एलोकेट किया गया था वो स्पेसिफिक नंबर बता देगा. अगर अभी हम कोई क्राइम इस मोबाइल से करते हैं तो 9830158159 नंबर आ जाएगा IP लॉग में, राइट? इसमें 2 बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन में अभी बहुत काम में लगता है, क्योंकि जब आप इंटरनेट में जाते हैं, whenever you are in the internet, your internet service provider with you a public IP, जैसे ये public IP है और IPv6 है इनका लाक अच्छा है. अगर हम लोग कोई और ISP से जाते हैं जिसका IPv6 नहीं है, वो क्या करते हैं पता है? वो उसी IP at a time और बहुत बंदा को दे देता है. This same IP at a time at the same time is given to other person as well. So इसमें क्या होता है? इन्वेस्टिगेशन में कंफ्यूजन आ जाते हैं ना, किसको अरेस्ट करें, कौन ऑफेंडर है. तो इसका सोल्यूशन है बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग. वह आईपी लॉग में 2 बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट लाइन है, कॉलम है. वन इज द सोर्स आईपी एंड अनदर इज द डेस्टिनेशन आईपी. द डेस्टिनेशन आईपी का मतलब है आप कहाँ जा रहे हैं, और सोर्स आईपी का मतलब हमारा खुद का आईपी. यू गॉट माय पॉइंट? सो से फॉर एग्जांपल एक आईपी 10 पीपल आर गिवन सेम आईपी, बट आउट ऑफ देम 1 पीपल इज गोइंग टू द फ्लिपकार्ट and your case is on Flipkart. So you can understand who is the criminal, who is the offender.
So this way we can filter it out. IPV law, sorry IPDR जो हमने बोला कि IPDR आप मांगिए ISP से, IPDR में बहुत कुछ रह सकता है, जब सेल आईडी रह सकते हैं जिसको आप डिकोड करके नियरेस्ट टावर लोकेशन मिलेगा आपको. You got a lot of things there. Now after getting the connection number, what is your last step remaining? You will ask the ISP भाई तुमने ये नंबर किसको दिए थे, ये नंबर किसके नाम पे है, मतलब क्या मांग सकते हैं कस्टमर एप्लीकेशन फॉर्म. Whenever you are getting a connection, you are filling up the customer application form, isn't it? You are giving Aadhaar card, voter card. So the criminal also, when taking the number, maybe independent. I understand it. The question is coming. Maybe a fake SIM. Who cares? There may be IMEI number. We can search it because unless and until India remains middle level or poor country, the people will not throw away a mobile phone costing 50,000 after commission of a crime. So IMEI number will help it out. So this is the thing. Now please, I am coming to my PPT. So evidence actually, if we come to the evidence, especially documentary evidence, our electronic evidence is that, so this traceability part is clear to you all? Huh? चलिए. Now आते हैं next point. Evidence का मतलब है, documentary evidence का definition है, anything placed before the court for inspection is evidence. तो सब कुछ evidence है. ये evidence है, ये वाला evidence है, सब कुछ evidence है. There is no bar. There is no restriction that it may be evidence, it may not be evidence. Only criteria I already told you. It has to be admissible, it has to be relevant. And then only we go for the other qualities. Clear? So that is the definition of evidence. Now come, I already told you the local exchange principle. Evidence hard time रहता है. ये हमारा inability है. Mr. Paul Cart कि कितने अच्छा interpretation दिया है देखे. Physical evidence cannot be wrong. It cannot perjure itself. It never tell a lie. It cannot be wholly absent. Only human failure to find it, study and understand it can give its value. That's the biggest blunder we make. From the day one of collection till presenting before the court, we are making blunder after blunder. And the value of the evidence is diminishing in every step. And that's why the Supreme Court says, whenever an evidence is coming you, don't go on mere formalities or technicalities. In the process of time, when evidence travel, there will be clock of time. It is the duty of a judge to peel out the clock and come out of the material in between. Fantastic interpretation by one. Same thing is, this is in our ability. See, out of 100 mediated case, only 2 or 1% case at least, I'm telling, maybe it's, I'm telling higher, maybe 0.1% is getting convicted. Why? This is our inability, isn't it? You may be the investigating officer, the first respondent. I may be the public prosecutor. It's our joint inability. It's a joint failure. Right? One thing please keep in your mind, that in case of electronic evidence, I am telling about electronic evidence, which includes the digital evidence, because IT Act has been amended to change digital evidence into electronic evidence. Now, every electronic evidence, it is not electronic evidence which is important. It is how we collect, how we preserve, and how we present the same before the court of the law or the forum is the most important thing. We have collected a very important digital evidence. इसमें तो दिखा रहा है murder वो कर रहा है उसको. But हमने at the time of processing collection of the data हमने blunder कर दिया. हमने पेन ड्राइव पे उसको ले लिया. You got my point? हमने DVR को लिया और एक साल डंप करके रख दिया कहाँ? मालखाना में. Because of wear and tear and other things, the things get destroyed. So preservation of data. Then presentation of the data. I am not coming with a statement under section 65B. So 3 things is most important. It is not the evidence in this field is important. It is how we collect, how we preserve, and how we present before the court of law, the most important thing. And this is called the chain of custody. It's a foreign concept, not codified in our code law book, but it is a most important thing. It is a roadmap of how an electronic evidence travels. See, electronic evidence always travels. An investigating officer visit my house and make a seizure of this mobile phone. Seizure of this mobile phone means what? Seizure of the data within it, isn't it? What we are doing presently with our lack of infrastructure, we are only mentioning about the IMEI number. Whether we are making any identification mark of the data within it, no, isn't it? If the defense says, what is the guarantee that this data was there at the time of seizure? Huh? And that is why when this mobile phone is seized, it is the duty of an investigating officer to get the data within its image forensically, so that a hash value will be created. And until and unless I am doing anything with this hash value, with the data, the hash value remains intact. That provides the ISI mark, the standardization mark, that I have not done any chit-chat with the evidence in terms of it is in my custody as an investigating officer. You got my point clear? Huh?
Sir, how to maintain the hash value?
Tomorrow. That's a forensic part. I'll come to this tomorrow. So, the locale exchange principle is a fundamental forensic rule. Tomorrow I'll read out all the things, but today I'm telling the basic things. It says, everywhere there is a trace, and we have to come with the trace. In case of cybercrime investigation, I've already told you that after you are in the internet, you are allocated with an IP address. आपको एक IP address दिया गया है. आप जहाँ पर भी जाएंगे, जिस पेज में भी जाएंगे, the log of that page will capture your IP. So it's a trace left in that website, isn't it? So science has to be welcome as per the famous USA Supreme Court judge, Stephen Breyer. See, this concept has already been taken by Indian judiciary, Indian lawmaker. Where? You can tell me. Section 79A of Information Technology Act. It says that there is an entity called examiners of electronic evidence who will assist and help the judiciary in examining an electronic evidence. Now, who is this? There is a debate on this. Who will be told as an examiners of electronic evidence? Now the debate has been somehow settled. All the CFSL has been given the examiners of electronic evidence status. And the evidence of examiners of electronic evidence is a relevant admissible evidence under section 45 capital A of Indian Evidence Act. Amended provision. Right? Tell me. So electronic evidence is universal. आप किसी भी फॉर्मेट पे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक एविडेंस लेके आ सकते हैं. It can be sound, it can be audio, it can be text, whatever way you want. Document का evidence in Indian Evidence Act and in section 2 of Information Technology Act, हमारा जो only IT Act है, section 2 में कुछ definitions हैं. उस definition में data वगैरह वगैरह जो definition है और इंडियन एविडेंस एक्ट में डॉक्यूमेंट का जो डेफिनेशन है अमेंडेड हुआ है. अगर दोनों को कंबाइन करके हम लोग पढ़े तो देखेंगे एनीथिंग एंड एवरीथिंग इज एविडेंस. मेरा बात अभी यहाँ पर कैप्चर हो रहा है, दैट इज ऑल्सो एन एविडेंस. राइट? सो वेलकम इलेक्ट्रॉनिक एविडेंस. इलेक्ट्रॉनिक एविडेंस को समझने के लिए 5 प्रोविजन है अंडर इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी एक्ट विच इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. वन फर्स्ट इज सेक्शन 3. सेक्शन 3 इज टेलिंग अबाउट हाउ एन इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिकॉर्ड बी ऑथेंटिकेटेड. हमारा डॉक्यूमेंट और रिकॉर्ड कैसे ऑथेंटिकेट होता है? अगर हम एक चिट्ठी कोर्ट में प्रूव करना चाहते हैं, हम क्या करते हैं? चिट्ठी जो लिखा है उसको कोर्ट में लेके आते हैं. Isn't it? The writer of the letter, who owns the writing, isn't it? So बंदा कोर्ट में आएगा, बोलेगा भाई मेरे हाथ में लिखा हुआ है, मेरा सिग्नेचर है. So how can he prove the document? By his own signature or handwriting, whatever. Same way, if we want to prove an electronic record, we have to prove the electronic evidence of that person. Clear? Section 3 capital A, amended provision of Information Technology Act. It says how electronic evidence be authenticated. एक हमने तो पहले क्या बोला 3 में, how an electronic record be authenticated. Now बोल रहे हैं how an electronic signature will be authenticated. इलेक्ट्रॉनिक सिग्नेचर ऑथेंटिकेटेड आप क्या कर सकते हैं? आप
कभी भी कोई सिग्नेचर सर्टिफाइंग अथॉरिटी, देयर आर सम अथॉरिटीज कॉल्ड सिग्नेचर सर्टिफाइंग अथॉरिटी अंडर आईटीआई, सिग्नेचर सर्टिफाइड अथॉरिटी के पास जाके आप एक इलेक्ट्रॉनिक डिजिटल सिग्नेचर सर्टिफिकेट खरीद सकते हैं, एक सॉफ्टवेयर. And if you impose, and there you will have a private key and public key. So you can impose that private key to generate your digital signature and then authenticate that digital signature with the help of that public key. And this is the only and the most important cyber security system in today's world. इसको छोड़ के कुछ नहीं है. The concept of encryption. इसके ऊपर पूरा सिक्योरिटी दुनिया खड़े हैं. Now, if I have been given a certificate and I have information that my certificate has been lost or my pen drive has been lost which contains that software, but I did not complain before any authority about that, and that signature was authenticated or imposed in any document, then I cannot say, okay, I have not authenticated it. Because I cannot recoil back after it has been imposed of. And that is why if you are in your capacity as a government servant, in the days to come you will only have a simple pen drive for everything. The time is very near. Maybe after 5 or 10 years, you will not carry any paper. You will carry a pen drive, you will have a signature certified software. That's it. But somehow it is lost. It is your duty to agitate before the court of the competent authority. If you don't, then it will be taken as that you have imposed it. You cannot recoil back. Then comes the most important provision, that is section 4. Section 4 अगर नहीं होता तो मैं पिछले 1.5 घंटा से इतना बकबक नहीं करता था. It is welcoming the electronic evidence in the courtroom or any forum. What it says, see, very important. इस देखिए दो फ्रेज है इसमें जो वो इम्पोर्टेंट है. एनी लॉ को देखिए, मतलब आईटी एक्ट आने से पहले जितना लॉ आया है, आईटी एक्ट आने के बाद जितना लॉ आएगा. दिस सेक्शन 4 इज वेरी पावरफुल. You need to understand the inherent value of this provision. Just to give an example, there is a statute law called Indecent Representation Women's Act. I think you heard about this act. 1986. A lady files a complaint that she was shown in a lascivious mode on a newspaper or anything. Indecently represented. The investigating agency started a case under IT Act and also the Indecent Representation Prohibition Act, Women Prohibition Act. Under I think suppose 6 or 8 whatever. 3, 4, 6, 5 like this. So in this case, in 1986 law, there was no provision to accommodate electronic record. उसके अंदर में एविडेंस बोल के इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिकॉर्ड का कोई नामो निशान नहीं है. अभी जब आप इन्वेस्टिगेशन स्टार्ट किए हैं, आपने देखा भाई वो जो लास्बियस पिक्चर है इंडिसेंटली नैकेडली उसको दिखाए जाते हैं, वो है एक न्यूज पोर्टल में. दैट इज इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिकॉर्ड. नाउ आपने उस इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिकॉर्ड को कलेक्ट किया और आपका पब्लिक प्रोसिक्यूटर ट्रायल स्टार्ट किया. द फर्स्ट डे द डिफेंस काउंसिल खड़े होकर बोल दिया भाई ये ट्रायल नहीं होगा, क्योंकि इन आवर लॉ there is no provision for electronic evidence, only printed or handwritten document is stated. So the answer of the public prosecutor will be section 4. What is that? अगर कोई कानून में ऐसा बोला गया कि printed or handwritten document will come as an evidence or information, but in play there is no printed or handwritten document, you only have the electronic record. So in place of printed and handwritten document, you can come with the electronic record. No court say that I am not going to accept this electronic record. You got my point? मतलब क्या हुआ? पहले हार्ड कॉपी जो डॉक्यूमेंट था उसके जगह पे हम लोग इलेक्ट्रॉनिक लेके आ ही सकते हैं. किसी भी कानून में हो, 200 साल पुराना हो और आज से 200 साल बाद का भी हो, कोई मतलब नहीं. That's why the word any law is been put into it. And section 4 is very important. That's why. Another very interesting point is that of section 10. So section 5 says कैसे एक डॉक्यूमेंट को लीगल इलेक्ट्रॉनिक सिग्नेचर को लीगल रिकॉग्निशन दिया जाएगा जैसे नॉर्मल सिग्नेचर को दिया जाता है एंड कम टू सेक्शन 10A दैट इज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग जब ब्रिटिश हमारे पास आया वन ऑफ द मोस्ट प्रिमिटिव लॉ वाज दैट ऑफ इंडियन कॉन्ट्रैक्ट एक्ट उन्होंने हमको दिया जब इंडियन कॉन्ट्रैक्ट एक्ट आया था तब साइबर लॉ क्या कोई इलेक्ट्रिसिटी भी नहीं था that time nearly 200 years old I am telling about so आज क्या हो रहा है nearly 80 to 85% transaction are online transaction मतलब 80 to 85% agreement are electronic agreement आप फ्लिपकार्ट पे जा रहे हैं अमेजन पे जा रहे हैं सब जगह पे जा रहे हैं खरीद रहे हैं व्हाट इज दैट इज एन इलेक्ट्रॉनिक एग्रीमेंट इलेक्ट्रॉनिक कॉन्ट्रैक्ट So, are those legal? Because Indian Contract Act has got nothing to do with this. That's why this amendment came into being. It says that any part of a contract or entire contract, any part of a contract means मतलब अरे भाई जब contract होता है तब एक offer होता है हम बोलेंगे भाई हम इसको तुमको सेल करेंगे आप उसको एक्सेप्ट करते हैं हम खरीदेंगे उसके बाद एक consideration आता है मैं आपको बोलता हूँ इतना पैसा दूंगा आपने दे दिया और उसके बाद वो परफॉर्म करेगा कॉन्ट्रैक्ट को हमको वो दे देगा सो ये जो 3-4 इंपॉर्टेंट इंग्रेडिएंट है ना 3-4 इंपॉर्टेंट इंग्रेडिएंट है ना एक वैलिड कॉन्ट्रैक्ट का अगर इसका कोई भी एक पार्ट और ऑल द पार्ट अगर इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मोड में हो तो कोई कोर्ट नहीं बोल सकता कि वो उसको एनफोर्सेबल नहीं करेगा मतलब मैंने अमेजन में एक बुक खरीदा कोई डिस्प्यूट हुआ मैंने कोई फोरम में गया तो फोरम नहीं बोल सकता कि हमारा कॉन्ट्रैक्ट एक्ट में इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिकॉर्ड का कोई बात नहीं इसलिए हमने इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिकॉर्ड नहीं लेंगे नहीं बोल सकता दे हैव टू वेलकम द इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिकॉर्ड सो टू थिंग्स इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट सेक्शन 4 and section 10A one says that whatever be in the law it may be printed documented or anything typewritten and in place of that if we come with the electronic record no court says that they will not accept it and in case of electronic record no court says that they are not going to take the electronic record or electronic form evidence both the thing I think clear to you all अगर दो सेक्शन नहीं होता तो हम काम नहीं कर पाते electronic record is by nature very sensitive very susceptible and that's why you see there were a lot of judgment in Borneo and others in the foreign countries at the beginning maybe 15 or 17 years or maybe 25 years previous का हम बात बोल रहे हैं there the legal conception was that electronic record is susceptible to change so we will not going to rely on it that was the concept but today the concept has changed it says because of the electronic evidence is very sensitive you cannot tell that it is untrustworthy somebody has to prove that it is untrustworthy onus is upon the person who contradict. You got my point? So, it's very fragile, it can be changed at any point of time. So, this is that Bashir judgment. And that's the point I already told you. Construction of the pleading. पहले हमको क्या देखना है? Evidence relevant and admissible. If that's so, your evidence will go through. Otherwise, the evidence will go straight away to dustbin. Other criteria will come later on. There are a lot of qualities of an evidence, but two qualities are the most important. पहले वो दो टेस्ट होना चाहिए क्या relevancy और admissibility. अगर दो होगा तभी जाके बाकी का बात आएगा नहीं तो useless. हम जितना भी PPT से आज दिखाएंगे सब आप लोग को देखे जाएंगे कोई चिंता नहीं आप थोड़ा कॉन्सेप्शन को अपने दिमाग में घुसा लीजिए that's very important point because people like us is here to build your conception only. Because you will carry the conception till unto death. If you memorize it, learn by heart, it may not be there. But conception is very important. So this is the basic. Now section 59 of Information Technology Act says the evidence can come as a document or a direct witness. I can come to the witness box and say, I have seen the person to murder that person on my own eyes. That's a direct ocular evidence.
और एविडेंस आ सकता है कैसे? बाय वे ऑफ डॉक्यूमेंट. क्लियर? So in our case, today's discussion, electronic record. So that's why 59 has bifurcated evidence into two parts. One is electronic record, another. See, this is the doctrine of interpretation of statute, the what may be, which I already discussed about. Now this, what is there in 65B? I already discussed about that I can come with any evidence. See, for the wording. Notwithstanding anything contained in this act, any information contained in an electronic record which is printed on a paper, stored, recorded or copied in optical or magnetic media produced by a computer, hereinafter referred to as a computer output, shall be deemed to be also a document if the condition mentioned in this section are satisfied. मतलब अगर आप 65 statement को देते हैं, in relation to the information and computer in question shall be admissible in any proceedings without further proof or production of the original as evidence of any contents of the original or any fact stated therein of which the direct evidence would be admissible. समझ गए ना बात? Original direct evidence के जगह पे हम इसको लेके आ सकते हैं. This is the other part of the provision. I'm showing some of the format. Oh, let me tell you another very important resource. If you want to know how to draft a 65-page statement, so you can go to the Google and search by word 65B format. You will find the first page, a blog post I have made on a portal that is called So Legal. There is a platform called So Legal. In So Legal, I have made a post on this point, and in this post you will get three formats. One is the evidence from WhatsApp, another is the evidence from Gmail, another from WhatsApp from the Facebook. I'm just giving an example only. You change according to your need, your requirement, right? So that format I have given. You can go to the till date nearly 1.5 lakh person already visited that page. You can go and visit that page as well. So this is there in another example of 65p. एक 65p स्टेटमेंट में रहता क्या है? एग्जाम्पल, टेक आवर केस. द लेडी थाने में आया और बोला मेरे नाम पे एक फेक फेसबुक अकाउंट क्रिएट हुआ, राइट? तो उन्होंने क्या किया? उन्होंने अपना एक स्क्रीनशॉट लेके थाने में आया और आपने उस स्क्रीनशॉट को सीज किया. और एट द टाइम ऑफ मेकिंग अ सीजर ऑफ द स्क्रीनशॉट आपने क्या किया? एक 65p स्टेटमेंट बना ली. सॉरी, आपने क्या किया? वो लेडी के पास से एक 65p स्टेटमेंट ली क्योंकि लेडी का डिवाइस से वो आया था. तो ए 65p स्टेटमेंट में वो लेडी क्या लिखेगा? वो पहले जब आएगा बात ऊपर में, उसमें वो लिखेगा भाई आई नेम्ड डॉटर ऑफ ब्ला ब्ला और वाइफ ऑफ ब्ला 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 by occupation these etc deciding at this just like the format we are providing in affidavit, stating to the best of my knowledge and belief that there will be at least 4 paragraphs. The first para will connect the document with the device. It will say that the screenshot carrying this URL which I have given to you today has been taken or screenshot has been taken or downloaded in my computer made by Dell having these model number blah blah blah, clear, which was under my dominion and control throughout the time. That's the para number 1. Para number 2, this type of evidence are regularly fed into in my machine. It's not any foreign thing. I can upload, download picture, anything and everything, screenshot, anything. So this type of documents or data are regularly fed into in my machine. Number 3, that during this period my machine or device has not been damaged, and if it has been at all damaged, it is not going to change the integrity of the evidence. Number 4, the most important thing, whatever evidence I have given is a reproduction of the reproduced, which I already told you. Say for example, tomorrow morning I was preparing this PPT, that was a production. Now I have come with a pen drive, right? And that pen drive is actually have that file. What I have done, I have clicked on the file and reproduce the file. Is it clear? So what is, if you take a printout of this page, what will be status? Reproduction of the reproduced. It is a reproduced. Huh? And you are taking a printout of that. So that is a reproduction of the reproduced, isn't it? That will be our fourth paragraph. So these are the ingredients which will be there in a statement under section 65B. So in Bashir judgment, the Honorable Supreme Court has stated that there are these 5 criteria that has to be there in a statement under section 65B. A statement of 65B to be fulfilled these 5 criteria. Now another interesting point, the amendment in section 88 of Information Indian Evidence. Fantastic. See, I'll give you an example, it will be clear to you. I have sent a very defaming, containing lascivious content mail to Madam sitting in the front row. Madam got the mail. And Madam filed a complaint to you. You go to the Madam's house and requested the Madam to give a screenshot of the thing. In the screenshot, it is written to, from an attachment, to Madam's own mail ID, from bivas.chatterjee@gmail.com, and the attachment, that crime content, right? So if you collect that data with 65P admissibility or complaint, all these things, and if you prove that before your prosecutor present that in the court, what amount of evidence will court will take? See, there are 2 presumptions. Any evidence can be proved by 2 ways, either by a fact, by proving a fact, or by proving a presumption. Say for example, during the 7 years of marriage, a case of presumption has come under 304B, dowry death and other things. So there are a lot of presumptions out there. So the law says that court may presume that a mail has come from bivas.chatterjee@gmail.com to the Madam's mail ID. But court shall not presume that Bivas Chatterjee has sent the mail. This is interesting, isn't it? Thus Indian legislature has differentiated between man and machine. Because I can hack your system, I can session hijack your mail ID. So how can you say that the mail coming from bivas.chatterjee@gmail.com is always sent by me? So there shall not be any presumption as to the person, but there may be a presumption that these were sent from this mail ID. You got my point clear? So that is 82. So this is one of the foreign judgment. It says that the fact that it is possible to alter data content in a computer is plainly insufficient to establish the untrustworthiness. इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि भाई आप इलेक्ट्रॉनिक एविडेंस काम कर रहे हैं, मतलब ये कोई काम का नहीं है, बेकार है. ये नहीं चलेगा. पहला पुराना वाला जजमेंट था. So nowadays, see, in many cases, I have seen the magic. Giving a simple magical example. In one cheat fund case, for every state in India, we have an anti-cheat fund, anti-spongy scam law. In Bengal, we have a PIDFI Act. Under section 3 of PIDFI Act, if a person is found guilty, life imprisonment is awarded. There are 5 group of companies. The first and till date, the only one cheat fund company judgment was delivered in a court, trial completed and judgment delivered, and I happen to be the public prosecutor, special public prosecutor to that case. And in this case, the investigating agency, the police, has not sent any letter to the LR requesting for my appointment. The judge herself requested a letter to the LR to appoint me, as the entire case was based on hard disk data. Because today's companies will not maintain hundreds and thousands of people's data in a paper. They will maintain it in a hard disk, isn't it? So the case was very simple. So I'll just tell you a simple given example. For 2-3 minutes, you will understand the power of electronic evidence. During investigation, it was seen that there are 5 group of companies where cheating the money of the people. And those 5 group of companies were keeping or maintaining their database in 2 dedicated servers maintained by a private company. The chief of that private company came to the court for deposing or giving evidence. I requested that chief, please come with the database file to the court. Before the learned court, when he reached, he contained a pen drive which contains a database file, .back file, that contains entire investor data. Who is the investor, how much amount is spending, whatever it is. That is our case. So I requested the judge with a prayer. I prayed before the judge with an application written that I want to install the Microsoft SQL search query language before the judicial computer. Believe me, this is an experiment I have made. I don't think none ever this type of experiment was made prior to me in India. That's why I told you that anything and everything is evidence. Make your mind broaden up to accept anything. So I prayed before the court to allow us or to make arrangement for installation of a licensed software, Microsoft SQL. The court allowed it. Then the Microsoft SQL was installed into the computer. Then that database file was converted into XLS. And thereafter, I ran search query language on it. And after running the search query, you know what I got? From the first day onwards, when I was fighting this case on behalf of the state, actually I was not fighting for the state, I was fighting for the poor investors. They are more affected. So one day a person came and touched my feet. I asked him who is he? Who was he? A chawala was standing there beside. He told me, sir, this is a person who usually come every day to watch the proceeding. He had one 8-year-old boy who is suffering from leukemia, and he saved 2 lakh of rupees for his best treatment. He invested that amount to the chit fund company to get it doubled, but his amount was also being cheated. That's the motivation I first got from this case. And there was this experiment. Every day I was going to the court. The stalwart learned defense counsel was only submitting that this is a case of 10 to 12 crore rupees. This is a scam of 10 to 12 crore rupees max to max. Alleged scam. But I was not satisfied that this was a 10 to 12 crore rupees scam. It might be more than. And my perception was right, proved right on that day when I put the Microsoft SQL query with that back file, and then I generate the query, and for everybody's shock and surprise, it was found that amount of due was not 12 crore, but it was 894 crore. This is the beauty of electronic evidence. It never tells. But the only thing, see, you can get such a huge, powerful thing. In many of the cases, today you are here for cyber and data, but for any conventional cases, see, basically the defense lawyer, if an investigating officer thinks in the same mindset of a defense lawyer has, you will never going to lose a case. If you take the mindset of an investigating officer, in heinous cases, the first attempt a defense lawyer does is that he tried to change or shift the PO by way of cross-examination. Shift the time, shift the place, everything. So if you prove the PO electronically, there is chances of changing that is minimized. In one of my murder case, this very famous case in Bengal, Jubilee Bridge murder case, 15-year-old boy has got some friends who are major to him in terms of age. They called him to go to a place for roaming about. So he was taken to, there's a bifurcating bridge between
Ganga River, bifurcating to district. It's called Jubilee Bridge. It's a very age-old bridge made by British, 200 years old bridge. And there's a new bridge being made, and there was a abandoned room there on the finishing point of that old bridge. They took this young child. They asked for ransom of 10 lakh rupees from the relatives. The relatives were negotiating, and they tried somehow to understand the voice. It's known to them, and they apprehend that they will be caught by the investigating agency. So what they did, they strangulate the boy and throw into the Ganges. After 10 days, his body was recovered from a very distant place. From two perspectives, this case was challenged for us. One is from the medical jurisprudence perspective. I have proved it, that there was a strangulation and a manual strangulation, because in spite of that putrefaction of the skin and other, because of that body was floating on water for 10 odd days, there was a sign of manual strangulation. And the next most important thing, which is relevant in today's class, after this person was kidnapped, his brother-in-law make a post on Facebook giving a picture of that man. His name was Prince. This is the picture of Prince. If anybody get any information about him, please call in this number. ये बोल के उन्होंने एक पोस्ट किया फेसबुक में. After a few minutes on that post, there was a reply in the telling that call kar. And that reply came from the Facebook account of the victim. And we have come with this call kar evidence. Same way I showed you the traceability part. That URL from which the call kar was coming, from that URL we got the IP, from the IP we got the mobile number, and to our best surprise, it was the victim's own mobile phone number. That means after commission of the crime, they tried to make this impression that he was live, and that's why the offenders was using the mobile phone of the victim, and in that mobile phone the victim was logged in his Facebook account, and they have used that Facebook account by this way. So this is one of the, I think, first case in India where the charge has been framed under 66 IT Act read with 302 IPC, murder with hacking. And all three persons were awarded life imprisonment with a punishment of 3 lakh rupees each. All these are behind the custody now. So in this case, what I have tried, when they were in the Jubilee Bridge committing the crime, by that time the victim got some call, and call was made, the ransom call was made. And there was a tower dam collected, and the tower dam also collected the nearby number, including those the accused number. And getting those number and then cell ID, getting this number from CDR, we get the cell ID. And when decoding the cell ID, we got the nearest tower location. Now, we made a further query to the internet service provider of the telecom company, asking that, see, this is the lat long of the PO, latitude, longitude of the PO. Our IO went to the PO and pick up his mobile phone, and with the help of the Google map, he captured the lat long of that place. And that lat long, mentioning that lat long, a query is made to the telecom company whether this tower, mobile tower, or this LID containing tower contains that lat long, or this lat long comes under the area of that tower. The answer was yes. So the probability, there was water and water on both sides. Only there was a bridge where people can stand. So the probable presumption that they might be on the bridge on that day. This is one of the evidence. I am not telling this is the only evidence. So if a renowned defense lawyer tried to break the PO, he will think for twice. I can give another example.
one Nepali citizen lady was actually working in call center in Sector 5. After Nirbhaya judgment, you know, there was a Criminal Law Amendment Act 2013 and Criminal Law Amendment Act 2018. In Criminal Law Amendment Act 2013, 376G has been converted into 376D. Now gang rape is taken care of by 376D. Under 376D, this is our first case in Bengal. The lady at the dead of the night who are coming out of his office, there was a little bit, there's no people there. One people was actually following him. One person was following him. The lady got scared. Then a moving Tata Sumo came. There were 3 people in the Tata Sumo. And this another people who was standing, who was following her. All 4 persons forcefully taken her into that Tata Sumo. And throughout the night, in a moving car, they turn by turn sexually assault her. 11 times. Lady was about to die. In the morning, when the first ray of the light came in, the lady heard that they were discussing between them, because the lady was there actually for 3-4 years, started understanding Bengali language a little bit. The lady was heard that they were thinking about killing her in the same fashion like that of Nirbhaya and dumping her body in a nearby place called Madhyamram. Then and there, from the moving car, the lady jumped from. And when the lady jumped from the moving car, she sustained some bleeding injury and there was a oozing blood on her private part. The lady was lying on the road for a few minutes and hours. A patrolling party was going through that area. The time when the lady jumped from the moving car, the mobile phone of one of the offender came with her. And her own mobile left on the moving car. The accused persons fled away from that area. We came with the decoded tower location of both the mobile phone in the trial. And it shows, because we have a laxity in case the area was a very huge area. So the court that we can show that the decoded tower location of the victim and the offenders was in the same tower in that area. So electronic evidence by many means will help. But now I think you all aware of the LBS. You know what is LBS? Anybody? So that is helping you a lot to at least arresting the accused person. I can still remember, there's a heinous case, murder case, I think, if you can remember, in Bhopal, person murdered his girlfriend, dumped her body after cementing her body in a bedroom, and every day the father used to live in, her parents used to live in Bakura. Every day the poor fathers used to visit the investigating officer, the PS, and burst into tears. One day the officer called me, that's one of my students. Sir, I couldn't do anything for that person. It's very painful. There's no trace of that lady. He said already 3-4 months has gone. So I said him, see, this Facebook, this Twitter, these accounts, these will take you to the PU. Believe me. Go and have searched this. Means social media investigation is a major role you all have to follow. The first case of call center scam in West Bengal, maybe you're the first in Eastern India, when the CID investigated, I was the special PP. It was a German call center scam. The victims were there in 11 countries spreading throughout the Europe and USA. And the crime was committed from a company sitting in Sector 5. When the German public prosecutor people came to the Bengal for the help of letter rogatory, we got the information that on the basis of the social media investigation, they have almost zeroed down the offender. Who is the name of the person, company name, MCA and other things related, they have almost zeroed down the name. That's why I request you, whenever you want to investigate a person, an offender, please also investigate his or her social media profile. That is very important. So in that case, we have seen the power of that thing. That helps us a lot. In this murder case, the last post made by the person with that lady who was supposed to be her boyfriend was helped the investigating agency to reach to his house at Bhopal. So these social media data may be it's a two-sided of coin. It may be bad for the society. It can be good for our investigating agencies. Have you heard of the word called Oceanity? Go to my blog or my pages. I have uploaded a video on it. Open source intelligence. So open source intelligence will be the ultimate duty of yours in the days to come. I'm just telling this today. Whatever prediction I have made for the last 10, 11 years, I am in this field. Everything proved to be right. You got a mobile phone by which a person registered in Instagram. By applying the Oceanity tools, you can then and there get everything of that person. Come to our discussion. So there are a lot of judgment I discuss about this Ram Singh versus Colonel Ram Singh. The important part of this judgment is that time we are not concerned about this time, this present day's advanced level of evidence. That time our judiciary, the Supreme Court was busy with recorded voice. Whether this recorded call will come as an evidence, call recording or voice recording. The court says yes in Malkhan judgment and Colonel Singh. In Malkhan judgment, the Honorable Court says very clearly three important things. One is that voice has to be matched, the things has to be relevant, and the most important thing, the possibility of discontinuity of that voice has to be eradicated. Matlab, we have to prove that that video or that audio is continuous in nature. There is no tampering, there is nothing. People used to say, yesterday one of the SP called me when I was coming through my train in the night. A case was registered. A political party leader has busted and stated against a lot of lesbians thing, attacked the public servant, the OC concern and everybody. Though SP wants to start a case. So there was a video, I've seen the video. I prescribed him to come with the mobile phone which first time captured the video. That's the best evidence. Now, same concept will come here. Whenever you are to take those videos or things, whether if you say, for example, you are not getting anything, you only get the forwarded data. You take that forwarded data in a forensic way, no issue. And when you are sending that data, please, your query should have one question, that is whether the video in this pen drive are continuous in nature or not. Please mention this question. Why I am telling this? This will cover up the Malkhan judgment. See, on the feature of magnetic tape, recording in the ability to erase and reuse the recording medium. So, because of this facility of reuse and erasure and reuse, the evidence must be received with caution. The court must be satisfied beyond reasonable doubt that the record has not been tampered with. So, see, this is very interesting. Malkhan judgment, what the Honorable Supreme Court in 1973 says. So, provide the tape recorded conversation is admissible, provided first the conversation is relevant to the matters in issue. Secondly, there is identifications of the voice, and thirdly, the accuracy of the tape recorder conversation is produced by eliminating, the most important thing, we have to eliminate the possibility of erasing the tape recorder. You got my point? There may be erasure or reuse of the thing. It has got that possibility, whether up. So that's why you cannot, he told, the SP told me that they are in the AVP Anand or in the other channel, the video has been seen. We can collect the video. But can that video go as an evidence? No, never. Because every time a channel, TV channel or anybody is uploading any video, they are actually editing. You just see, your interview is captured for 10 minutes and they are showing it for 2 minutes. How can it be possible? They are changing it, they are editing it. So that edited data cannot come as an evidence because it's self-telling that it cannot be relied upon, isn't it? So these are the very important some of the judgment. In Nabdat Sadhu, I already told that Parliament case I discussed about. There are other judgment. This is a basic judgment. Electronic evidence 65 is mandatory. That Tommaso Bruno is also relied on this. Sonu our judgment is interesting. It's a two-bench judgment. There's a murder case. Conviction was awarded. And one of the most important, the judgment was that after something commission of the murder, the accused called from a PCU. So that evidence came in. In the trial, the defense did not challenge about and this evidence came without 65B. The defense did not raise any challenge. In the appeal, they raised challenge. The Honorable Court said no, you cannot do this in appeal. That was one of the points. Now comes the Safi Muhammad. I already discussed about Safi Muhammad. It's a contrary to Bashir. So these are all certificate mandatory. This is the Karnataka Hirama judgment I already told. Right? Non-compliance of 65B is a curable defect. So there are other judgments as well. There's a foreign law and see this type of law what India have, the other countries all have. I have given some example. You can go and watch those things, right? So that's my mobile number. So the background of ITIL 2021. I am giving you a first of my difficulty. Then I come to the solution. Already my brother told that difficulty. हम जब फेसबुक को लिखते हैं किसी को लिखते हैं उन्हें कुछ नहीं देता है they are choice of giving and they are telling okay you come with a interrogatory or MLAT not MLAT interrogatory. What's the funda? If the country with which we have the mutual legal assistance treaty, then only we can have a interrogatory and you can ask for the data. There are barely 40 countries. If you search on Google by the word MLAT, please open the CBI page. There you will get all the countries' name with whom we have the MLAT. Click on any of the country, you will get the entire MLAT uploaded there. Read those MLAT. These will say that what amount of evidence they will going to provide and what they will not going to provide because they are more on privacy and other things. That is that. Now, I shared my own, yes, thank you brother. I shared my own experience. In our Baduria, there's a district in Bengal called 24 Pargana North. It is now divided. Previously it was an undivided North 24 Parganas. Now, 2 police district has been created. I was in the, this is very interesting for you as well. I was in a crime conference because in many districts in Bengal, the SPs are invited me in many crime conference. In one crime conference, I suggested to the SP that your district is a borderline district, and there are upcoming 2 communities, and you have to be careful about not on the surveillance of the people, but on the surveillance of the digital activity of the people. So after this case, I have created a cyber RG party to every district of West Bengal. But I don't know how they are followed or not, but I tried my level. That comes the next point. Because you police officers are very numbered. How can you guard everybody? It's not possible. So you can include the people within it. That's very much required. What happened? I just told him this. After 6 months, there was a riot. And the reason of the riot was a Facebook post. There was a Facebook post made by somebody. I cannot speak the name because he's a child in conflict with them. He say for example he is X. The post was made in this way, X with X. Means there are two Facebook account was created in the name of X, giving his or her profile picture. The post was made defaming a religious guru. Riot started. You can't believe the only police and the government vehicles were set on fire to the tune of 2.1 crore rupees. Forget about the other casualties. Such a huge casualty was there. One district was out of the civilizations for nearly 2 months. The person X was arrested by police when he took shelter on a high-rising paddy field. He would have not arrested, he was actually rescued by police. His house was set on fire by the mob lynching party. After this investigation was started on that person, arresting that person, one day the IO, being the CI of that area, visited my PS, visited my chamber in the evening with a request, sir, I'm trying to investigate this case, but I cannot because I don't know how to do it. Because I don't have any clue, I don't have any URL, I don't have anything. I go through the case, few pages of the case diary, and then I close up the it. And I say, yes, you are going on the wrong foot. Going through the case, I saw that there was actually no URL present because the time the post was made, every officer in Bengal police and CID and Calcutta police was busy to delete that page, block that page, erase that page. Because there are two issues in it. One is the investigation and another is the law and order. So these pages, these things are actually spread like fire. Because India is the second largest internet user, but it is also that India might have the most number of illiterate netizens. We are not mature enough to handle this thing, but we are in the logged in 24 hours. Nearly 80 to 90 crore Indians are regularly logged into WhatsApp, Facebook, or Twitter, and other things. This is the dichotomy, this is the destiny, and this is your problem, brother. In one side you have to maintain the law and order, in other side you have to investigate. And that's why this rule is very important. There is a provision, rule in this rule that says that when you are asking for deleting a page or blocking a URL, you also made a request to preserve that data. And that preservation of data in a normal case will be nearly 180 days. And if you make another request for extending the time, they will bound to extend that time. So what happened? When I go through the case, I saw that after the commission of this crime, the investigating agency requested the Facebook to provide the URL, the IP address. The Facebook, after waiting for 45 days, said, we are not going to provide you the IP address because of our policy, we don't provide any IP address with respect to political case and religious case. Who the hell you are will decide what is important and what is not important. You are only a company, intermediary under section 2 subsection W of Information Technology Act. And you are liable to discharge your duty under section 79 of Information Technology Act. So the most important concept by starting this rule is that of a safe harbor theory. Means every online portal or this type of social media, this is called the social media is another. So significant social medias, these are called. Those people who have a maximum number of users, just Facebook and other, these are called significant social medias as per this rule. So everyone who are there in the social medias are there. You are bound by section 79 of Information Technology. But section 79 is giving some laxity to these organizations.
These are called the safe harbor. When they are following the law of the land and due diligence, they don't have any liability. So they are extending this liability in such a way that they have started to discriminate in which case they are going to provide the data, in which case they are not going to provide the data. This was one of the big issues for our law enforcement agency, especially in this world where we can, at any point of time, we can have a cyberware there. Recently, I have posted a video on it. Go and see my page in Facebook. There is advanced warfare came into being. People are telling not about atomic weapon. Every day we are taking selfies and uploading that. We are doing it. I am also doing it. I have posted a lot of my faces. So say for example a city called Gangtok. There are say 1 million people inside. China wants to attack India. What they going to do? They got at least 50% of the Gangtok people's face uploaded or available in the internet? Huh? Biometric face information, dangerous thing. In Aadhaar there are 3 things. Fingerprints, IDs and this thing. This is included later on. So if I can see what are the warfare is that, there are very small amount, teeny drone are been applied. The swarm of drone will be put or hurled through a helicopter or a plane. Every drone is a computer. Every drone is matched or programmed with the face of a particular citizen. Face data. And every drone contains 3 grams of explosive weapon. They will just straight away sit here, come here, hit this and this one. So I told you, if there is a third world war, this will be data war. See, this is the example. So you have to police, you have to keep your policing, law and order in this area. So there is a provision under section 70 of Information Technology Act. And there is a definition under section 70. It is called the critical information infrastructure. You know what is critical information infrastructure? This infrastructure contains the data of the health data of the entire citizen of India, the law enforcement agency data and US data. You are also giving the data to the WhatsApp. You have a lot of blog and everything. You know, there's an email rule given by Government of India in year 2015 that every public servant have to use a .gov.in mail or email given by competent authority. But we are using Gmail. What does it mean? There will be 3-4 countries who will be most powerful. And they will become the sovereign virtual countries. And they will rule us. Because they have the data. We are giving the data in Google. Isn't it? The concept of private key, the encryption, is a bogus concept. Because today we can say our encryption policy is such a high that nobody can decrypt the data. Tomorrow somebody there who can decrypt the data. Because nothing is absolutely unhackable. Every system has got some vulnerabilities. It is for a patient hacker to find out the vulnerability. The 2-step of an ethical hacker is scanning and reconnaissance. I'll sit there outside of this room and try to find out where is there is a hole, wherefrom I can take entry into it. And I'm not going to make entry of this huge bulk of body. I'll send a metasploit. And that metasploit may be a steganography file. That may be a beautiful song of Kishore Kumar. That can be a picture of a rose. And that is actually a Venus. And it can go to your system, kill somebody and come out of it. It can be a Venus snake. So this is actually, we have to wait for. So that's why my prescription for all you young officers, please have the habit of reading. You have to read. You have to update what is happening throughout the world. And at least to learn a Linux distro. The best distro which you can learn is the Kali Linux. This is simple for you. And if you want more simpler, go and install the Parrot. Try to understand how things are hacked. Otherwise, you cannot investigate in the days to come. Because India needs, and I am not telling, as per our cyber security rule 2013, National Cyber Security Policy 2013, we need 5 lakh police officers who knows how to hack. So bindas, don't hack. Bindas पढ़ते रहिए, और whenever you want to hack, either go to the Kali or go to the Parrot, because there you are under the Tor, and your IP will never come up. Otherwise, you will be caught first by the NSA. When you are in the Tor, the National Security Agency of USA will first block your IP or monitor your IP. So try to make yourself anonymous. Then definitely it is your right and duty, because I think legally, because India doesn't have any law like USA, White Truck Act and other. But if you interpret the CRPC, the police is the only ethical hacker. So you can bindas hack the system. So what I am telling, the problem was that they were not providing me the data. In that my Baduria case, I have to do a lot of struggle to reach to the actual IP. And this is also an interesting case. I spent 3-4 nights. There was a ill reputation against me on many judicial perspective forum. People have raised this point. The defense lawyer every day raised this point that Mr. Chatterjee is not a public prosecutor; he is an investigating officer. So he should be removed from this case. Believe me, there are verbal applications, petitions, there are written petitions, lot of things. Even up to the apex court, this petition was made. But I love to be. I feel proud for it. Because every developed countries, the prosecutor take part in investigation. But we have a tutu meme concept. And this is a very absolutely bogus. And I am telling you, in case of electronic evidence investigation, this bogus concept will not going to help. If I do not help the investigating officer, guide the investigating officer, how can that knowledge of technology and law will come and handshake with each other? And if there is no handshaking, nothing will happen. Isn't it? Because there are hundreds of people who are expert in law. There are thousands of people who are expert in technology. But where is this the bridging gap? Where is the bridge? That is required. Because for the corporate, it is create a problem, find a solution, get a promotion. And for us, to see that real offender get punished. So mentality, the philosophy is different. And you have to match the technology invented by corporate with our welfare state concept of law. Isn't it? That is a dichotomy. This is a paradox. And that's why this fight. So anyway, so in that case, I just giving a 1 minute till, then I come into this rule. It's a very small rule, not taking much of time. So in that case, we don't have the IP of the Facebook. I took up the log file of the first offender, that is Mr. X, the Facebook log. I analyzed the log, and after analyzing the log, I got the IP address. And from that IP address, I put it into IP lookup, this way. And I got that this IP was given by this internet service provider. Then I asked the number. The internet service provider provided me IPDR. The example I showed you, the same way. I got the number, but this mobile phone is switched off.
going through all these things, it was a very hard case. 3 days I have a sleepless night with the investigating SOG team, special group team. And on the last day we cracked the case. In between time, we got the ultimately IMEI number, and we put this IMEI number into an application called IMEI Info. And we got, this is a Chinese mobile number. They don't follow the international IMEI policy all the time. It's a very hard thing. And that's why there's a directive by the government of India that this type of mobile is prohibited in India. So, we make analysis of the CDR, IP and all. It was seen that the mobile he was using at that point of time, the person got the IMEI number, and IMEI number, that IMEI number some long time ago, prior commission of the crime, was used by a particular mobile connection number. We got that connection number, and that was also switched off. Then we got the CDR of that connection number. We got another IMEI number. And one of the IMEI number was active. After coming up these all layer, we got ultimately one IMEI number on IMEI analysis which is active. And then when the interception was put on that number, it was seen that in one of the recording I heard that the person was speaking to his girlfriend, telling that police buddhu ache, police is stupid, they have catch hold of Mr. X, they cannot catch hold of me. I'll be returning you, don't mind, I'll come, I'm in Delhi, in my sister's house, I'll be coming, don't bother, I'll come to you. So he was completely speaking on that verse, and the voice was now recorded by the police. On the day, on one of the day, his movement from the morning was from Delhi towards Bengal. We have 3-4 hours in our hand, so we instructed the IO. I was sitting there 3-4 days in the SOG team, and I slept there. I have my lunch and everything there. So the IO was outside of Bengal, that district. He was there for any evidence as a witness. So I told him that you have 3 hours in your hand. You have to come at this district. The Rajdhani will take entry, and this person probably in that train. That much of information. He went to the train, and then thereafter, after all this, he got 3-4 people on suspicion. And after asking all these things and all lead, he find out and localized one person. And he admitted that he is the person who has actually made that Facebook account and remained logged in. Along with that, Mr. X. Mr. X is logged in into his Facebook account, and this person is also logged in into that account because he is an expert in this field, and he created this Facebook account, and his duty was, he was actually habitually creating Facebook account for his school, college friends. He was arrested. There's a lot of media, the things were showing in the channel and all. The IO called me over the phone. Sir, I have done it. I said, Dhananda, you have done nothing. He became angry. Sir, I have done nothing. Out of these thousands of people, I located a person, and he's supposed to be the person who uploaded actually. I said, no, you did nothing. I repeatedly told him. He said, then what to do? I said, go, if you forward this accused person today only or tomorrow, he will get another bail. Because you don't have that much of evidence. This evidence is only not enough. Because we have to prove a case beyond reasonable doubt. In all my cases which resulted into conviction, I have layer of evidences. If a layer falls, then another layer will come for rescue. So he said, what to do, sir? Where is that mobile phone? Whether he make a seizure of that. Then he started interacting with that person, interrogating the accused person, and that he then divulged that after commission of the crime, he destroyed that scene and then sold that mobile phone on OLX.in to some persons. And after getting all log and everything, we got localized that person. That person was examined, and he was using that mobile phone on that day. He was kept that switched off, and he got that mobile phone, and then on there, that 164 statement was recorded of that person. Then the officer called me. I said, now you have done something. So the trial is going on. It's maybe one of the first of its case in Bengal or maybe in India, where I have come with the ethically hacked data. Facebook has not given any IP address. We have hacked the Facebook.
So they get access to the recording?
So we got the entire log up. I'll come to it in tomorrow because I'll show you the step-by-step thing. If we have your own Facebook account, you can download entire activities of your Facebook account into your hard disk. So if you can get access after getting the permission under 27 of Indian Evidence Act, if you can lead to discovery what is there in the Facebook account of the offender, then we can download that log file. And that log file contains 4 important data. Every time you are entering into the Facebook, they will provide you 4 type of data. One is the date and time of your logging into the Facebook. Second is the cookies. Third is the IP. And fourth is the browser details. So that IP is the IP by which you have entered into the Facebook account. So the offender's IP is not the only Facebook can provide you. It is that if you can have our Android forensic has not developed. If our Android forensic developed, you can also definitely speak that I am using Facebook account, I am using this Facebook account, and I have interacted on this Facebook account yesterday. That's the beauty of Android forensic. It's a very nascent stage. But in this case, what we have done, we have downloaded the log file of that day when the post was made. And those log files contain 4 series of data. And the third data was the IP address from which those post was made. I put those IP into IP lookup. I got the name of the ISP. Then I sent the IP request to the ISP. The ISP said, this is the number where from this Facebook was logged into. Got my point? So we ethically have backtracked the evidence. Very simple way. We are not using the WireSat or other devices or other softwares. Or backdoor and other thing. Very simple way. Because we can't do it. The Facebook will not going to share me with the encryption data. I cannot make a backdoor attack on Facebook server. It's a very tough thing. What we have done, you can have your evidence from 3 places. From the offender, from the victim, and from the in-between path. So there is a complaint that I have sent some SBS comment to upload anything on Face or send you on your email account, Gmail account. So you can data from my laptop or mobile, from your laptop or mobile, or from the Google authority. There is a concept called traffic data under section 69A, 69, 69B and 69A. So network traffic data we can have, which shows where from the data travels from one node to another. Clear? So come to our the IT rule. So as per this rule, that time, not today. Today is much more. WhatsApp user in India 53 crore, and this is a interesting. It's coming from the Government of India source, that is PIB, Press Information Bureau. So there was a Facebook case prior to this rule came into being. A person, a software engineer, entered into a public interest litigations. And there's a debate whether we can encrypt the data, how can we get the IP address. If the Facebook doesn't provide the IP address, what will be the scenario of investigation? These holes of issues were dealt with in that public interest litigation. So that judgment I have shared with you. The Facebook Incorporation versus Union of India. Here Union of India was made party. So I have given the transfer petition civil number of this, 2019. It's still pending. So there is an interlocutory order dated 24 September 2019. Facebook Incorporation versus Union of India, there's another transfer petition. There's hundreds of transfer petitions because there are a lot of these type of petitions pending on different high courts of India. All have been transferred to Supreme Court. So this one way the question of making of the rule. So in our Information Technology Act, especially we already have our intermediate guideline rules. So now we come with this. So prior to this IT rule 2021, we have a very interesting IT rule called IT rule 2011. That is the data privacy or data protection bill, that time you can call. So, so apart from this, we have this rule, intermediate guidelines and other. So we have a huge background. Because we already feel that till that you are feeling this. Why this company is not going to provide you the data? Because they are bound to provide it as per section 69 and 69B of Information Technology Act, and they are bound to delete a page when you are making a complaint to them under 69 capital A. Clear?
So these were they are enjoying the safe harbor. After this rule, the government of India state was stated, okay, enough is enough. You are not going to enjoy any kind of safe harbor rule. So then the rule came into being. There are a lot of key rules. I have mentioned about some gist of the rule. The rules as following: Part 1 preliminary, Part 2 due diligence by intermediaries, and so this due diligence is important. What intermediary should do at that point of time, that is his due diligence, and whether say I have seen a lesbian's picture on Facebook account. I have intimated the Facebook, so this is go against Indian law. So that's the due diligence to be followed by Facebook. Clear? So this is the thing, and we have the last thing. So this will also call the ethics code rule. So this new media, these news online news portal, this media, these OTT platforms. After the pandemic came in, the cinema halls are closed. People started viewing cinema from where? Huh? OTT. So these platforms, ethics code was also included within this rule. So they have to say, okay, this is meant for adult. So there are bifurcation 4 types, U by A and all these things. 16 plus, 18 plus, all these codes are there. So this is the rule we have come with. Guidelines of this rule on this. Now some of the important thing of this guideline, there's a level 1, level 2, level 3. First point was, when this rule was framed, was that the first difficulty, that these people are doing business in India, but they don't have any officer or their address or anything. We can call a grievance officer, a nodal officer, or a compliance officer. So the rule came, this rule came in being, and with this rule, prior to this rule, there was a e-commerce rule 2020. Combined together, when an e-commerce site is also doing any business, they have to in their website specifically mention the email address and the physical address of the compliance officer, nodal officer or grievance officer. So in this case, you can remember there was a wire started between Twitter and Government of India. This was the reason. Right? So, this was one of the things. Next comes, actually these people have taken us for granted. If you say in single word. Puttuswamy judgment, retired Justice Puttuswamy judgment 2017 says that privacy is our fundamental right. In year 2021, the WhatsApp, the most used OTT in India. None can, other than India, where this huge Puriman subscriber are there in WhatsApp like India. What they have told? They have told, okay, we have a privacy policy. And if you want to use WhatsApp, you have to comply the privacy policy. But the interesting point is, by that time, there is a privacy law in Europe which is called the GDPR. So they say, for European country you have different rule. For India and other part of the country, we have different rule. Why, brother? Because you don't have any privacy law, you are using that thing. So that was a panga actually I have taken. So whenever I have not accorded this policy. So when I open this my WhatsApp account, they given me this notification that you till date you have not subscribed to our privacy policy. I have not done it. So I have started aware. I have posted a Twitter on my Twitter handle on that very day that I am not going to comply Twitter's rule. But I will definitely use the, WhatsApp rule. But I will definitely use the WhatsApp. After few hours, the Government of India came with a notification because I have mentioned it, PMO and other all officers. My Twitter post that day was shared more than 10 lakhs. And then after 1 hour or 2, there was a public notifications that the WhatsApp cannot force the Indian to accept their private policy. So privacy perspective is also another important perspective for you. But remember in your this point that under Section 84 of Information Technology Act, you have an immunity. Say for example, you are entering somebody's access
and collecting the data. In doing so, you can breach the privacy of somebody. That somebody cannot file a case against you because they are enjoying immunity under Section 84 of Information Technology Act. When you are lawfully, for bona fide purpose, you are investigating a case. Got my point? So that's the thing. So another important thing was, I already discussed about, these intermediary will retain the data for 180 days. Please read the Rule 3 and Rule 4. All the important rules are there. So they are going to provide us with the data for 180 days, and above 180 days, if we make a request that okay, it has to be preserved more than 180 days, they will definitely bound to preserve. That's one point. They will have the name and address and mail ID of grievance officer, nodal officer and compliance officer. 24/7 they will comply your request. Third, when you ask for IP address, they will provide you with IP address within 72 hours. They are bound to provide. Fourth, if say my face has been lasciviously uploaded in Facebook and I request the Facebook to block the page or delete that page, within 48 hours the Facebook had to delete that page. And if they don't follow this law, they will be liable under Rule 7 and 9 of this rule, and they will be made party of the same offence for which you are investigating. And in addition, you have a penal provision in Section 69, 69A and 69B, 3 years to 7 years imprisonment of the head of that intermediary. But the point is, who will bail the cat? Who will file an FIR against the Zuckerberg? The world's most powerful United States election campaign was made through Facebook. World's biggest democratic country's election campaign was made by way of Facebook, Twitter. So who will bail the cat? Right? So anyway, so these are the rules. I just in a nutshell I have mentioned this. Due diligence, grievance and additional due diligence. Additional due diligence is notifications of other intermediary, not of the, if somebody do not observe, then I told you that the Rule 8 is there, and there is ethics code in the last part. So there are grievance mechanism. If they are not following your request, there is a grievance mechanism forum. The first grievance mechanism was within the company. There will be an officer within the company who will redress the grievance. If they fail, then there is a competent government authority where we can go and file our grievance policies, in case they are not following IT Rule 2021. So this is the rule. You can read it, part 1, part 2, part 3. And I already discussed about the code ethics at the last part. So publishers of news and current affairs content, publishing of online curated content, this will all be there. The rules are there. So information furnishing, they are bound to. This is a code of ethics. So what kind of things they will provide or will be there in their website. So they have to follow display of classification. They will have this classification of A type, other type, different type of against the child and all this. So then it comes the issues related to guidelines. They have discriminations, psychotropic substances, liquor, smoking, etc., tobacco, they cannot view for the children. Imitable behavior, they cannot go. Nudity, they cannot go for this, which is not available, which is not A-rated. They cannot show the nudity, sex, violence and all this. So this is the rule. And when this rule came into being, there was a case filed before the Kerala High Court. A very famous law portal posted something. The Kerala police filed a case under this rule, that you are nothing but a online news portal. You have done this is a crime. So challenging that rule, they have filed an application, writ petition before the Kerala High Court. I think it's pending now. So this is the case. This is my mobile number. We'll also meet it tomorrow. Thank you. Oh, anybody have any question? Anybody?
Sir, thank you very much, sir. हामी सरलाई एक खेप ताली मारेर थ्याङ्क यू भन्छु है। थ्याङ्क यू सर। fruitful. Thank you so much, sir.
Tomorrow I'll be discussing on different aspects, but very important aspects, and which you do not have in your syllabus. I'll discuss about the case studies,
Sir.
which is very important.
Thank you, sir.
3-4 important cases which result into conviction. I'll discuss on them.
Let's continue our session which I left yesterday. So, trend of evidence. Few are example which is coming here. One is that there was a co-pilot who was responsible for the crash of a flight which ran through the Alps mountain. And when the investigation started, it was seen that the prior the crash was there. There was the co-pilot was actually viewing something on his tab, and those pertains to how to commit suicide. So it's a suicidal attempt taken by the co-pilot, and that has come as an evidence. So electronic evidence in such a way helping investigation throughout the world. Next point is a very interesting case where a lady, as usual in the morning course of her duty, was preparing her children to get ready for school, and the husband went for office. In the mid-way, the husband realized that he left the laptop in his house, and when he turned back, he saw that some well-bodied miscreants was mercilessly assaulting his wife, and he tried to save her, and he was also mercilessly brutally assaulted, and she lost his conscience, and when he gained the conscience, he saw that his wife was lying dead on the floor of the house. So he filed a complaint. Ultimately, it was seen that the husband was telling lie, because as per the different, especially there was a Fitbit in the right hand of the lady, and that Fitbit was telling something else. It was telling that that day the lady has traveled 1,217 feet, and she was live till 10:05, and which is going contrary to the content of the complaint filed by the husband. So this is one of the case which is very interestingly waiting for the trial to be completed in USA. Another case is here, the Outlook evidence, the Facebook evidence, and the data coming from the Fitbit is actually there was a gym beside the house, and the lady was having the gym and having some work, and after getting them prepared, that's why it has shown. But relying on the statement given by the husband, this is not in consonance with the actual fact. So later on, the husband was examined on that point, and he admitted that he was the person who murdered his own wife. So this is the two police officers. They were having a heated chat in a hotel room, and somebody picked up the revolver and shoot at another, and another died on the spot. And there was an Alexa in the room. So that Alexa, you know that Amazon.in is the father of the Alexa. So Amazon.in was sent a summon to come with the recorded voice on that day, on that room of that hotel. So we are also waiting for the trial of this type of thing. So this is happening throughout the world. So I request you all, don't shut up your avenues of thinking. Because I yesterday told you that anything and everything is evidence. It can come in any format. The only thing you have to rely on some intermediaries, on some service provider. Please write your queries, request in a proper way, because writing a query is the most important trick in cybercrime investigation. Say for example, in our yesterday case, I told you that a lady files a complaint, and on the basis of that complaint, an investigation was started. Ultimately, from the URL, we got. Can you recall what I told yesterday? So from the URL, we got the IP. From the IP, we got the ISP. From the ISP, we got the IP log. From the IP log, we got the number, actual number of the offender, the connection number. And where from we got the CAF customer applications form. And in the customer applications form, there's the address of the persons to whose house we are supposed to go. So after entering, now comes the point of forensic. After entering the house, say for example you are one of the investigating officer, you are knocking the door of the offender, you went inside the room, and after going inside the room you saw that there are laptops, there are mobile phone, there are desktop. Now the first choice, as per our National Record Bureau data, NCRB data, 90% crimes in the virtual world are committed through via mobile phone, because we mostly use the wireless device like called mobile phone. So your first attention should be on the mobile phone of the offender. That is one of the things. Secondly, how are you going to collect those devices so that in collecting those devices, you yourself not destroying the integrity of the data? Because I told yesterday that it's not evidence which is important, it's how we collect, how we preserve, and how we present the same before the court of the law. Now comes to the interesting point, that is two very important golden rule of cyber forensic. Number one, you cannot investigate on the original device. Nobody has that authority or access to any experiment on the original device, on the suspect device, which you are making a seizure from the place. You cannot afford to do. So what's your duty? Your duty means your extended duty, which is may not you are going to do it, but your forensic expert from whose you are taking the help of, they will going to do the first job of their own, is that they will forensically image the entire data to a newly purchased. I'm telling you newly purchased, which is a layman's concept. What I mean is that forensically sterile device, where from the beginning there is no malware, no computer contaminating factors are waiting inside into it. And if there is a probability, there is always a probability when even you purchase a newly purchased hard disk, there is always a probability that something is waiting there. So we have option for, we can take a multiple time of formatting, which can help us to delete the data. At least 7 time formatting was the best thing, as some of the renowned forensic experts are telling throughout the world. Now, in that perspective, where the first golden rule is that we cannot afford to do, we mean everybody, even the judicial officer, cannot afford to do anything on the original device when it is already been seized. Because there is a concept called timestamp. Now, after these image being made into a newly purchased device, now it is the turn of the forensic expert to experiment on that image data. Now, how they want to experiment? They don't know the factum of the case, they don't know the relevancy of the case, and that is the reason, that is your main duty. So you may not have the integrities of the forensic tools, procedure, details, it need not to have. But what you actually have is to at least write a proper query. That is your first and the most important duty. I can still remember, I was invited by Delhi Police, Delhi Crime Bureau, in a very important call center scam. And it was initiated by Apple and Microsoft both. So I have been taken to there. Throughout the day, I showed that demo, that this thing to be done, this thing not to be done, all this. The first duty is to switch off your, to make your entire connections from your cloud server of the entire data. They have not done this. Some of the mistakes, I don't know, they have not done it deliberately, but because of lack of knowledge. So ultimately what happened, they tried to access the head of the company, access the data and deleted some data and not given the access of the important sum of the data. So ultimately what the Delhi police did, they have seized the rack, that is a server, and with those servers they have come to the investigating office. And on the next day I have to wait, I have made 9-page queries so that I can cover the entire case. This drafting of queries is a very tricky thing. Say in yesterday's case, if you are the investigating officer, you are going to the PO. After going to the PO, you are making seizure of the hard disk or the mobile phone or the both. When you are doing this, after doing this, you have to purchase a newly sterile, newly purchased hard disk, and you are providing it into the forensic expert. Now, in terms of writing the queries, you should have a tendency of writing your queries from the layman's knowledge to the expert knowledge. Proceed this way. Say the first question will be whether internet was used through this mobile phone. That is the simple first question. Second question, whether Facebook was used through this mobile phone. Third question, whether WhatsApp was used through this mobile phone. Then you come a specific URL of your suspect that yesterday I told you that a fake account was created. So you can divide the URL in many parts and you can send part by part as a query. And then you can get the entire URL. Why I'm telling that part by part. Say for example, somebody open a fake Facebook account in my own name, Bivas Chatterjee. So when you are sending query, the query what you are sending Bivas Chatterjee, obviously you don't write Bivas Chatterjee, but also in addition to that, you write Bivas and Chatterjee. Because there are some algorithms where the binary does not allow you to take the search more than 10 characters. So taking together the space and other might be the total number of characters is 12. Then when the search is made, they will default in getting the entire thing. They will give a 0 hit. You got my point? So that's one of the reasons, and that is definitely whatever way I try to teach you, you need good prosecutor. That is important. Because situations arises, eventuality arises, the prosecutor has to invent the ways. Similar happened in one of my case investigated by Calcutta police, where the person's name and title search query was given, and it was the hit was 0. When the name was given, title was given, there are multiple hits, but the data was found in the mobile phone or the hard disk. Now it's the duty of the prosecutor to take an expert question from the expert that your binary does not support more than 10 characters. So when I combine this name and title, it is more than 10 characters, so the hit is 0. These are some of the technique, and I'll also request you, whoever present from yesterday, today, you please open a WhatsApp group. What is actually a style or procedures been followed in Nepal. I'm going to National Police Academy, wherever I go. Please open a WhatsApp account and add me also there. We'll keep on sharing our thoughts, our things. I think it will be a good thing to be in touch with each other, and it will enrich all of us. I can learn from you, you can learn from me. This is a two-way thing. No, we are all students of law and technology. We are not that we are expert. So we'll continue because there are some peculiarities. After taking my class with the CDAC, I came from Itanagar, and one of the DSP called me and given a peculiar sort of case, which is actually very critical on that perspective. Nowadays, I'm doing that of cases as a prosecutor. But that is the thing, you can share your thoughts, your problems. I have a solution, may anybody else have a solution, that will help you. Now, going through that point, what I was telling that yesterday, that you are taking that hard disk, so give your queries in such a very small ways, so that it can be lucid and it can be in that way. I'll come a complete forensic demonstration. So where is your, madam? Anybody else there? I need someone. Anyway, I'll straight away come to this is one of the interesting case. So anybody there from the hardware? So Gary McKinnon case studies you can read from the WikiLeaks. He was the person who hacked the NASA and other systems. So please keep there. Today I'll need you. I'll go very fast. So please sit there. So this is one of the Gary McKinnon case. So I just request you to digest my things. I'll go today very fast. I don't have time because I have to complete within 1:30. Then I'll goodbye all of you. So this is Gary McKinnon case. He hacked the entire system of the USA defense thing, and he was the first person who showed the world that there are aliens beyond, there are life beyond Earth. And it was the USA, NASA and others who concealed this information from all of us. He hacked the NASA and the USA defense system, and it came with this case. It's a very interesting case. And he was awarded with 7 years imprisonment of hacking the system. So hacking not always bad. So one of the challenges you are facing is obviously encryption. When we are telling about the forensic, the most dangerous and the difficult task is to decrypt the data. Because yesterday he was telling about that if I don't have the password of the mobile you have seized, that it is very tough to decrypt and get into the data. Because the device will not allow you to take entry. So I have discussed about one golden rule, that you cannot afford to do anything on the original device. Next point, whatever you do, you have to document every step. That is the most important second step. Can you recall yesterday I told that there is a 5 step. Step number 1, collection of URL. Step number 2, sending the letter to domain name carrier, that is Facebook, for creation details and IP log. So thereafter they are giving the result. These are all step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, isn't it? So please keep it in mind. This is my experimented knowledge I gathered from my own work. It is not the evidence which is only important. It is how you gather the evidence, that is also another important evidence. You got my point? Evidence is okay, but how you are collecting the evidence means how you are making the documentation, means how you are making your chain of custody. That is also evidence. You cannot all of a sudden go into the house of the offender and make a seizure of the laptop and computer. You have a chain. The chain will go in this way, right? So, so 2 important golden rule I told you. Please remember this throughout your life when you are investigating. Number 1, you cannot afford to do anything on an original device. Next thing is that you have to document every step. Document every step originates from the concept of chain of custody. I'll show you an example or format of chain of custody which has been used by developed countries. I'll come to it. So our challenges is first the encryption. Second is use of Tor, but Tor is also useful for forensic analysis as well. When you are analyzing your networking structure, if you are in the Tor, then nobody can access in your system or a peephole of your thing. So you can have a security of your own that nobody can get. If I want to hack you, I need your IP address. If I can mask my IP address using Tor or VPN, but for VPN, I'll tell you don't use the free VPN. You need a strong licensed VPN, because then you have a service provider who is accountable. Not all the VPNs are so secure, because what the VPN is doing at the end of the day, they are encrypting the network channel. The packet of the data are encrypted. Unless and until you got you get the private key, you cannot decrypt the data. That's the concept of VPN. So in case of VPN, be careful. But in case of Tor, it's just like an onion concept, one after other. That's why it's very frustrating for someone to ultimately reach to the actual IP. So Tor is negative in this way, but positive in your forensic analysis. I show you. So that is one of the things. Come to a very interesting case of CIT West Bengal. One day, the first thing, the background of the case is like that. Renowned oncologist was operating a patient, was looking after a patient who was suffering from cancer, and he's a renowned doctor in Bengal. And there's a minor boy. Later he was found minor, but at the beginning he was arrested as a major. He is very expert in this field. He was configuring the Tor. He even went to the Tor configuration seminar of the held in beyond India. So he's very expert in this field. Living in a very modest urban areas in Bengal called the Hooghly. Now, his mother was being looked after by that oncologist. She was suffering from cancer. Mother died. And her son started thinking that it was because of the oncologist, her mother died so untimely. So then he started to take revenge. So how he started to take revenge? He started to send threatening and different messages and other to kidnap the doctor's daughter, the doctor's wife, and all these things are continuously going on. And the mail was going from signet.org to the Reddit mail of the doctor. The terminating mail was very much you can write to the Reddit, and the Reddit can give us the IP and other. But what about the signet.org? It originates from Tor. It was configured in Tor. So that's why the CID was not getting any clue to ultimately reach to the offender. But one mistake this immature man actually done. Every time that I told you that's the concept of local exchange principle, somebody left something at least for you. So what he did, in the last mail, he mentioned that if you give me 7 lakh of rupees, then I'll stop doing and threatening you. And for that reason, he given a lakh long details, address, where the doctor will come with the money in a bag briefcase. And the doctor went to that place, and the CID's officers was waiting in a civil dress, and they arrested him. When he was arrested, the officer called me, sir, he is barely a 16 years old boy. So this is one of the cases I have seen where the inquiry actually is going on because it's coming under child in conflict with law. So that is actually, we have seen signet.org's configured email originates from the Tor. So another important thing is cryptocurrency. I know you all are aware of the fact cryptocurrency. And if you search by my name in the Google, you'll get a lot of controversial thing. One of my controversies is that I am the first person who filed a public interest litigation against all these cryptocurrencies in 2017. I have a two very humble question to 12 agencies throughout to India, Economic Offence Bureau, everybody, Finance Department, everyone, that if somebody make a crime and the money trail is in the cryptocurrency, what the hell our investigating officer will do to make up their case? That was my humble, simple question. And second question was whether it's a legal or illegal, please come with a clear white paper. Satoshi Nakamoto's 9 white paper, if you read, I love the blockchain concept. It's a very interesting and fantastic secure system. Definitely we're going to adapt the blockchain in the days to come. It's one of the most secure things. It's a doubly encrypted system. But I don't believe in the concept of cryptocurrency. So this cryptocurrency now, whatever I predicted that day, people around the world have used a lot of obnoxious, defaming other words against me in the mail openly. But see what happened. Ultimately the entire cryptocurrency market crashed. And it has already become, the people are trying to make a hush up and hiding out the things, but it has already become India's world's biggest economic fraud. So that's one of the concepts. Now, actually, first case I encountered is one of our government's website was data, all the data was encrypted, and 3 Bitcoin was demanded as a ransomware. So that in that ransomware attack, we don't have any option open, but ultimately there was a backup. So whoever is present here, and you can also have your awareness campaign that see, I'm telling you this, if you go by the Interpol report, in the pandemic era, the Interpol clearly told that the most heinous cybercrime today is the ransomware attack. And the best remedy to counter the ransomware attack is to have backup. The only simple thing. Backup, backup and backup. That is the only thing. Whatever data you are having, please have a standalone backup. Maintain it in a pen drive, maintain it in your DVR, whatever way possible. Because you at any point of time can be subject to the attack of a ransomware. So there are growing cloud. So cloud is one of the most important thing. I'll come to the cloud forensic. But prior to coming to this, you have to understand what is cloud. Cloud is nothing but an intermediary under section 2 subsection W of Information Technology Act, and they are liable to comply the law of the land under section 79 of Information Technology Act, and they are also coming under the IT Rule 2021. There are big 3-4 cloud service providing company. The major one is the Amazon. They showed the world what is cloud all about. Then come the Azure from Microsoft, and other companies are coming and following. Why I am telling about cloud? I am the first person who proposed for a course on cloud in the Central Digital Training Institute organized by the MHA. And now the CDTI is hosting a course on cloud. Cloud, you need to know this much from the cloud. See, if you go and try to extract data from the internet or any other online medias, more than 50% data are in the cloud. But the biggest fallacy and difficulty with the cloud is that cloud is not forensic friendly. That's the biggest problem. So whenever we are collecting the data from cloud, so there is always a chance that data, the way they are presenting the data may not, court may not accept the same thing. So that's yeah. So growing use of cloud is one of the biggest challenge for us, and obviously you know that difficulties in SAP, Session Initiation Protocol, so SIP protocol. So there is random complaint coming up that people are called and duped from IP call or net call or internet call has been used, wherein it is very hard to find out who is the actual person who makes the call. So because in that case it's a cloud call, and there is a protocol called SIP protocol, Session Initiation Protocol, and to decrypt that protocol to ultimately reach is not it's a mobile tower technology, you can reach to the person. It's a very simple, that maybe the last terminal part was actually terminated to your mobile tower, but 70-80% are resources are in the SIP. So encrypting SIP is one of the biggest challenge for investigating agency today. That is a VoIP call thing. And now two section is very important, which I find very interesting one, as per the amended provision of Indian Penal Code 118 and 119. So it has included, if anybody do any crime by way of encryption, that is also a crime. So if somebody uses Telegram, if somebody uses WhatsApp, and they are concealing the data which pertains to crime, they are also coming under 118 and 119. I can give you an example. There was 3-4 persons who was arrested. The main person was named Musa, and he was the member of JMB, one of the terrorist outfit in Bangladesh, and ISIS active person. So the CID West Bengal got an information that 3 persons are going to crossing Bardwan to enter into Birbhum. They are part. It's a very interesting case. They are later on the NIA took up the case, and their plan was to kill a Hindu person who was a priest in a very renowned mandir, and after they are going to rape his wife, kill him, and make a video, and then upload the video with a caption, see, JMB and ISIS is active in West Bengal. That was their motive. They are arrested in the border. When they were arrested, there was hardly any evidence to bring to the court, and there was hardly any intercepted data under section 46 of the UPA. So I and now this presently the SS of North Bengal CID, Mr. Anis, he was the IO, and I was the special PP to that case. But in that case, we spent a lot of time to understand how they are actually doing the crime. Basically, they are using the Telegram to share their data. There's a group within the Telegram, and they were sending this type of information. See, they were carrying the pepper spray, knife, revolver. They are giving instruction from somebody sitting in Bangladesh, giving an instruction somebody sitting in Esplanade East in Dharmatala in Kolkata, that you can go to that shop and you can purchase a pepper spray from there only. So these are all informations in an encrypted medium. And how we can come with those data or evidences, that was a challenge for us. So ultimately we try to take an entry in the guise of a terrorist, and ultimately they allowed to take us entry into that group, and thereafter they collected that data, and we got to see that prior to that incident there was a massacre in France, that their group has, the ISIS have done, and they have rejoiced, they have celebrated the same on that group. They even have that, because forthcoming Olympic was there, I think in Brazil. They are also having to make a drone attack on the date of inauguration on that stadium. So all these information was shared to all the required agencies. But this was a fantastic investigations, at least preliminary the CID West Bengal done, and I tried my level best to try to, that's why if you go to the internet and search by social media investigation by CBI has uploaded a fantastic presentation, PowerPoint presentation in the virtual world, and you can go and download that piece of data. You'll see that how this entire social media investigation can be done by even officer which is not enjoying that much of infrastructure. So these are the important provisions we need to have. Then we have, I already discussed about TOR. The only visible case till date we have is a Harvard University case where the person attacked the president of USA but using the same internet connections of the Harvard University, because that time the TOR was giving a facility to investigation. That is, if you remain in a small town and you are in the TOR, then whoever is configured with that TOR, entire data can be found out. That option was there at that point of time. So that technology allowing and the same resource they have used. They have the Wireshark attack. You can go and instead I told you, if you want to understand the basic forensic, free forensic, then you can go, some of the tips I'll give you. One of them is the Wireshark attack. If you install it's all free. If you install the Kali Linux is inbuilt with lot of tools. Some of the tools are purely forensic tools. They're all free. So you can go and use, because I am a very, very strong supporter of open source, and I keep on doing work on open source and other. And in the open source industry, I am a strong lover of Python. I don't know, because if I try to make it take 2 or 3 more days for me. If I try to make a single line script by a Python, it can go your system, extract all data and can come back to me. So these type of things are required to study, at least to study, see how things are going on in this field, advanced developed field. So this is one of the example. I shared the link. Then we can welcome the challenge. We have simple tips. You can use Section 8 of Indian Evidence Act, Section 27 of India. One simple example, what I am doing for long. Say yesterday, the case I told you. The man was arrested. And the fake Facebook account was being created by that man only, not by the lady. So if the person was arrested, then you can have a deeding statement before recovery. You can use this you are using it in very conventional cases. After commission of the crime, I conceal the weapon in some places. I give a statement to you that if you give me an opportunity, I can show you where the weapon is. So that much of evidence, because the statement before the police will not go as an evidence, it's barred under 24, 25, 26 and all this. But in 27, that much of evidence will go, which ultimately lead to a discovery. So you can take a statement under 161 CRPC of the accused person, where the accused person will tell, if you give me the opportunity and can give me or allow me to avail the internet and computer of the PS, I can enter into my Facebook account and show you the entire data. This way you can write a statement, and Section 27 you can apply in this type of investigation. So I yesterday discussed about this. This is one of the interesting examples. See how a rudimentary infrastructure help you. This is one of my interesting case, and it was reported throughout India. And what happened in the fine morning, a DSP level officer, I think SDPO of Bakura, one subdivision of Bakura, called me over phone. Sir, I have detected a case, and it has been reported in all medias in West Bengal. I read the media news, and I was very interested on that part. Then he again called me, sir, I have done it, but there is a paucity of evidence. There is a lack of evidences. So I told you, okay, actually thing was that, because of the Prime Minister wants to have everybody a bank account, so that things can be transparent. So those bank account, and that's why there are not so much of bank branches in every part of India, and that's why the concept of kiosk has come. I think you also have in Sikkim the concept of kiosk, banking kiosk. So these kiosks, you can go and open an account, you can transact, there's a mini ATM and all these concepts are there. There was a kiosk in 2 subdivisions. One is Sunamukhi and another was Pattusher. And the owner was the common owner. And the person who was working on behalf of the owner is a very much tech-savvy guy. So the crime was reported in such a way that throughout the India, there was a complaint after complaint being filed that in the name of selling costly mobile, the people are being duped, and they are not getting costly mobiles. Instead, they are being duped and they are being cheated. Everybody is trying to, and the scam runs about more than 2-3 crore. And all the KYC originates from these 2 kiosks. Because a bank account was created from these two kiosks. So in order to open a bank account, one should have some credential documents, say Aadhaar card, voter card, PAN card, whatever else is required. And in addition to that, on the last step of forming a bank account, one should impose his or her biometric information or biometric or fingerprint. So two persons, this tech-savvy boy, man, and his friend, together they hatch up a plan to commit a crime or dupe the money. And what they did, they made 45 forged bank account under SBI and using those two kiosks. How they did? They they collected voter card, Aadhaar card from the small poor villagers in the name of giving them some facilities and other, and applying those documents. They have formed the bank accounts in those poor villagers' name. Those people are not at all aware of that in their name the bank account has been opened. And in the last step, they themselves have put 10 plus 10, 20 fingers, any of the two, by permutation and combination. This way they made 42, I suppose, bank accounts. And then they started the second phase of crime. What they did, they made lot of accounts in the OLX.in. And in those OLX.in, they started giving ad that if anyone want to purchase a costly iPhone costing more than 1 lakh, he will get this iPhone for 20,000, 25,000. The condition is that they have to pay 25% at advance, and then when the mobile is sent to him, the PDF, the copy of PDF sent to them, they will pay the rest of the amount. This is a PDF, is a fake PDF, it has got no value, and the amount will go to all that 42 forged bank accounts. This way, they collected more than 2-3 crores. When this person was arrested, he was already made, he was running a bike which is cost more than 5 lakh rupees. So investigating agencies were clear about the case, but they are not finding the evidence. See, for being a brilliant investigator in this field, you have to think how the criminal thinks. I told you yesterday, or the lawyers of that accused things. I went to in the morning, I was having some different plan to do. I went to the PS, one of the PS, because he invited me to please come. I went to the PS and I saw that there was construction work going on. It's a very interesting case. Construction work was going on, and there was no plaster, only rough surface was there. After watching that rough surface, I got a very peculiar feelings, and it happens because when you do work after one job after another, you have some perception build up. So I requested the officer in charge. There was the SDPO, there was the additional SP, all were there, and a team were discussing about the evidences, how it can be collected, where the evidences, how can this trial be concluded in success and all these things. All of a sudden I called the IO, please go and search the accused. He said, sir, he was actually awarded 12 days police custody. I went to the PS on 7th day. When I went to the PS, I requested the IO, please go and search him. He said, sir, what to search? Every day he sent to the hospital as per the Apex Court judgment. We don't think that anything will be coming out. I again requested him, please go and search the accused person. After 5 or 10 minutes, he came back jumping, telling me, sir, how you are aware of this fact? I said, nothing. What happened? But see, for the last 7 days, whenever he got the opportunity, he was continuously scrapping against the wall all his 10 fingers and tried to temporarily destroy these fringes. See the intelligence of a criminal. I am telling you, in all my cases, there is eyeball to eyeball fight with me and that offender. It's not I am bothered about the defense lawyer. There's an eyeball to eyeball fight with the person who is actually offender. Because in this field, the criminals are more intelligent, more advanced than us. So when I see this, that the blood was oozing from all these finger fringes, I was very disappointed. Why I was disappointed? Because I had some plan in my mind that I am going to do some experiment today. What kind of experiment? So the experiment laid down in section 9 of Indian Evidence Act. The Indian Evidence Act section 9 says that
it is actually facts necessary to explain or introduce a relevant fact. So if you come to that last middle part, identity of anything or person whose identity is relevant. So identity of anything means definitely the identity or biometric information of a person. This is the best identity. So how will you collect those things? Because in order to prove a case forgery, what do you have to prove? That those bank accounts were false? That's the first thing we have to prove. So how can we prove it? See, what is my difficulty? Whenever somebody is preparing or making or first time opening a bank account, his finger when the account was created, but that the snap of the biometric information is not a non-digital evidence, it's a digital evidence because it is captured and it is stored in the server of the SBI. Now what I have to do, what we can do, we can take our conventional procedure, there are small 10 boxes are there in a paper, we can put the carbon on their fingers and put their fingers on it and you get the sample fingerprints of the accused, isn't it? Then what we have to do? We have to compare that sample fingerprints with the fingerprints captured in the server of the SBI. So this is a non-digital evidence and that was a digital evidence. So if I want to compare both of them, I have to convert any one into another. So I have to take a printout of those in a PDF format of those fingerprints in the server of the SBI. So what I am doing? I am doing chhed-chhad with the evidence. That is not allowed. So how to cope up this situation? Very simple concept. I make the IO to pay a TIP, Test Identification Parent. And in that TIP, we pray for a peculiar type of TIP which has never been happened in any part of India till that day. But the judge says, I can't allow this type of TIP because I don't have any format and I never seen this type of experiments. I say, as per section 9, you can easily allow my petition. After a lot of legal battle, he ultimately allowed my petition. And in the 5th jail chamber, the TIP was held, the peculiar type of TIP. So in that TIP proceedings, all the villagers in whose name the bank accounts was open, they were present. The SBI manager along with his device connected with a laptop opened the server and somebody will put the finger on that device. If it was made by his finger, then the bank account will be opened. The villagers came one by one, they put their fingerprints, but none of them opened. Because they have not created. But I was suspicious about that this person, this accused, tried to already destroy his fingerprints temporarily. So luckily, out of 42 accounts, 3 accounts were opened by using the fingers of that destroyed biometric information of the accused person. And the TIP was completed. So this is one of the examples I showed which you can do with your rudimentary infrastructure. So electronic form of evidence, any information which has got a probative value and it can form and includes a computer evidence, digital audio, digital video, cell phone, digital fax, etc. So this is very important for our forensic study discussion. See, please give some attention. This is international law. In USA, I yesterday told you their evidence law is federal rule of evidence as per equivalent to our Indian Evidence Act. There is an article called we have 702 and there is a famous judgment and that is Dow Pharmaceutical. In both the cases and after this case the USA law were amended. The reason was very simple. The same experiment I have done in Naroda case. What happened? Whenever a forensic expert, say for example Central Science Forensic Bureau or anybody wants to give a report, because the duty of a forensic expert to examine and give a report, extract the data,
examine the data and give a report. These are all three important steps. So how they are going to reach to the final conclusion? What are the guidelines so that they can reach? It's not that only their knowledge will keeping in the brain. No, it can't be allowed. Then there will be difference of opinion. No? If this happens, there will be difference of opinion. And that's why we need what? A SOP. So this SOP is very important. And this is this judgment. So if you want to rely on any forensic evidence, every forensic expert team are relying on a certain SOP. Without that SOP, nobody can go anywhere. Now come a very fantastic example of what the forensic can do. And long back 2005-06, okay, they're ready to take the class. The lady opened the terminal, computer, and for every student there is a terminal. The process of teaching was this: they will show something, some model or anything that you going to teach, and every computer, before the student, they will watch that from the computer screen and they will taught in this way. All of a sudden, when the lady starts her presentation, thousands and thousands of pornographic websites start downloading. And all these minor students were exposed to rigorous, abusive, lascivious, pornographic films and data and pictures. The lady was astonished by the chaotic situation. Tried her level best to stop, but couldn't. After long times happened, the IT was called in and the class was for that day totally off. The students went back to their houses. They intimated the fact to their parents. The parent filed an FIR. Case was started. And as per the charge level, the lady was entitled to have 30 years imprisonment. It was a very tough time for the lady. But the lady did nothing. What happened on that day? I'll come to the next day. The lady was ultimately convicted along with the head of the school. When in the appeal period, the lady got bail. After returning to her house, the lady started hosting a blog. The name of the blog was Julie Amero blog. And in that blog, the lady shared her case that I had done nothing and invited the entire experts field or community of the world to come and help her. And this is one of the fantastic cases where all the experts, and the irony of the case was that the person who investigated was a cyber forensic expert. And for the defense, they have also hired a cyber forensic expert. But none could find the actual reason. When the experts of the entire world come and try to find out what was the reason behind that, they found, to their utter astonishment, that prior to 7 days of that incident, the antivirus license was expired of that school. And some miscreant hacker took the charge of the domain control system. And he was actually sending those pornographic films, videos and pictures, for which the lady was languishing behind the bar. Later on the case was remanded back, further trial was opened and the lady was acquitted. This is one of the fantastic cases where you're going to find, cyber forensic can make a wonder. But this golden rule come up, and what is that? Every forensic report contains with it the SOP on which the report relied. Nobody can on a fine morning say, this is my opinion, so I'll put this report this way. No. They are based on an SOP which is internationally accepted. Say for example, you are sending an iPhone to your CFSL. The CFSL will giving you a report. The report will be based on the standard Apple forensic, like that of the Android forensic and other cases. You got my point? See, I'll come in details. I have a forensic presentation for you. I think that will be helpful for everyone. See, this is the fact I was telling yesterday. Why you have to have a little bit of forensic knowledge. I appreciate who planned the course today of this academy. See, these 3 lines on the upper side, imagine these 3 lines are in a file, are in a folder, are in a pen drive. And these 3 lines is very important for you to get a conviction or get the result of your case. Just imagine it. Now what I have done, I have collected you have seized the pen drive. You have forensically copied the pen drive using MD5, SHA, whatever tools you want. Hash value will be created. Is the algorithm of that software that when something is imaged, a hash value named something will be created, a value, which is a standard mark. Until and unless we change the content of the data. When I have completed my certification from Rochester University on cyber forensic, the first thing I have been taught is MCA. A for modification, C for creation, A for access. That is the thing you should take. This is your takeaway from my class today. When you are collecting a device containing vital evidence, be careful about MCA. You are not entitled to do anything by which the MCA will change. The MCA of the device. You cannot modify, you cannot create, you cannot access so that there is a forensic footprint. You got my point? So, see the example. What the horrific result can come. What I have done. I open the file and in between L and full stop, I give in a space. Please take the cursor. In between L equal L and full stop, I have placed a space. You have seen this? Huh? See the entire hash value change. So, that equal L full stop, yes, that lal mark, red mark. You see what I have done? The difference between these 2 data is that I have made a space between L and full stop. Nothing else I have done. If you see from the bare eye, evidence is not so much of tampered. But it is tampered. The first evidence will go in a court, but second evidence will go to the dustbin. That's why I told yesterday that it is not evidence which is important. It is how we collect, how we preserve and how we present the same before the court of law. You got this thing? Now come, next thing. So there are a lot of definitions of evidence. It includes the electronic records. See the definition of computer, it contains any device which processes the data in a very speed way. These are all normal things. I just coming to the rudimentary part. This slide is important for your investigation, day-to-day investigation. See, if you read section 4, subsection 1 of Criminal Procedure Code, then any inquiry, any trial, any investigation will be done as provided in CRPC, isn't it? In case of IPC offense. So IPC related crime के लिए आप में criminal procedure code में जो बताया गया उसको follow करना है. That has laid down the process of investigation. Especially from section 151 to 173 or 74. This is a very important relevant provision for investigation. Right? So for any IPC crime, the process of investigation are laid down in CRPC as per subsection 1, section 4 of Criminal Procedure Code. And interestingly, as per subsection 2, any offense other than IPC will also be investigated as per CRPC. Means cybercrime investigation under IT Act will also be done as per CRPC. So you will follow the 161, you will get the 164 statement, we'll have a day-to-day CD, and definitely I'll tell you, I'll request you to have also an electronic format of your CD. When you start a cybercrime investigation, please open a Word file in that name of the case. In addition to your case diary. And whatever link, whatever resources are getting, please try to save that in that file. It will be of great help to you. I am telling you, PRB will definitely going to amend and going to include these things because this is important in the days to come. There are some resources which may not be found in the later part of your investigation. So keep those intact and preserved. Now there are some provision under information. We have our Information Technology Act as a cyber law. Some of the provisions which is overriding requires to be read out. जो CRPC छोड़ के है, जो CRPC को override करेगा, उसको थोड़ा पढ़ना जरूरी है. उनमें से क्यों override करेगा? Because Section 81 of Information Technology Act says that IT Act will override all the Act except the Patent and Copyright Act. So the IT Act will override the CRPC. So, say, take an example. आपने किसी जगह पे गए हैं, you are in a place. You want to make a confiscation or seizure of a device. You have 100 to 102 of Criminal Procedure Code laid down the procedure of seizure, right? But in case of information where your case starts under IT Act, you have a specific provision. And you can apply that provision. See, Section 76, the process of confiscation. It will override your seizure. Next, come to another point. Section 77A, compounding offences. In case of, say, I have filed a case and I want to withdraw the case, that is called compounding. Not all the cases are compoundable. Under IT Act, offence up to 3 years are compoundable. Above 3 years, non-compoundable. No one can withdraw the case. Again, crimes against woman, child and nation is non-compoundable, whatever be the quantum of punishment. Clear? So, in case of compounding, we have a provision under 320 of Criminal Procedure Code. But we cannot follow 320 when there is an IT Act because we have a specific provision under IT Act for compounding, that is 77A. It says up to 3 years compoundable, anybody can go to the court and make a prayer for compounding, or withdraw the complainant can go to the court and withdraw the case, subjected to that the crime has to be up to 3 years and it cannot be crime against woman, child and nation. Clear? An interesting example I will give you. Next come to 77B. Offence up to 3 years are available. 3 years and above are cognizable in nature. So 3 years. If an offence contains 3 years punishment maximum. So 3 years and above quantum punishment is a cognizable offence. After Lalita Kumari judgment, Lalita Kumari versus State of UP, 2004, page number 1, volume number 1, SCC. Go and read the judgment. It's one of the 2-3 judgments are very important for every police officer to be in part with. One is this Lalita Kumari judgment. Next is Ernest Kumar judgment. I'll discuss about Ernest Kumar judgment in light of investigation in cybercrime cases. This is a very interesting thing. Now come to first Lalita Kumari. Lalita Kumari judgment says when there is a information of cognizable case to you, you are bound to start an FIR. No option is open. Clear? No option is open. And there is a legal provision laid down in that judgment. If you are not doing this, then departmental inquiry as far as other inquiries can be initiated. Now come to very important Ernest Kumar judgment. Offence up to 7 years, if you are bound to send notice under 41A of CRPC. Without 41, you cannot arrest. Offence up to 7 years. Fantastic. Now, in a cybercrime investigation, if you send a notice under 41, if you send this notice to me, what am I going to do? I'll destroy this mobile phone, isn't it? Then I'll go to you. अरे मेरे हाथ से तो मोबाइल गिर गया था, एविडेंस तो चला गया.
Now what the hell are we going to do? In Ernest Kumar, the apex court never forbade for today investigation. They have only told the arrest, and that too you can arrest with a checklist. But if you do not want to go to the controversy of checklist, then you can easily you prepare, this is my formula, this is my prescription, please follow this. Wherever you are thinking that there is a device in the custody of a person which you should seize to prove your case, prepare your 41 notice, go and make a raid, collect all those devices, then hand over the 41 notice. You got my point? That's the best remedy. And I invite all of you, if you have any question to ask me, in light of that. Presently, last 2021 and 22, 2 landmark judgments came in on the point of bail. And the Honorable Apex Court clearly stated, in Siddharth judgment, Honorable Court clearly stated that it is not mandatory that you arrest the accused person. You may not arrest somebody. Right? Now, come to section 80. This is very interesting. Section 80 is giving search, seizure, arrest, etc. procedure. So, if in any place, in a public place, any IT related crime, what are the IT related crime? From section 65 to 74 of Information Technology Act. These are all penal provisions. Whatever punishment laid down in this, if you are investigating any case under these sections, then if you are in the rank, definitely you have to be, because as per the IT Act, inspector rank officer or above rank officer can only be an investigating officer. So in case of you are an inspector rank officer, then you have the power and authority to go straight away, take entry into the public place, search, arrest and do the etc. You need not to take permission from anyone. A competent government officer or an inspector. This is a very interesting power given to you. Now come to a very interesting discussion. There are 2 provisions. One is 155 CRPC and another is section 80 of Information Technology Act. In from section 71 to 74, barring 72 capital A, all are offence non-cog in nature because their punishment is up to 2 years. I told you that 3 years and above are cognizable. So up to 2 years means non-cog. So from section 71 to 74, it's a non-cog offence. So in case of non-cog offence, what is your duty? To take permission from the court under 155 CRPC, then only you can proceed with the case. Otherwise you can't. So what happens in case of IT Act when there's the case starts from 71 to 74? Because a section 80 overrides 155. Because IT Act overrides the CRPC. You don't need any permission laid down in 155. You got my point? See, thank you. Chaliye. Now 88A telling about encryption, 88B telling about us 155 similar thing, and 84B is a abatement. So somebody is abating someone to hack somebody's system. You start a case under 66 read with 84B of IPC. If I attempt to hack your system, then the case against me will be 66 read with 84C of Information Technology Act. 84C is equivalent to 511. The quantum of punishment under 84C attempt is that of the half of the punishment of the original section or original crime which I have attempted. Clear? Chaliye. So, what I am doing, I am making all these points, then I will come to the other part. This is an interesting case. This is actually Delhi public school MMS case. Sarat Babu Digomurti judgment. In this case, the case was started under 67 ITA and 292 IPC. Charge was framed also, charge sheet was filed. Actually, one minor, both of them was minor, male and female character. They were the student of the Delhi Public School. They had a sex, and the male person captured that sex through mobile phone, and then make that viral through MMS. And the next day it was uploaded by a IIT Kharagpur second year student to an website called baji.com. FIR was started because there is a child pornographic data on the instance of the parents of that lady. And when the case was investigated under 67 ITA and 292 IPC, the Supreme Court says in this judgment, I think this is actually you are every day facing it, when you are having not that much of number of inspector, you are actually investigating a cyber case with a sub-inspector level or even ASI level officer with not giving IT Act under IPC. It is randomly been done throughout India. Isn't it? So the dichotomy now, the problem now after this Sharad Babu Digumati judgment is that the Supreme Court says when the crime has been committed by electronic mode, then you cannot afford to have 292. You have to have the IT Act. So when this is an IT Act, you have to have an inspector. That is the crux of this judgment. So traceability path I discussed here that day. Android forensic is one of the most important forensics. If we develop Android forensic in that level, this Android phone contains everything from the day I have started using this phone. It has got everything. I told you yesterday that Facebook have not provided us with the IP address in that riot case. We got the IP from the Android, from the log file of the Facebook, and then from other thing from the mobile phone itself. Because if you give a query to the forensic expert, I don't think they are so much expert till date, but they will be expert in some days or another. They will give you everything from the Android. Because basically Android has 5 layers. The background layer is called the kernel. And this kernel, if you want to hack a mobile, there is a concept called sandbox. And that is why when you are installing an app, you are asked to have a permission, agreed or not agreed. When you agree, you are giving the permission to jailbreak the sandbox and take entry into the kernel. And then you can do lot of crime sitting in the mobile phone. You can collect the data, send the data and all this. And if you can program your application in such a way that it is not going to ask you any permission, then it is a crime, it's a malware. There are a lot of, it is stated that nearly 50% mobile in the world are infected by one malware or others. Even the person sitting here with me have malware in our mobile phone. Some are very inactive, some are very active. And the most dangerous malware is obviously the Trojan. I can give an example. In IT Act, the crimes are divided into 2 parts. The incidents are divided into 2 parts. One is contravention and another is offense. So the things we are dealing with as offense, starting from section 65 to 74. But there are other part of this thing. Say for example, I access your system. I take entry into your Gmail account. I hacked your system or somehow got the password. I take entry into your system. But I go and sit there. I don't make any crime. Crime means section 66 IT Act. What does it mean? If I don't have any fraudulent and dishonest motive, which is mens rea, I have not committed any offense. In that case, when I take entry into a system, your system may be collapsed, it can be damaged, loss can be arised to you, so you should be compensated. How you can be compensated? There is a provision under IT Act where under section 46 of IT Act, a person or a body is created, he is called the cyber adjudicator. I don't think the cyber adjudicator is active in Sikkim, but you should learn this to make them active, then your burden will somehow be lessened. People are coming and songing into your PS with an allegation that somebody has hacked my system, and that's not a crime. When it has been hacked for a dishonest and fraudulent motive, then only it's a crime.
And if I take an access and you incur some loss, then what is the remedy? You can help him, tell him to go straight away to file a complaint before the secretary to the Information Technology Department of your state, who is called the cyber adjudicator. He has the power and authority to adjudicate or give a judgment up to 5 crore rupees compensation. Now, in Eastern India at least, I am the first lawyer to file adjudication in year 2014. The case was very interesting. A lady married a man. There was from the beginning there was a tussle conflict between both of them. The lady returned to her from her matrimonial house to her father's house. On a morning, on that day, it was a birthday of that lady. The husband came in, and in one of the room, husband. It's a very interesting case. Please listen. The husband was sitting and watching them and using the mobile phone, LG mobile phone of that lady. The lady came in and asked, "What are you doing with my mobile phone?" The husband said, "I have opened, my mobile is not working. I opened my SIM card from my mobile phone and using your mobile phone for that purpose." The wife was not so tech savvy. The wife said, "Okay, ठीक है, चलो, simple बात है." After 2.5 months been elapsed, the wife got a summon from the District Court of Howrah. Attached with it a copy of plaint, a petition. Husband demanded divorce. The reason of the divorce was that on that very day, that husband has written in that petition from para number 18 to 24 that on your birthday I went to your house, I took up your mobile phone and I have installed a Trojan in your mobile phone named cyberwire.org. It's a Russian forensic tools or Trojan tools. And for the last 2.5 months, that Trojan is sitting in your mobile phone, collecting all your data. You are chatting with your boyfriends. You are calling your mother. You are making conspiracy to get me behind the bar, filing for 90 a day. All these data are within my control now. So you have multiple relationships, so I am entitled to get divorce. Sweet case, isn't it? The lady approached me. I have filed a case before the adjudicator that who have given you the permission to access my system without my permission. And ultimately 4 years the trial going on. And ultimately the cyber adjudicator held him liable and guilty. And he was awarded a penalty of 50,000 and penal punishment and other thing. It was one of its case in India where the privacy between a husband and wife been jeopardized by the access or unauthorized access or hacking. So this is one of the another wing you can take help of. So I just tell you that you being a young officer, I have shared even the URL also. Please go and read on Kali, read on Tor. There is nothing harm in reading. If you can configure, don't go to other things with only query or inquisitiveness, because I have damaged 3 costly mobile phones to ultimately install in my mobile phone the world's biggest hacking platform called the Black Ark. It took 3 sleepless nights for me to even install Black Ark. It contains more than 3,000 tools. So you can go and have this. So in case of somebody accessing other field, there are provisions under IT Act. One is 43. Another penal provision is 72A, and the privilege I am breaching. So these are there. But you as an officer, आप लोगों का 7 कुल माफ है under 43. Sorry, 84. So you are not bound by any procedure. You have immunity enjoyment. So there are a lot of different types of cyber crimes. I am not going to deal with all these things. It will take a lot of time. As also, this is not part of our actually
things. So mobile platform vulnerabilities app are there. This is a standard Trojan of mobile phones. Phishing attack and all these. These are the different categories of cybercrime against the property, against the nation, against the person. So for all these we have a cyber law, such as Information Technology Act. Information was amended in 2008. It was lastly amended in 2017 by the Finance Act 2017, where the Cyber Appellate Tribunal was held as Appellate Tribunal. There are some important rules. Yesterday I already discussed about the IT Rule 2021. There are other rules. The important rule other than IT Rule 2021 is the blocking rule, because for law enforcement agencies or maintaining the peace and tranquility, you sometimes have to block, pay for a blocking of a website. In that case, you can go and read the rule laid down in under 69A of Information Technology Act. Amendment. This is interesting. Let me give you 1 minute for discussion of it. The Major Act has been wholesomely amended because of this inception of Information Technology Act. Take example of Indian Penal Code, where there was the word data. Please listen to me, you need not to read book. Wherever the word data is there, or document is there in IPC, in place of document, it is amended to have document and or electronic record. So we included electronic record within the definition of document. So if it is a forgery, you go and read the 464, you will get that it includes electronic record. Today we cannot expect paper forgery. It's all electronic forgery. In a case of fraud, if there is a documentary fraud, you might get the electronic record. So that's why there is amendment in IPC, where there is a concept of document. The document includes electronic record. Okay. Next, I already told about 118 and 109. If anybody commits a crime concealing the data by encryption, मैंने Telegram पे use करके crime कर लिया, so that will come under 118 and 119. So these are two important amendments under IPC. In case of Criminal Procedure Code, the most interesting amendment comes in 166A and 166B. Evidence from India, from outside of the world to India, from the India to the outside of the world. Now comes to the most important amendment, that is Indian Evidence Act. I have discussed in details yesterday, 65A, 65B, 88A, so I am not wasting time. So that's the changes coming in Major Act. So these are the 14th chapter under Information Technology Act. And these are some of the interesting provisions. I don't have time to have all these to be discussed. So section 7 is telling you how the evidence to be retained. It has been given, but it's a very dicey provision. Because if you want to retain a data in the way you first time received, I think it's not all time possible, because every time you are getting the upgradation request of your license version, isn't it? So every time you are changing the resource management. So audit and all these things will come. Now 11, 12 and 13 is in case of I have sent you a mail. Whether you have received the mail, how can I speak sanguine that your service is complete? That is laid down in 11, 12 and 13. If, say for example, your mail ID is a@gmail.com. I send you a mail a@gmail.com. So the sending a service from my part is complete when I click on the send button. Right? 12 says, when you receive, after receiving the mail, you are giving a reply, or you do something which proves that you have obtained that reply, or there is a machine generated thing which says that you have got the reply. In that case, the service is complete with respect of recipient. There are two things in IT Act. I am sending something to you, I am called the originator. You are getting something, you are called the recipient. So another interesting concept in section 13. Say you send me a mail.
I am standing in Gangtok. I don't have the time to open the mail. I went back to Kolkata and opened the mail. Where will be the jurisdiction of the case? Will the judge will follow me to go where I ultimately reach and open the Gmail? It is not possible. And that's why the simple concept is applied under section 13 of Information Technology Act. It says your place of business, your habitual working place, or your place of residence. So anytime, wherever from I can download it, it depends on my place of residence. So that can be there. A famous case on this you have in Allahabad High Court. You can go and read that. I already discussed about 10 and all this yesterday. So let me, this is important for you. Jurisdiction. In case of jurisdiction, this is a very complicated issue in cybercrime investigation, which PS will ultimately start case. In solving this issue, you have to read section 75 of Information Technology Act and section 4 subsection 4 of subsection 3 of Indian Penal Code. If you have a combined study of both these provisions, you will find that the basic concept of starting or place of jurisdiction is that we will not going to think about where the accused is residing. He may be foreigner or may not be Indian, or where the crime was first time originated or anything. The only thing which is important for you to discuss is where the device situated. That is the area of jurisdiction. So crime may be committed by a foreigner. The crime affected person may be in any part of the world. But in case of having the jurisdiction, your concept is to find out where the device was, where the either device were victim or the device was the suspect. Because in every cyber crime, we need at least two stakeholders. One is a person and another is a device. So that 4. So these are the penal provisions. Just to 1 minute discussion about what are the important penal provisions. Section 65, if somebody tampers somebody's source code, that's an offense. Can you open the Google? Sorry, I am going so fast. Is it difficult for you all? Can't help. I will share all this PPT and other. We'll have in continuous discussion with each of everybody. May not everything will be useful or everyday workable, but it will come ultimately in some days others. So you have opened the Google. No internet. Sorry. Any place. You see, click the inspect. You go to any website and go to the inspect. Inspect. Last. See, these are the source code for which you can see the Google. In your right side, there is a source code. In the left side, you have the Google. Those codes are there, that is why you can obtain the Google. Otherwise, Google is non-existent. If somebody tampered with this, it's an offense under 65 of IT. Clear? Please open the PPT. Brother. Please. So under 65, we have this provision. Then again you have to go there. So in case of 66, we can have a mathematical formula. That is, please remember this. 66, you can write it out in your paper. 66 ITA equal to 43 ITA plus 24 or 25 of IPC. Please remember this equation in your mind. 66 ITA equal to 43 ITA plus 24 plus, or 25 of Indian penal. It's not written down. I'm just telling you. 66 ITA equal to 44 ITA plus 24 or 25 IPC means if I access in your system with fraudulent and dishonest motive, which is defined under 43, 24 or 25 Indian Penal Code, then only it is a crime under 66 IT Act. Otherwise, it's not a crime.
Clear? Now 66A has been struck down by say a single judgment. So don't ever dare to apply this section. Come to 66B. It's an identity theft. So it's the stealing the stolen computer resources data. So if a mobile phone is stolen, the data is also stolen. So when there is a case alleged filed that somebody have stolen my mobile phone, we do start apart from section 380, section 66B. Why not? Stealing a mobile is a stealing of data as well. May it happen that a person has stolen the mobile phone, not for the mobile phone but for the data. Think it over. Then come to C, identity theft. So it's not identity theft like 418 or 19 or 420. For this identity theft, you must have my password, my digital signature and other things. Then only that's identity theft. Means my ID is bivas.chatterjee@gmail.com. I have a certain password. If you got that password and after getting the password take entry into the system, then only 66C will come. Otherwise not. If somebody makes a email ID bivas1chatterjee@.com and started telling the people that this is Bivas Chatterjee's mail, that's a crime under 419 not, or 417 not, under 66 Act. Clear? Chaliye. Next, D, cheating by personation. We also have a equivalent IPC provision. E and A I'll be reading it differently. Now there are other provision as well. So now interestingly, I'm going to discuss about another very interesting concept. This is one of the first case of 65. This 43, I already told that anybody access anybody's system without his or permission will come under 43. Now, see, 70% of the data in the virtual world are actually pornographic data. People are going to internet only to watch pornography. There are a huge amount of people, and because the reason of this much of malware attack, the reason behind is watching the habit of porn. Now, nobody is bothered. No law in the world is bothered about porn. Watching porn is not crime. What is crime is that whether it's obscene or not. How the word obscene will be defined? The word obscene can be defined by way of two judgments, worldwide important judgment. One is the Hicklin and another is the Miller. Please keep in your mind, whenever anybody comes to your PS with an allegation that उन्होंने मेरे नाम पे एक porn बना लिया, उन्होंने ये देखा, वो किया, useless until unless you put it into this formula. Hicklin says there was a 200 years old case in UK. That time the UK law was run by Bible. That means what the law says, immoral, is illegal. But today the worldwide law is not that. Law is a dynamic subject. It's growing every day. And that's why the live together has been sanctified by the law. So the concept of Hicklin was that if you are watching anything and after watching that anything your moral level has been lowered, then it's a pornographic data. Or sorry, this is an obscene data or obscenity. And we have make a copy paste of these observations into our 292 IPC. Now, I keep giving a simple example. A sadhu from Himalaya, after 10 years of enchanting in Himalaya, returned back to plain. There was a public exhibition, a public theatre going on. You got the information there may be a law and order disturbance and other. You straight away rush to the place. After entering into the place, you saw to your astonishment that there were people, there are ladies and maids and people are there who are doing some obscene things. Right? In a public place. And your left, there was a person standing who is a rapist, who got free after 10 years imprisonment in a rape case. And in the right, there was a sadhu was standing, who have 10 years of chanting in the Himalaya. Now, the
mindset of both of the people is not same. Can you guarantee that after watching the same, the sadhu will not think bad and the rapist will think bad? It may contrary. The rapist can think, okay, हमने एक बार देखा था, अप्लाई करने के लिए गया था, अंदर चला गया. भाई देखेंगे, सोचेंगे नहीं. A sadhu can think, हमने तो जिंदगी में मिला ही कुछ नहीं, तो अच्छा है, बढ़िया है, जो चाहे सोच ले. So is there any concept of mind detector? No. So the concept of heckling is vague. When we first realize it, हम लोग कब इसको realize किए? जब सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम केस स्टार्ट हुआ. In case of Satyam Sundaram case, the Jinataman was shown in a very vulgar dresses. FIR was filed against Raj Kapoor. It went up to Supreme Court, Delhi High Court, then Supreme Court. The issue was whether this is obscene or not. This is the first time in 1979 where our Supreme Court says enough is enough. We are not going to rely on heckling. We will rely on Miller. Miller versus State of California. This judgment was given by the USA Judicial. And as per this judgment, if you are to find whether anything is obscene or not, we have to have three tests. Number one, whether it is permitted by law of the land. Number two, whether it is accepted by the contemporary societal system. Give me an example. If you go to the Jarwa Deep, Andaman, there are peoples who are roaming about naked. You cannot go and start it to 92. मार के भगा देगा. क्योंकि their contemporary society permits that. Number two, law of the land. A lady can have less amount of dress roaming about in USA street. May not roaming about at UAE street, Dubai, another part, or any other part of the Middle East where the burqa is a compulsion. So whether the law of the land permits? Number three is very dicey. It says that whether after watching the entire content, is it having artistic, literally, historical, monumental or other values? If yes, then it is also not obscene. And this way, the Raj Kapoor was acquitted, stating that that film was an artistic representation. It was not a obscenity. Clear? This is the concept of obscenity. Now in India, two famous cases, already I told you, Raj Kapoor case, and this is an interesting incident. In Mumbai, there is an area called Lonavala. There is a lot of bungalows are there. The customs officers, they have a very good rate. They want to celebrate the rate. They took up a bungalow on rent. They called two call girls. They start watching porn videos on the laptop. Mumbai police got the information, the tip of information, make a raid and arrested all the customs officers. FIR was started under 67, ITA and 292, IPC. These officers went to Bombay High Court under 482 CRPC to challenge the FIR. And Bombay High Court acquitted all these persons after squashing the FIR. Telling that, watching many other things was told in that judgment. One thing was that watching the pornographic video in a laptop in a closed room is not equivalent to public exhibition. That's why they have been acquitted. So one case of Satyam Shivam Sundaram and another was ABP's head, Obik Sarkar's case, where in Telegraph paper a lady was shown nakedly. An FIR was started. Later on, applying the Miller test, Mr. Obik Sarkar was acquitted by Supreme Court. I have shared the citation also. So under obscenity, we have four provisions. 66E. If I don't take any permission from any person, it's not irrespective of sex, not lady only, everybody. If I don't take permission from anyone and capture, transmit and publish the private portion, private part of his or her body, then it's a crime under 66E. Clear, make it clear that it's a disjunctive clause. Capture, transmit and publish. Any of the ingredient is enough to start this case. Is it clear? Chaliye. All 3 years
cognizable, bailable. Now, we have 67. If anybody transmit or publish any obscene material, then it's a crime. Here, transmitting and publishing on online media is a crime under 67. But 67 does not cover the present the advanced crime. That's why 67 has been bifurcated to have 67A and 67B. These are all more aggravated provisions. 67A says that if anyone transmit or publish any sexually explicit material, then it's an offense. And 67B says that there's a hardly little difference between 67A and B. B says it is also transmission and publication of sexually explicit material, but here the subject whose picture or videos were there does not attain the age of 18. That means if the data transmitted or published of sexually explicit data of a person who is minor, then it's a 67B offense. In case of 67B, remember it, in case of 67B, the trial is a magistrate tribal case, but you will not produce the accused to magistrate court. You will produce him under POCSO Act, section 28, subsection 3 to the POCSO court. The trial under 67B will be held at POCSO court. So there are other provisions as well, Act. One is the Indecent Representation of Women Prohibition Act, the Indian Penal Code 292, 293, 294, and definitely the POCSO Act, amended 2019, especially section 15 where pornographic materials was specially amended into it. Now, intermediary. What is the concept of intermediary? The middle person. I am sending a mail through Gmail to you. Google is the intermediary. What is the definition of intermediary? Please keep in your mind, very simple concept. As per section 2 subsection W, any entity, any organization who is having any online service, they are the intermediary. Anybody. If he is having an online service, he is an intermediary. And they are liable under section 79 of Information Technology Act. Yesterday I discussed about it under IT rule. Let me come to first very important thing. Yes, these intercepted data, section 69, 69A and 69B. This is very important for your investigation. In case when you are asking for data from Facebook and other online entity, please don't only use 91 CRPC yesterday I told you. Also use 91 and 69 or 69B. And in case you want to block, make a request for blocking, then you have your section 69 capital A. So we have a blocking rule. You can go and read this. India's most important old interception law is section 5 subsection 2 of Indian Penal Code. I think every day you are taking CDR, SDR, LT or TL, whatever you call, all you are getting because of the existence of this Indian Telegraph Act, section 5 subsection 2. It says what are the scenarios where you can get this kind of interception. But there are a lot of anti-interception law. Be careful about it. If you take the PUCL judgment by Honorable Supreme Court, it was stated that many of the cases who the person is in power in India, they have the habit of wrongfully, unauthorizedly intercept to other computers, or sorry, others' mobile phone. So that's why in PUCL judgment there was a 18-point guideline, and taking those guidelines, the Indian Telegraph rule number 419 capital A has been amended. And as per that rule, whenever your investigation is completed, it is your duty to destroy the CDR, SDR and other thing. Got my point? Chaliye. That's a very interesting case. This is the only case where I have taken the duty of a defense lawyer. This is the only case for which I am doing defense. Believe me. There are a lot of uproar in Bengal why I am doing defense. I am allowed to do defense, but I don't get time to do defense. This is the only case. I think this
my being a defense lawyer is required for the purpose of investigation. Because of this case, in all the police academy, a new course was started. That is human rights violation in cybercrime investigation. In every cybercrime, you can arrest the wrong people and human rights can be violated. What happened in this case? In fine morning, इसको बड़ा कर दीजिए. In fine morning, a person visited my chamber, a mad-like person, and told me that I am accused in a particular case. I asked him what is the case. The case was that on the date of Durga Puja Dashami in the year 2014-15, I suppose, the lady judge, after completing her job, went back to her antechamber. In her antechamber, the judge opened her Facebook account. When she opened her Facebook account, she saw the lot of lascivious messages came from Messenger. She opened those messages. And it all came from the Peshkar, or the dealing or the bench clerk of the particular court. Lady became furious, filed a complaint. Investigation was started. The first blunder the police did in drafting the formal FIR. In the formal FIR, in place of the column, the name of the accused, the IO wrote the name of the person from whose Facebook account all those lascivious messages and pictures came in. That was a blunder. What should have been done? The user of the URL, isn't it? So, from today, you take away now two things. Whenever you are getting a complaint and you are making an FIR, formal FIR, in two columns, there is a column called PO, place of occurrence, write down cyberspace. Number two, in the column called accused, write the user of the URL, not the name of the person, find out. Because this can be bogus. It can be fake. Anybody can make any account in anybody's name. You cannot make him as an FIR named accused. Clear? He was arrested. His mobile phone, laptop, interesting cases. Laptop, and if I get time in my life to write the autobiography, I'll definitely write this fiction. Just watch it and listen it. What I've done. He came and he was arrested. He was behind the bar for 67 days. He got the bail from Honorable High Court at Calcutta. After a lot of conditions, he came to my chamber and I requested him. He told me that I have heard your name. Please do something so that I can get justice. I asked him, what you have done? He said, on that very day, I have even not opened my own Facebook account. Sending something to the lady judge was impossible from my part. Fair enough. I tried to believe him. Because first time, a lawyer will fight a case. He should know his case and be confident about the truth. What I did, I opened I'll take permission from that person to open his Facebook account in my computer. Now what I did on that day, I am showing him. See, this is my Facebook account, a login page. I opened this and I have done this for that person's Facebook account. I can't show you that thing, I am showing this thing. So after opening the Facebook account, if we watch, here, that right corner, there is a triangular active button. Please come here, come a bit. Go back to that. Go back to the previous one. So if you go there was a triangular active button. And if we click on the triangular active, this. This is a triangular active button. Can you see this? If we click on this, our drop down box will be open. This is a drop down box containing a lot of active buttons. These are all active buttons. You can click and get something else. Clear?
And after getting this, if you go by all these active buttons, there is a column called settings. Is that there? Take your cursor to the settings. Is the settings? I click on the settings. See, that's why the people are telling that I am an investigating officer, not an PP. I went to the setting column and I click on it. Go, see, next. After opening the setting column, I got a window that said general account setting. In the general account setting, there are a lot of information. From the email ID, bivas.chatterjee@gmail.com, my own email ID, wherefrom I have created my Facebook account. Isn't it? Whenever you want to open a Facebook account, you have to give a mail ID. So that's my primary email ID, bivas.chatterjee@. And if you come to the last part, download a copy. Come to the download a copy. If you click on this download a copy, a magic will appear. Magic will happen. What is that magic? See, on clicking on download a copy, a window will open. And on that window, the Facebook will tell me that whatever you have done from the day one till date, whatever post you have made, whatever comment you made, everything can be stored in an archive and given to you. Everything. So I just click on the start my archive. हमने start my archive में click कर दिए, then start the magic. Then the magic will start. Then another window will come, and another they will tell me, okay, give me some time. We are collecting the data. I just also click on that start my archive. Then the next page will come. There is notification, and that notification says we are collecting all your data from your Facebook account and sending the same to your email ID, that is bivas.chatterjee@gmail.com. After a few minutes, I got an email notification from Facebook to my Gmail account. I opened that Gmail mail, and after opening the mail, I got an URL. Please come to the last URL part. www.facebook. Yes, I got this URL, and if I click this URL, all that my activities for the last 5 years of my Facebook journey will be downloaded in a PDF format in my hard disk. Which evidence? After giving years of trial, you only get through MLAT or other thing. If they are going to provide you the IP address, they are going to provide the internal data. Right? So I have done it for him in his computer, in his Facebook account. After getting all, the data will speak this. For every login in Facebook, every time you are entering into Facebook, they will provide me 4 types of data. Number 1, the date and time of entry. Number 2, cookies. Number 3, IP address. But time and date has been given in the complaint. The lady judge mentioned that at this time this post was sent. So time and date matching. I took up those information pertaining to login into that Facebook account of that person on particular date. And after opening, I got an IP address. And I put that IP into IP lookup. I see that it's a Bharti Airtel given IP. The IP was allocated by Bharti Airtel. Fantastic. But being a lawyer, I cannot send these to anybody else. Because a law enforcement agency for due investigation they can only do. How can sitting in my chamber I can understand or I can be confident that the person is telling truth to me? The last part. Out of 4 information, the last information was browser details. In the browser details part, there was a number, and the last part of the number says Samsung 1033. Means all activities, all login, all posts, whatever we made, it was made from a Samsung 1033 model mobile phone. And the person never used a Samsung phone. From his position, Nokia mobile was seized. That was the first confidence I obtained that the person was telling truth. Then other evidences came in. There was the RTI which says that he was there on that Malda court on that day on protocol service. The mobile tower location was also in Malda.
He was there in protocol service throughout the day on Malda court. And all this post was made from a distant district in the extreme south from Bengal. There is another tips or information coming up. So after an entire investigation completed, after doing all these things, I downloaded all the data, that is log file of Facebook, and with the 65B statement, I place it before the CGM Malda with a prayer that you don't have the power to further investigate under 173 clause 8. It is a power can only enjoy by the officer in charge of APS. But you have the power under 156 clause 3 for further investigation. So the judge went through the data and evidences. He was surprised that this person has not committed the crime. Rather, he was in custody for 67 days. He was enjoying 1/3 of the salary. He has suspended from his job. All negative things happened to his life. So, after getting all this, further investigation was allowed. The concerned PS, another officer, make a further investigation. It was later on found that it was a lady who committed this crime, and that lady was none other than his own wife. Because when there was a rift between the husband and wife, and the lady filed a 498 case against the person. And when the person was behind the bar, this judge helped him to get out bail by giving legal assistance, finding a good lawyer and other things. That's why he tried to do one thing, that if you do one thing, these the people will become enemy to each other. So isn't it a fiction story? Chaliye. Anyway, come to the next, the forensic part. Chaliye, jaldi kariye. Closing. The forensic PPT. Open it, please. So, cyber forensic basically, forensic का मतलब है bringing before the forum. हम लोग for the coming half an hour, please don't sleep. This is very important because purely high level physics concept, but I have not shown you anything else. You just try to understand your part of job. That is important. How can you guard the evidence? Do you know what is your duty? From the day of collection and sending it to the CFSL, your first important duty is to guard the evidence. Because it is seen that because of extra curiosity, you people destroy your own evidence. That should not happen. That's why this PPT. Please go through this. So the definition of forensic is bringing before the forum. Now comes to the what is computer forensic or today cyber forensic. So it is also digital or cyber forensic is a branch of digital forensic science. Using this technology and investigation technique, computer forensic helps. क्या करते ये? Identify, collect, and store evidence from an electronic device. Computer forensics can be used by law enforcement agencies in a court of law. There are many steps. 4 are very important. 5 are very important. 4 are very important steps. First is Caesar. Actually, Caesar has been made by you, right? Then acquisition. You can't make an acquisition because you might not have that tools. I told you that yesterday water reservoir story. If you take a mug of water, you can contaminate the entire water. So how can you acquire the data? This acquisition will be done by a forensic expert who is enjoying or having a forensic tools. And what the tool is all about, at least it will have a write blocker. At least. When you are extracting the data, the original device is made write blocked. It can be only read only. You can write from A to B, but you cannot write anything to A. There's an embedded software out there. In NCAS or any kind of tools. It's embedded. It's a preliminary thing. Then comes the point of analysis. Definitely they acquired the data, now they will put their things. Say, in your query, you have said whether this name was found in the data. So how they will analyze the data. They will run some software, will search the thing and give the reply, hit 0, hit 1, hit 2, hit 3, hit means it is found out. Clear? Now, the most important thing is making a report. This is very vital. I'll show you a report. Let me complete it, then I come to a case, I'll show you a live report. So, basic procedure, acquire the evidence, authenticate the evidence. So, you are acquiring the evidence, but you cannot authenticate the evidence. How can you? So, after sending the same to the forensic expert, first duty they will going to authenticate it. Means they are going to copy it, but in a forensic way. So that authenticated data can be there. Because I told you the first golden rule, you cannot afford to do anything on the original device. If you do it, you can't do it, your own risk, their MCA will be changed. So analyze the evidence, present the evidence, ask when did it happen, the timestamp, when the crime was being committed. And for this purpose, there are two things can happen. We can have live forensic detection. The crime was being committed, the time you make a raid. So timestamp is important. Timestamp is important in every perspective. If you make a seizure at 10 o'clock and then out of curiosity open the device at 12 o'clock, you are yourself destroying the data. So that's important. Ask when did it happen. Analyze the evidence, present the evidence, ask when did it happen. Can we remember that the president of Pakistan, Prime Minister of Pakistan, just been died few days earlier. He was found in a corruption case. And he filed some document as in favor of his evidence. But the font used on that Microsoft doc file was, I think, one of the font given from them. And the document pertains to 2014, 15, 17, I suppose. And when the Microsoft was asked that in 2017 whether this font was available, the Microsoft said no. So does it mean? Is a tampered forged document. Right? Musharraf Khan. Musharraf, I think? Yes. Parvez Musharraf. So the Microsoft replied, no, on that time we don't have that existence of that font. So ask what happened, ask how did it happen, and ask who is or are involved. So when you are sending the query to the CFSL, please attach a seizure list and a fantastically drafted history and the reason of the and details of the case. This is mandatory. When you are sending interrogatory, you are also required to send that same thing. So please write a short synopsis of your case and please give the seizure list. In which situation you have made the seizure of that device. Ask who is not or involved. Computer forensic, so there are branches of forensic. Computer forensic, network forensics, cloud forensics and multimedia forensics. The computer forensics as a whole, network only on that part of the network, database only of the database part, cloud forensic is of only, which I already discussed about the cloud forensic is actually a server cloud forensic. And one thing I forget to tell you, any day, maybe I want to meet you 10 years later. If you want to use any device, any software in extracting a data, you can also use it. There is no bar. Or you can hire an expert to the PO, will collect the data from the PO. It can also happen. But please mention in your seizure list the software and hardware used for particular extraction. This is a mandatory provision. Got my point? So there is a cloud forensic, multimedia forensic is one of the difficult forensic today. We are using high value files, say we're watching an entire movie in a mobile phone. And this is the most difficult part of forensic. In India, our forensic CFSLs are only enjoying 64-bit encryption level. Apple already using 256 encryption level. And that is the reason if you send an Apple to the CFSL, they will hardly say that it can extract the data. So Internet of Things forensic, I already discussed about that Fitbit that lady was wearing. Android forensic, definitely I already discussed about. I'm very fond, very much big lover of Android forensic because 90% people in India are using Android things. As per Indian Evidence Act, we have section 45A, examiners of electronic evidence. If we collect the evidence under these examiners of electronic evidence is an officer appointed under 79 capital A of Information Technology Act. And if we collect the evidence, that will go as a relevant evidence under 45A of Indian Evidence Act. That's why the 45 has been amended to include that part of the expert evidence. So CFSL evidence are evidence under 45A. Clear? There are other provisions, and the important thing is section 51. It says, okay, this is your report. You say something, but where from you find it out? The process of collection of the data, where from the process of software you have used, the process of your exhibition, that has to be laid down in your report. And that is the section 51. That is also an evidence. I told you that it's not only the evidence which is important, but how you acquire the evidence that is important. That is under 51. Hash function, what is hash function? As defined in Information Technology Act. Actually, if you want to understand the concept of hash, if you can remember in your biology, in your 10th standard, that we are told that when blood is flowed through the arteries or vein, it's a one-way traffic, isn't it? There's a valve which can open in one side only. The same concept is with the hash value. You can encrypt the data and get a hash value, but you cannot go and reach to the original one. It's a one-way traffic, and that's why it's authentic. This is one of the most important authenticated procedures which allows us to have something called cyber security. And it's based on high-level discrete mathematics, encryption. 0, 1, XOR, NOR, etc., etc. So then comes the concept of goal of cyber forensics. So definitely they will take the data in a forensic way, document every step, and make the same thing so that it can be accepted by the court of justice. Then a computer forensic analysis contains a storage media analysis. So you can send a hard disk, they can analyze. It can be a software source code analysis. When it will come? Under section, in offense under section 65 of Information Technology Act. 65 में क्या बताया गया? If somebody tampered the source code. I have a case in Bengal where there's a lottery software. Two people were working under a person. After 5 or 10 years working there, these two people, after making a conspiracy, went out of the company. And they made another software just look alike. The same. After tampering or catching or committing the theft of the source code. And now there is a two source code. One is unaltered and another is altered. Now here is the forensic of the source code is required. And it's not so tough. If somebody knows the programming language, there are two parts of it. One is the front end and another back end. The back end contains the database. So you'll find the similarity between these two things, front end and the back end. So then comes the network traffic and log. So where from the data travels from which IP to that IP, the entire thing will come this. Network channel analysis. Then comes the Windows forensic. It's specially designed for the Windows. Because in Windows, the data are captured in block. So you can analyze the same thing. And Linux forensics is something different. Because the structure of Linux and Windows, one is GUI and one is obviously now GUI, but the graphical user interface, they are also now coming with the Ubuntu and other. But specifically it was a character-based interface at the beginning stage. Android forensic, I already discussed about SMS and other all these things. Cloud forensic, I already told that cloud forensic is the structure of entire cloud. They will analyze and give a report. How the device was, data were kept. And the most dangerous thing is that cloud is not forensic friendly. Then digital evidence in cloud, we can always have this digital evidence in the cloud, and this is intermediary. Anti-digital forensic. It's an interesting concept. If someone learns anti-ADF, then he can learn the forensic also. This anti-forensic procedure, this anti-digital forensic procedure is actually making the forensic procedure completely or almost in part impossible. It will do something or trick something so that our process of forensic will be not allowed or be possible. That's why it's called anti-digital forensic ADF. So in case of cybercrime investigation, the cybercrime investigation, tell me, if you go to the PO, make a raid, there are a lot of laptops and computers are open. You know, the time you make a save, you click on the save button, you are destroying the integrity of the data. Right or wrong? So what the process you should follow? Anybody? Tell me. Huh? You will force open the power cord. Right? That's the procedure for guarding the non-volatile device, not the volatile data. The data remains in the RAM. That may be lost. But karna kya hai bhaiya? Kuch to bachana hai. Because if you make a normal same procedure, you are destroying the integrity of the data. So computer hackers usually leave malware, backtrack and other activities in the system log files. So system log files is one of the important things. And there are such a suspect the GPS data, smartphone data and computer network data, these all come in investigation. The goal of the forensic investigator is to use the forensic tools and follow the appropriate procedures to collect and report the admissible evidence to the court, providing his or her critical judgment of exactly what has happened. The ultimate goal of a forensic investigation is to identify, analyze, reconstructed event data, activities and present and admissible to the court so that it can be admissible. So, history of computer forensic, you can read into all this. Meaning of computer forensic, and you can collect the data, extract the data, and analyze the data and give a report to that thing. So we have all forensic procedure, I have laid down on it. There are states of data. Data can be of 3 states. At rest, so it can be at rest, it can be stored in a computer device, it can be in a cloud or a USB device, or it can be in a currently in use. That means data in transit. Generally, evidence can be there in 2 ways. Either in a standalone device or it can be in transit. I'm sending a mail to you. So this evidence is in transit. So computer system forensic are there. Lot of things are cloud forensic. These are actually, you can go IDF, I already, anti-digital forensic, I discussed about it. There are some tips which you follow. Suspect machine is still on and connected to the network. How do we start? Should we turn the system off? So these are all things you can go and read. You have to be careful. In consistent state, since graceful shutdown includes fresh buffers to save the information, it will avoid potential loss if you force through that. So the chain of custody, you have to make every step, the roadmap intact. Basic procedures, acquire the evidence, authenticate the evidence, analyze the evidence and present the evidence. And I already discussed all this, the process of evidence acquiring. So we have imaging tools, DD, FTK imagers, these are free tools. So we have digital forensic techniques, reverse steganography. We have stochastic forensic, cross-drive analysis, live analysis in case of where the operating system is open, deleted file recovery. See, nothing is deleted. The concept of deletion or a file is deleted is absolutely bogus. What is actually you are doing? When you are deleting a file, you are actually dislodging the connection
between the name file and the content file. You got my point? You have a file, you have a block where you stored the content of the data. You have another block where you contain the name of the file. These are connected. When you click the delete button, you are disconnected that connection. It doesn't mean that your device does not contain the data. It really contains. And that's why if you run the anti-deletion softwares, they will recover those data. But the only thing which can actually delete the data in a device, a media, and that is if you can override it. If you override any data in a device, then you are not going to find that data. See, my hard disk has 1 GB capacity. I have deleted a data. I sent it to the forensic. The forensic expert can undelete the data and recover the data. But if I additionally put or override another 1 GB data on that hard disk, you will no longer going to find that data. That's a difficult thing. So Autopsy is one of the free digital forensic platform. We can use it. I have discussed all these things. Bulk extractor are there. This is a coffee, the Microsoft Computer Online Forensic Evidence Extractor. They are telling that Interpol is using it more way. Digital forensic frameworks are open source computer forensics. Damjila is a browser analysis has been done with this. NCAS, I think all you heard about the name of the NCAS. It's been available to everywhere. So the recipient of magazine is one of the best computer forensic solution. So then FTK Imager for tools such as the sleuth kit by the Autopsy. If you install the Kali Linux, in Kali Linux you will get the free FTK Imager. And you can also install, this is a free software. Magnet RAM capture, this can get the data. SIP, the workstation, the SANS investigative forensic toolkit. Tor, which I told you, even the Tor can be used for anti-surveillance when you are doing your forensic examination. Wireshark is also part of your Kali Linux. It is providing you the data which are the networking resources are within your networking resources. It can analyze those things and give you a report. Who are accessing your system, sitting in your system, everything. So preservation of data, forensic investigation, how that means it is functionally impossible to find two different messages with the same thing. MD5 and SHA it can be of help. We can analyze the different thing of evidences and finally report. Steganography evaluation, steganography means a cover. So I can send data in a covered or a concealed way. In forensic arena, it is practice of concealing a file, messages, images or a video with another file, message, image or video. So we can use the steganography tools. There are a lot of tools here. I just given you some of the example. Naval wire room leak case. Contractor was once upon a retired army officer was responsible for leakage of submarine data from India and sending it to China. Here forensic evidence helped us a lot to ultimately reach to the investigation completion. So I have given the para 15 and in Abhishek Verma case, you can go and see. It would neither be appropriate nor desirable to discuss entire evidence, but some of the evidences are there. So cryptanalysis, encrypted and all this cryptography are there. What are the steps you can take to stop computer contamination? That is, I told you contamination. What are the guard you can take so that your evidence cannot be contaminated? That's been laid down here. So I want to come first to, actually it's a very interesting case I'm going to discuss to you. Then the audio video forensic. This is one of the biggest challenge for today's investigating officers. And to restore the damaged video, take authentic way and then prepare stills from the video, adjust speed and removal of the noise, authenticate any, you are doing editing, but that edition to be authenticated also by the law. Analyze the audio video forensic evidence to improve audibility of the audio data and many more with audio and video files or data. So CCTV footage is one of the most important, I think we can collect the device. I have given you some of the question answer pattern. Whatever please collect the PPT and read out it. CCTV footage when you are collecting, what kind of forensic precaution you can take, that's been laid down here. So how the evidence will be collected, how it will be preserved and extraction and everything within this table. So there are a lot of challenge in case of forensic are facing today. Now please open the folder. So come to the final PPT Paspura case. This is the first case of CID West Bengal which saw the light of conviction. The fact was that a lady had a relationship, long 3 years relationship with a person. The lady was having final year of B.Ed, and the male convict person was a final year B.Tech student of mechanical engineering. One day, the lady was told by her boyfriend that he wants to do sex with her, and want to go to for outing for seashores, Digha and other places. The lady says enough is enough. I won't do anything till I get married. So lady tried to understand the mentality of the person and tried to withdraw herself from the relationship. One day the lady got information from her brother that on her name lot of videos were uploaded in a website named Pornhub, and the lady tried to commit suicide twice. The lady was rescued and an FIR complaint was filed by the father of the lady. Investigation was started. The CID took up the investigation. The first day I told the officer, let us make it not a case only, but an SOP for all the officers in India to have a guideline. So you can follow this case. This is actually taught in every academies and other. This the judgment we saw in the year 2018, and entire trial I have completed within 4 months. And the important thing about this case is that from the day one, my argument in this case was that of a lady can be virtually raped, which I told you yesterday that day, because every person has got two identity, physical identity and the virtual identity. So whenever these videos are uploaded and last-based comments been expressed, there is always a chance that he is virtually raped or assaulted. So the investigation was started, and the fact of the case was this. The charge was framed. So on the first day of investigation, there was a 2-time PC was prayer for 7 days and 7 days. In the PC, police custody, the accused person divulged that he had uploaded all those videos through Pornhub, and he made an account in the Pornhub in the name of Annie Boxy. Because if you want to upload anything in a website, you have to have an account in that website. So he had made an account in that name. After making that account in that name, he uploaded all those videos. Now, the CID wrote to the Pornhub agency to provide 2 things. Can you remember yesterday I told you? 2 things. One is creation details, from which email account the Pornhub account was created. The Pornhub said the mail ID was annieboxy18@gmail.com. And Pornhub also given the IP addresses where from all those videos were uploaded. Then the investigating agency wrote request to the Google Incorporation, giving that, citing that mail ID annieboxy18@gmail.com. The Gmail said that this account contains a mobile phone where the OTP is sent, and that mobile phone starts from 97 number. Now during investigation, that's a Vodafone number. During investigation, when the accused was arrested, from his possession a mobile phone was recovered, and that mobile phone contains 2 SIM cards. One SIM card was of Vodafone, another was of Reliance Jio. Next layer of evidence, the lady after getting lady's permission, sample videos and still photographs were captured of that lady.
And queries were sent to the foreign CFSL, physics department, asking whether the ladies shown in the suspect videos are the ladies shown in the sample video. That means the victim ladies are there in the suspect video. The CFSL said yes. But I was not happy with the investigation made by the CID. Why? Because my evidence lacks the traceability path which I discussed yesterday. How those videos were uploaded, that evidence was missing. What I have done, I have made an experiment. The first experiment I have made is that when the examination of the victim girl was about to be completed, I asked her whether those videos are still existing. She said yes. Then I requested her to come down from the witness box. He came in with the permission of the court. Then I make a prayer before the court that in the open court, I want to show the learned court all those videos by this lady. The court allowed my petition. The CID was instructed to have internet connection in the courtroom. Lady again come to the witness box, and one by one lady started opening all those last year's videos by her own name searching, query searching. And the judge in his deposition evidence started writing all those URL containing 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 7 minutes. And that live server data of Pornhub become part of the evidence. So as per Evidence Act, anything placed before you for inspection is evidence. Anything placed before the judge for inspection, so this is also evidence. Next experiment. When one of the person who is now the in charge of the regional CFSL, regional forensic department of West Bengal, Mr. Vinusindhu Biswas, I told him, he was actually that time a sub-inspector. I asked him, he had that Caesar Vagada state thing. I examined him on that point. Then I asked him, what the job you are doing? He said, the duty of mine I am doing is that I am analyzing the IP, CDR and all, and giving the result or output to the inspector for every investigation. By that time, I have already uploaded those evidences coming from Pornhub and showing those IP address from which those videos are uploaded. I asked, whose IP are all these? He said that if you put this IP into IP lookup, yesterday I told you IP lookup, we got the Reliance Jio name. Then I said, whether you have collected the IP log? He said, yes. And so what is the mobile number and IMEI number? He said, this is the mobile number and this is the IMEI number. Exactly the IMEI number of the mobile phone seized from the possession of the accused, and exactly the mobile number whose SIM was that of another Jio SIM. I came with this evidence first time in court. Because I am telling I have a bad habit. In all my conviction cases, 50% evidence collected by the IO, 50% I have collected at the time of trial. Because court is the best inspector and he can help them, the court, to investigate. So after all this, the judge held him guilty, 5 years imprisonment were given, and all things were happened. These are the sections where charge was framed under IT Act. It's a purely cyber case, and because there is no amendment in section 375, the definition of rape does not include the virtual rape. So I cannot prove that. But one thing I have done, that is the lady who was awarded the same compensation which a rape victim is entitled under 357A of Criminal Procedure Code, up to 5 lakh rupees. So that's this is the case. There are a lot of difficulties, there are a lot of defects in the investigation. I tried to patch up those. This is the evidence which came first time through that Vinusindhu Babu, evidence of traceability as regards to the Jio SIM. And these are the difficulties during trial, the defects in investigation. There was some omission to sign, there was error in writing the date, There are no leading statement, and a leading statement even can be verbal, I have proved it. So there are discrepancies in Caesar list of the accused mobile phone. There was contradiction. I have come with no new witnesses under 311, signature proving by another with the others, so that the time of the trial can be shortened. All these things where this IO is not bound to record everything, so it may happen that in evidence is not in 161 statement, but still court can rely on it. We have proved the motive. The person wants to satisfy his lust. So these were the judgment I relied, some Indian judgment and some very important foreign judgment I have relied upon in this case. These are all foreign judgment I relied upon, which is for which subject Indian judgments are completely silent. So this was the case where 5 years imprisonment were awarded, 9,000 fine was awarded, and lady was given compensation under 357A. So this is one of the things. Please come to the another thing. So now come purely cyber forensic case. Go and open a PDF. Come to this last PDF. Oh, open the forensic folder. Open the forensic folder, brother. So there is last PDF. Last. Go. This. PDF is not open. What? Open it.
It takes time.
Huh?
It takes time.
Oh, it takes time. Let him take time. We discuss the case. The case was of Kuch Bihar, a very small subdivision called Mekliganj, very near from this area. Similar type of case. Wait, I'll show you the Central Science Forensic Laboratory report. First, the fact of the case. In this case also there was a very good relationship between the two persons, lady and this. The lady here is minor, and there's a good friendship only, as per the version of the victim girl. One day, the person visits her house. There was none in the house, and the person offered a cold drinks, which contains a sedative drug. The lady consumed the same, got unconscious, and the person using his mobile phone, please follow the case, using his own mobile phone, captured private parts picture of that lady after making her naked. When the lady got conscience, regained conscience, the lady was shown those pictures and started being blackmailed. If you do not do sex with me, I'll upload those pictures and videos on the online. The lady was forced to be a subject of rape repeatedly. Even the person extort money from her, which he was getting under from different scheme and other thing. Meantime, the lady tried to go away from the clutches of the person. The marriage of that lady, minor girl, was fixed when she would attain the majority. This person got the information of that proposed bride, जिसके साथ शादी होने वाले थे. Then this person tried to make contact with that person, but became unable. Then tried to scan his Facebook and other thing. And he got some of the friend of that would-be bride and started sending messages from messengers. And ultimately reached to that person with whom she was supposed to be married. And ultimately, this offender, this accused person sent all those videos and pictures, whatever he had, to that person, telling that lady's character was bad and I had these things and blah blah blah. The marriage was ultimately broken. The lady again, in this case also, tried to hang herself in her own house. She was recovered, admitted to hospital, Again, her father filed a complaint when she was minor. Case was started under 6 POCSO Act. Repeated rape was there and other things, extortion and other things all. And under section 67B of Information Technology Act, because child pornographic data, the data containing that sexually explicit materials were sent to or transmitted or published. Now comes the forensic part, very interesting part. The investigating officer tried his level best to collect the forensic evidence. What he did? He seized 3 mobile phones. One is, please listen, this can be your case also. He seized 3 mobile phones. One from the accused person after he has been arrested. Another 2 from the witnesses where those lascivious content was sent through WhatsApp. Now, whenever a WhatsApp account, WhatsApp application you are installing in your mobile phone, when you are installing an app, WhatsApp or any application in your phone, this application in its own way making lot of file and folder structure in your system under the one common folder, that is WhatsApp. So in your WhatsApp folder there are 2 folders important. One is sent folder, another is received folder. One says about whatever the file you have sent, another says whatever the file you have received. This is nothing but forensic traceability. The IO tried something else. He captured, after getting permission from the court, pictures and videos of the accused and the victim. Those are shown on that pictures and those things, suspect videos and all, and send it to the forensic lab, CFSL pudding, to have a comparison and result whether the lady, that is the sample lady, that's the victim girl, sample pictures, or matching with the picture or the videos, which is the suspect or which is the fact of the case. The forensic expert blatantly said that there was he wants to say that there's not that amount of data, so he cannot make a exact comparison. So I have become disheartened. But I made an experiment in the open court. That is this. This is the forensic report which I am showing on that day given by the Central Forensic Science Laboratory. So I thought that IO wants to present a case before the court through me that the face are matched. But I am on more important part, pretext or context. What is that? I started examining the forensic expert. Please drop down this box. Drop down. Drop. No. Open another file. Okay. Please open. Come to the forensic. This forensic. Cyber forensic. This forensic. Open it. So what I done on that day? There was a 3 mobile phone. One is from the accused, another 2 from the witnesses. I sought through examination that all those pictures were there in the same folder of the WhatsApp and in the received folder of the witness. There was no file like that in the received folder of the accused. So the accused had not got receipt from anyone else, but it is he who sent it first time. That is our case. What do we have to prove? We have to prove that he transmitted pictures containing sexually explicit act, and that transmission is proved by way of a communication between 2 WhatsApp accounts. So that is what I have. Please make it large.
So this is the evidence. Open it. So I handed over branch, please open it.
So you want me to use
It's not going up. Stop. See, in his evidence he says, I have examined the exhibit and as per the queries made by the IO, I prepare a report. After examination, I inform it to the IO and the court and we requisition for 3 forensically sterile hard disks. वो 3 forensically hard disk मांगा और उसमें वो डेटा भेजा. मैंने वो all डेटा जो है उसको कोर्ट में ओपन किया. नीचे आइए. आहिस्ता आइए. So if you go by this evidence, I have analyzed this evidence. आपका scroll करिए ना. नीचे आइए. These are all exhibit part. We need not to mention it. We don't have time. एक मिनट. Yes. This is the cross. ऊपर जाइए. आहिस्ता ऊपर जाइए. चलिए आइए ऊपर थोड़ा नीचे आइए. इस एविडेंस को आप देखेंगे. नीचे आइए. हमने कुछ फाइल ओपन किया जो लेडी के नीचे आइए. Okay. The file contains one obscene picture with emoji and images, one male and one female. Another file, namely image all these. I have opened it because I was the special PB to this case. On comparison, I found. देखिए मैंने उससे क्या लिया? On comparison, I found that the only difference in the another file, namely this, there is insertion of one emoji and caption box superimposed on it. ऊपर उठिए. आहिस्ते ऊपर उठिए. Another file, namely this, is open. देखिए मैंने another file open किया और इसमें देखिए on comparison I found that both the images are identical. This is extraction report of the nudity category image with respect to this. It is found that this image was sent through WhatsApp from the mobile phone which is marked as exhibit 2. Is it clear to you? Exhibit 2 was the mobile phone of the accused person. This has helped us a lot. ऊपर उठाइए. It is found. ऊपर उठाइए. आहिस्ता. It is found in the same folder of the WhatsApp application in the same mobile. The path. हमने path भी analysis कर दिए और ऊपर आइए. And it is without that. पहला part was without editing. The photographs are bigger in the size. From these we can say that these were original photographs. So it originates from the accused. So these are original photographs, first time capture. Some of them were captured by the Asus mobile cameras and these photographs were captured by Realme mobile cameras. In our case, these cameras are seized. Stop. The exhibit 2 is also Realme mobile, but I cannot conclude later. For the state images, there is no receipt folder in the WhatsApp exhibit 2. You got that? There is no receipt folder. If you get time, go and read the entire thing. Now this is complete. Come to close it. Close, brother. Then open this. Final argument. Next slide. Final argument. Special PP2. Open it. This is my last to last conviction case. I will complete today's discussion after this case. What happened? In the morning, come down, there is a para 43, brother, para 40 में आइए आप, नीचे चलते रहिए, आपके पास एक para 40 आएगा, आप उसको ओपन कीजिए. चलिए, the case was this. In the morning, Chennai branch, ICICI Bank, the manager entered into his office. After opening the system, he saw to his shock or surprise that from a high-stake customer, he was supposed to be the trustee head of a big temple in India, one of the richest temple in India. You can imagine what I am telling you. So, from Friday onward till Monday morning. Friday onward till Monday morning, nearly 3.41 crore rupees was already siphoned off from that lady's bank account to 10 other accounts. The person then and there called the lady asking whether you are doing this transaction. The lady says, no, I never activate the net banking. I got the debit card, I never use it. I don't know how to use it. I always use check and cash. Then and there the manager debit freeze the account so that other monies was not siphoned off. And he started an internal inquiry. After his internal inquiry, it was seen that all these things happened from ICICI branch, VIP Road, ICICI Bank VIP Road branch in Baguiati in a district called 24 Pargana North in West Bengal. The manager of that West Bengal branch filed an FIR, complaint. Investigation was started by Bidhannagar Cyber PS. At the beginning, for the first 5 or 6 months, it was nothing but some dumb paper. But I somehow managed to not allow the bail to be granted to the first accused who was arrested. How the first accused was arrested? It was seen during the inquiry that the customer's registered email ID and mobile number has been changed. And a fake new debit card was issued. And the money was siphoned from the lady's account to nearly 10 more different bank accounts. Among them, 3 bank accounts were from ICICI bank account where the money has been siphoned into, amounting to 1.34 crores. And KYC of all these 3 bank accounts originates from that particular Baguiati branch. And the owner of that 3 bank account was only a particular person whose office, everything was written in this KYC form. The investigating agency raided his office, arrested him, and he was in custody. But there was another person who was also involved within the bank who helped to get the data being changed. Otherwise it was not possible. Going through the CCTV footage on 2 consecutive days, it was seen that one sales manager was standing constantly before 2 officials of bank. One official called is checker, another is called the maker. The duty of the checker maker was to see and inspect any changes made in a bank account. The accused, I can call this suspect because they have been convicted by the trial court. The accused, who is a sales officer of that bank, came with a forged voucher replicating the signature of that victim, lady, stating that she was my pocket customer, and because of this pandemic, she could not come to the bank, and she requested through me to change her registered phone number and email ID. And the process is either the person who handled the account or the person himself will come and place a voucher. And after verification of all these documents, look-alike signature and all this, the checker threw it, maker threw it. And thereafter the voucher was placed in a voucher bin. It is seen clear that that person was taking that voucher from the voucher bin and going out of the branch. The next day, 2 days thereafter, the same person came before the same counter with a request that the lady lost her debit card and she needed another fresh debit card. Again a voucher was placed, and in the request column, the accused told the maker, please click on because there is 2 options open. Either the debit card will come to the branch where from the customer will take it,
or it will be sent to the customer's address. He told that customer will come to Kolkata and he will herself visit the branch and collect the same. So let it come to branch. That option is clicked. Fair enough. Again, that voucher bin was also taken by that person. 4-5 days later, the duplicate debit card came to the branch. The person said that the lady is standing beside the branch. She won't visit the branch because of pandemic, corona and other. I am very much known to her. I am taking the debit register and the debit card. I would deliver it and get it signed. So he was working in that branch from day one of that branch. He was enjoying huge trust from everybody. So he was given the register and that debit card. He went out and came back with the voucher, exactly replicating the signature of that lady. When the inquiry going on that way, it was found that he is one of the co-accused. He was also arrested. He started telling that I know nothing. Because what they did, very interesting crime. They first changed the registered email ID and the mobile number so that OTP will go to the accused offender's mobile number. And they collect a fresh debit card. Why they have collected that? Simple reason. If they want to withdraw the money through ATM or any other place, there is a limitation of withdrawal. But if somebody install the iMobile, that is the mobile app of ICICI Bank, then the withdrawal is unlimited. But if you want to register or install iMobile in your mobile phone, then you need the grid number, the number which is in the backside of the debit card. So that is the reason they needed a fresh debit card. So they registered the iMobile. Thereafter they siphoned the entire amount to 10 different accounts in order to show this is a normal transaction. But out of that, 1.41 crore was sent to their account. One of the second accused was arrested from the KYC things. He has even withdrawn that amount using those bank accounts or ATM. Both of the person was arrested. We got lot of evidences, but in ours there was a huge difficulty on 2-3 perspectives. And one of these cases, maybe the first time in India, I have never seen any other equivalent instances happen in any part of India. We had a problem. We have a problem of NATing, Network Application Translation. What does it say? It's a very simple problem. I think you all face this problem. Whenever an IP address is given by any service provider, public IP, same IP is given at a time with lot of other persons. This problem is a NATing problem. So how can you do zero down the actual offender? So that's why we need the NAT analysis. And in this case, I have done NAT analysis. And in the network channel data given by the ICICI, the IP address was the IP address given by a broadband service providing company to the bank. And the terminating IP of the log file of the offender given to the offender was only of ICICI. Because at a time, that IP was also given 10 more other people. We collected everybody's data. Only in his log file, the destination IP was ICICI. That was one of the evidence. He actually used that thing. Secondly, there was a corresponding private IP. So how can I match this public IP with the private IP? For that reason, we need the modem or the router or the log file of the router. But what this intelligent accused person did, criminal did, they have destroyed the modem prior the police made a raid. But we collected the data wherefrom it is seen that when this private IP was given, the private IP matched perfectly with the offender. So these are the things I have used. See, page, para. So you got my mobile number. We'll be in touch, huh? So you can come to my YouTube channel or other resources, whatever you like. I keep sharing whenever I get time. I'm still not getting so much of time. For the last 4-5 years, I barely have 4 or 5 hours sleep. I have to travel the entire West Bengal, beyond West Bengal, and then these classes, these seminars. I have requested the chief of your state to make this class on 14th and 15th because it's a holiday, judicial holiday. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for me to come. Because my first priority is a case, nothing else. Because these are the example what I am doing will be followed in the days to come. These are all live example. So I think this is more important than anything else. Anybody can come with the data, downloading from the Google and other thousands of files and data. That has no use actually. Where you put the knowledge in Indian scenario, see what is the result. That is actually required. We cannot think in opening after rising out in the morning that we are living in USA. We are living in India. We don't have that artificial intelligence using the forensic activities. So this thing. So come down. आइस ब्रदर आइस ऊपर जाइए कितना स्पीड में चल रहा है कभी ऊपर आइए 41 में आइए ना पैरा 41 में नीचे 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 पैरा 41 ब्रदर पैरा 41 ये पैरा नहीं है नॉर्मल पैरा टेबल पैरा नहीं है नॉर्मल पैरा नीचे आइए ये तो टेबल पैरा है नीचे आइए ना आप देखिए नंबरिंग है पैराग्राफ का नीचे आइए हाँ ऊपर ऊपर हाँ 43 34 नीचे आइए इस केस में भी बहुत सारे डिफेक्ट्स था मैंने सब कवर कर दिया नीचे आइए ऊपर जाइए ऊपर 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 एक दिस हाउ आई सॉल्व द नैटिंग प्रॉब्लम इन दिस केस दिस इज द वे आई हैव सॉल्व द नैटिंग प्रॉब्लम इन केस ऑफ आईपी एड्रेस started from niche aaye so we did get the router log in case of IP address started from VCP then niche wala yes ek niche ha in case of IP address starting from 10 172 192 the service provider themselves distributing the changing the public IP into private IP in our case I have 172 so it has been done by the telecom company नीचे आइए so this is the netting problem how we solve this नीचे आइए CCTV footage evidence was important here so 3 computer application forms were there नीचे आइए So there are a lot of things are there. Thank you. So anybody have any question, please?
One of my questions. I arrested a lady from Kolkata.
You arrested a lady from Kolkata.
So initially the case was registered in IT section, no IT section.
Right.
So before the seizure of the mobile phone, I went into a mobile phone and I saw that particular forged document, which was sent to the.
After arresting her, what happened?
I seized the mobile phone.
Huh?
But before the seizure, I went inside the mobile phone and I saw the.
After seizure, he went into the mobile phone. Prior. हाँ. उसके बाद?
So that particular document was forwarded in her mobile phone. She was not the originator.
Right.
So will it be admissible in the court of law?
Definitely, if it is fitting with your case. Say, I got a data from somebody else, and I use it for fraudulent purpose.
then definitely that data is important for you.
So what if I seize the mobile phone, I do not know the password, I do not know the position?
If you don't know the password, there's a difficulty for extraction of the data. That's the thing.
So what if I fiddle the mobile phone later after the seizure?
Huh?
What if I fiddle, tamper with the mobile phone, later after the seizure, maybe after 10 days I'm getting the password?
You cannot.
And what if I write in the seizure list regarding this, explaining that why I fiddle with the mobile phone? So will it be admissible again?
No, you cannot touch the mobile phone unforensically after it's been seized.
So that means if
The defense will tell that in your custody, आपने evidence से छेड़छाड़ किया है. खत्म. भाई सी आप लोग का वार्डन तो 90 डेज तक है, मेरा वार्डन ग्रेवियर्ड तक है. एक केस को लेके हमको ग्रेवियर्ड तक जाना पड़ता है.
So what is the correct procedure to collect the evidence from the CCTV?
From the CCTV footage. I have given a table today. You can go through that. Simple thing, if your CCTV footage evidence is very important, then don't make any kind of compromise. Straight away, make the seizure of the DVR hard disk and send it to the CFSL with a query. Please extract the video footage on that day, on that very particular time. That's it. And second part, let me finish. The second part is, take the sample photograph of the accused or the person seen in the video. Sample photographs and sample video. And send both the suspect footage, don't send that. Send the mobile phone or send the DVR and those sample. Then the first thing the CFSL will do, they'll extract the data. The Central Forensic Science General Body will extract the data, that means the video of that day, and then send the video of that day along with those samples to the physics department of CFSL. The physics department will go on pixel matching and other forensic tools, and they will say, okay, this is the extracted data, and the person who is in your case the accused committing a murder, and this person is seen in the video. That will be your complete forensic evidence. Because there may be the person said, I may not be here. There may be a lot of person like me. So if you want to make things complete, then please do these things, all steps. It may take some time, but what the heck? Kya kare? This is our difficulties. We have very the number of for CFSL are numbered, and not many more.
It will take more than 2 years.
No, not always. No. The example I show you from Pune CFSL, they have given the entire report within 3 months. No, I am showing you a trick. When you send the CFSL, the delay is not accountable only on CFSL. The delay is accountable to you also. What you are doing? You are making a seizure of a mobile phone on the 1st day of January, and you are sending that mobile phone on the 31st day of March.
We don't do that, sir.
I am telling you, this is happening in India. May not be you. You means not you. It is happening, brother. It is happening. It is happening. And this way, you are tampering, destroying your own data. Because what you are doing with your data in your Malkhana? Can your Malkhana have a forensic toolkit which can detract or prevent the hard disk from the wear and tear, humidity, heat and everything? No. That's the first step. Second step is that please write best query, which I already told you. Third step is, after sending the CFSL things, your duty is to first make a DO from your superior. Sending the DO to the director CFSL. That this case is important for us. We need a speedy examination and report. He will not going to hear you. Then to next step, go get through your public prosecutor, make a petition before the court. And the court will give an order, send this order to the director. They will not hear it. Then give the last thing. Place a prayer to call the director to the court. Then we will think, why should I go from Pune to Sikkim? अरे भाई उसको बोल दे भाई रिपोर्ट जल्दी दे दे खत्म. I have done it to this Kuch Bihar case because I have done it. The entire trial I have completed within 3 months, and that too with the CFSL forensic. And the expert forensic was my PW2 after the victim.
So you can understand.
What is the transaction?
See, the concept of original or not original I have discussed yesterday. You may not have the original. Where is the concept of original? You can call this after the Arjun Pandit judgment that I have captured the video in this mobile first time. So this is original. Clear? So you are telling that you are not taking the video, you are taking a copy of the video. Right? So you can take it, but try to have the best evidence. As per our Indian Evidence Act or maybe the entire world's Evidence Act, you have to come with the best evidence. What is the best evidence? The first time captured data within it. If you are, the impossibility of getting, it's a practical inconvenience are there, which I yesterday told you. In that case only come with the secondary evidence, with 65p.
Nobody will give his mobile.
It happens, but if you...
So, can we transfer into pen drive and take 65p?
If you think that is a very important case, you don't want to compromise the data, please call a forensic expert or a person who at least carry a imager in cache or FTK imager, whatever, and using at least a write blocker. That's the important thing. And obviously there will be zero hashing and then the final hashing, all this. Otherwise there will always be a debate and doubt. And if you at all cannot do this, do one thing. You take it, doing everything, whatever bijare you are doing, whatever negative things you are doing, do it. When you are sending this pen drive, send it to the forensic with a query whether the evidence within this pen drive are tamper-free or not edited. If he thinks not anything been imposed on any part of this continuity, we'll give a reply. That is the last option open.
Sir, if you are sending a new pen drive along with the exhibit to CFSN, after the, suppose I am sending a tampered mobile phone, sorry, I am sending a primary evidence along with a hard drive for extracting the data. So will I have to if I receive this thing examination report and later during the course of trial, will I have to put the person from whom I bought the hard drive as a witness?
Definitely. Definitely. Otherwise, how can I prove the ownership of the device? Definitely.
We can't do, sir.
Huh?
Simply that we can't do purchase bill.
Why bill? Who will prove the bill? Now comes two witnesses, another additional witness. The person who issued the bill. Bill पे मत जाओ बेटा और बढ़ जाएगा.
That way, we must go till the.
Okay, you can do. You can take the CDR. There will be get the IMEI number. You get the connection number. You can get the cap, and the cap is in his name. If he's not an offender, then you can connect the case. Na? Every time you have to think about connecting the dot.
Second one, please, sir. I am receiving the evidence in my email. I am downloading it and enclosing it in the charger. Who will be the 65?
You.
So
You are telling you are downloading?
The originator, sir.
Where? I can take from the originator also.
Who is the appropriate person?
Who the person who sent the mail?
So his 65 will do, not mine.
Definitely do. If he is an offender, will not do. If he is a normal person, definitely required. So you can get evidence from three places. I yesterday told, from the accused, from the victim, and in between path. That's the intermediary.
Sir, last one. You send the mail to Pornhub like you discussed the case earlier.
Huh? Which?
You sent a mail to Pornhub like you discussed.
Asking for data.
Yes, sir. Asking for data, sir. So, what documents? Who will certify that document?
See, for practical inconvenience, the Pornhub expert will not come. So it will be downloaded in the PS computer, and 65B will be given by the officer in charge of the PS. Because he is the owner or the custodian of all the devices in a PS. Unless and until you have an order in your order book that this particular computer is given on Mr. X sub-inspector.
Sir, LI is admissible in the court of law.
What?
Legal interception.
Under UPA Act 46, इंटरसेप्टेड एविडेंस के ऊपर डिपेंड करके कन्विक्शन हो सकता है. एंड इंटरेस्टिंग पॉइंट बोल देते हैं आप लोग को, मैं पीपीटी शेयर करके जाऊंगा. एक जजमेंट है कॉल्ड धर्मवीर खतेर. ही वॉज ए सस्पेक्टेड टेररिस्ट. उनका और उनका फैमिली मेंबर और फ्रेंड का 7 मोबाइल फोन वॉज इंटरसेप्टेड ड्यूरिंग इन्वेस्टिगेशन. Now if you go by Indian Telegraph Rule 419A, what is the time period for interception? Huh? How long you can put a mobile phone on interception? Anybody?
2-3 months.
Huh? 2 months, 60 days. For exceptional cases, you can take interception for 6 months, but never beyond 6 months. What happened in this case, in this terrorist case, suspected terrorist case, under UP under section 46, his mobile phone was intercepted for 11 months. So what happened? That last part, 5 months intercepted data is unlawfully acquired data, isn't it? Whether a conviction can be awarded on an unlawfully acquired data. What is your concept? Huh? As per Delhi High Court Dharamveer Khater case, a conviction can be awarded on an evidence if it is even collected illegally. The only criteria that purpose has to be bona fide. You cannot collect it for malafide purpose. The important thing is purpose, not the way you are collecting. Any question? मैंने इतना बकबक किया, आपका लाभ हुआ? Apply those knowledges whenever you require.
हामी फेरि सरलाई हिजो जस्तै ताली मारेर गर्छौँ है. स्ट्यान्डिङ ओभेसन.